The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Stunning captures and brilliant tactics grace the boards at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Chess is a game, a sport, and an art, with these masters showcasing the beauty of the game of kings. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave hoped to create a masterpiece against Hans Niemann, but the younger player was able to draw the game. Alejandro Firouzja pressed against linear Dominguez, but couldn't find the win, leaving Wesley So in clear lead. The geniuses of the game are in peak form. What novelties will they bring today? Round 8 of inspiring chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 8 of the Sinquefield Cup, the last stop of the Grand Chess Tour. It's been a fantastic tournament so far as we are getting ready for the final stage of the event. Who's going to dominate in the championship rounds? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
From the home of chess in America, welcome to the Sinquefield Cup, the centerpiece of the St. Louis Chess Summer, and the final stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hello and welcome back. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Yasser Seirawan, glowing as usual.
Well, thank you, Peter. Good to be with you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining our show. We are in championship weekend, the penultimate round coming up. We will crown a winner of the Sinquefield Cup as well as the Grand Chess Tour champion. Who will win? There are a lot of players in the mix. Peter, do the honors and tell us our current standings.
Let's take a look. As we're all probably used to it by now, we have this slightly weird cross table on your screen,
right,
with very varying numbers of games played. But one thing is unchanged. However you count it, Wesley So is leading the tournament on 4 out of 6, with Nepomniachtchi and Firouzja on 3.5 out of 6. Tied for second, they are ahead of Caruana, who is on the same amount of points, but with one more game played.
Right.
And then we have a number of people on 50%, and MVL and Mamedyarov are not really having such a great time.
No, and Peter, our format.
The format of this is a round robin now with 9 players, with an hour and a half for the first 40 moves and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment starting from the very beginning. Draw offers are not allowed for our players here. And 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. The usual scoring system is being used for classical events in the Grand Chess Tour.
The schedule's getting easier and easier, Peter.
Yeah, and the font is getting larger and larger as well. So it's easier to read. It's very good. We have only 2 rounds left. Today and tomorrow we will play rounds 8 and 9. There are potential playoffs for both the Grand Chess Tour and for the Sinquefield Cup. The Sinquefield Cup playoffs, if they happen, they will happen immediately after the end of round 9.
Okay.
And the GCT playoffs, if they will be required, they will happen separately on Monday the 12th. And then there's a rest day, closing ceremony. No rest days for anybody anymore. Closing ceremony immediately after the potential GCT playoffs.
And there we see the players getting wanded. But rejoice, everyone, because yes, he's with us, Alejandro Ramirez in studio. Good afternoon, Alejandro. Good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Peter. Good afternoon, Yasser. What a pleasure to be here, calling the action in the last 2 days, not only of the Sinquefield Cup, but of the entire Grand Chess Tour. And you said it yourself, there's a bunch of people in the mix trying to get that first place, but we have clear favorites, at least in my opinion. Wesley So is currently the leader of the tournament here at the Sinquefield Cup, and that puts him mathematically as the leader so far in the Grand Chess Tour. But there is one youngster that is incredibly hungry. He's trying to win every game that he plays, and they have a matchup for the ages. This could be a $100,000 chess game between Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Wesley So with black. They have only played twice in classical chess, and Wesley actually got the better of him in one of the games. The other one ended in a draw. And guys, I cannot overestimate how important this is. With a victory by Alireza, he not only overtakes Wesley So in the standings of the Sinquefield, he would also overtake him in the standings of the Grand Chess Tour. He might be winning both tournaments in a row, but he still has this hurdle to face, because he faces Wesley today with white. He'll finish this tournament with the black pieces against MVL tomorrow. Meanwhile, Wesley himself, we know he's playing Firouzja today, and tomorrow he will have a chance to bounce back as he has the white pieces against Dominguez. Everything to be played for, but this round is absolutely crucial. We'll have a marquee matchup, no doubt about it. Plenty of chess to be played, plenty of money at stake, but let's hear about the buzz surrounding the chess club, as we have with us social media specialist, woman grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you, Alejandro. Let me remind to our viewers what was happening last days. We have this big drama, Sinquefield Cup drama, which started with Magnus Carlsen's withdrawal from the tournament before the round 4. And then we had lots of comments. I mean, it was really a big story in all news and all social media. And I can say also that it was a talk of the town of St. Louis, because all these news were shown on TV, and local people are talking about it. I heard from the guys from our production team that many people approached them and they asked them what's going on. People who never spoke and never heard anything about chess before. So, I mean, for sure that we can see also on the screen the tweet. The screenshot. Tony Rich is given an interview to the local media explaining actually what happened during the first round, and after that. We also know that Hans Niemann also came yesterday for the interview, and he spoke about the mental pressure which he has now on his shoulders. And he definitely wants this tournament to be over sooner or later. Anish Giri also gave us some reasons, let's say, how the drama can continue. So far, actually, things slowed down in the last days. We didn't have any statements. Also, you can see that Magnus doesn't play with Hans. So the only thing we have is a tweet from Anish Giri at the moment. So I think it's a really good moment to forget about this drama a little bit and concentrate on the last 2 rounds, because we're really looking forward to see how the Grand Chess Tour and the event Sinquefield Cup will finish. Back to you, Yasser and Peter.
Thank you, Anastasia. Nice that you're keeping us up to date on all of this stuff. Sorry, Peter.
No spaces after brackets. I don't know if I can continue this broadcast.
No spaces after brackets. Do the honors, Peter. Lay the table for our viewers and tell them what they can expect for this penultimate round 8.
Absolutely. The pairings for this round, as Alejandro has already spoken about at length, there's clearly the most important game of potentially the entire event there, with Alireza playing against Wesley. But we also have Dominguez on the white side against Shahryar Mamedyarov, Levon Aronian is white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And importantly, the game between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana will be Fabi's last game of the tournament.
Because he gets the bye tomorrow.
Yeah, he is one of the 2 people who are on 7 games out of 7 so far. The other one being Vachier-Lagrave,
who's resting.
Yeah, who's resting today, and Fabi gets a bye tomorrow. So for Fabi, this is the end. He's on 50% and playing black against Hans. He would, of course, like to end the tournament on a plus score. I don't think by this point he has any way of getting into the top 3 in the Grand Chess Tour final standings, but it would be a very nice way for him to kind of finish the tournament on the high.
Here we are at the playing hall as the players wait their turn to be very thoroughly wanded. Alireza there, getting ready for this big game. For me, Peter, I'm sorry to say it, I'm a fanboy of Fabi, but kind of just a quiet tournament. Didn't make a mark.
It is a very, I mean, he had his chances. He was, I think, completely winning against Dominguez, and maybe there was one more game where it felt like he missed an opportunity. But yeah, definitely you have to say, and I've been watching this with a sort of increasing sadness, because I'm a huge fan of Fabio and he's playing well. Ever since that second half of the candidates in Madrid, he's not really been himself, and I think. I personally would very much like to see him back to playing well because yeah, when he plays well, it's a joy to watch.
Exactly. Weigh in here, Alejandro. Well, what is it? The sinking violet? Never mind. Shrinking violet. What's going on with Fabi, Alejandro?
It's at least not been a disaster. And he does come from a couple of tournaments where you think he's on a free fall. Especially the Olympiad was a very painful tournament for Fabiano, not only because of his personal performance, but because it did kind of sink the American ship there over in India, where we expected so much more from the American team. Lost 18 rating points, a huge amount. Was briefly out of the top 10. And, well, at least in this one, he more or less rights the ship. I think if he wins the last game with black against Hans, he won't be also unsatisfied with the tournament, and he's going to be hoping for some kind of mathematical miracle to get him in those top 3 places in the Grand Chess Tour. And it's still possible because, remember, that the current leader of the Grand Chess Tour before the tournament started, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is just having a disaster.
Right. That is true. And Livon, who is also above Fabi in the Grand Chess Tour standings, is, I mean, they're both on 50%.
50%.
Yeah, if Fabi wins today and Lev doesn't, Fabi perhaps has a shot. Yeah.
Gain some serious Grand Chess Tour points. And there's the man who we've been speaking about, Fabian Caruana, getting ready his turn to be wanted as the players get ready for, again, this penultimate round 8 tournament. Now might be a good time just to get it in. They're fighting hard, Peter. What are they fighting for in terms of money?
There's plenty at stake, apart from pride, which I think drives a lot of these guys, perhaps even more than money. But there's a lot of money at stake as well.
Right.
As you can see on your screens there, $100,000 for the winner here, and 12 or 13 GCT points at stake as well, which translates into money.
Exactly, it surely does.
In some cases as well, and
right.
the total prize fund is $350,000. Very, very generous purse being awarded at the GCT events.
And of course, we have our Brilliancy Prize. Very nice. Big shout out to Brian for his support, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. We also have this $5,000 Brilliancy Prize donated by Brian Priester, and with only 2 rounds to go, perhaps it's time for the players to start,
really stepping up and
producing the goods,
right.
and or petitioning us to convince us that the goods have already been produced. And yeah, this is what we should be voting for, because it is the 4 of us who will eventually decide where this money goes.
And our views can be swayed. You write us and let us know what you think should qualify as the Brilliancy. We'll take it under advisement. This is the way they can do it. How do people join the show, Peter?
There's definitely all the chats are being monitored, not by us personally, but people are keeping a watchful eye over those. And also you can tweet at STL Chess Club, and those are also being seen by the relevant people.
The relevant, our overlords. There we have it. E4, E5, knight F3.
Wesley played the Petrov against Hans a couple of rounds earlier. This really, really nice game he won against Hans Niemann, where kind of a typical Wesley game. He plays to equalize, then his opponent makes 1 inaccuracy, and it seems like the game is gone.
He played a virtually flawless game. Alejandro, when I think of the players in the tournament, and I think of the mistakes that Wesley has made compared to the field, my goodness, he's just been remarkably consistent.
Yeah, he's so hard to beat, right? And this is what Alireza's task ahead is beating Wesley So. Because when you just want to draw Wesley, and you yourself are a 2750 player, it doesn't seem like the hardest. He doesn't play this crazy wild complications with black, honestly not with white either. He likes the safe positions, he likes to nurse advantages, but beating Wesley, man, that is hard. And we've seen so many people try to beat Wesley and just not only fail, but get crushed when they get these complications, when they do eventually open up the game. Because Wesley is a player that is just so well prepared in so many different openings and in so many different types of positions. He loves playing his repertoire. He is extremely loyal to it. The fact that he played the Petrov, which is in itself a very safe defense, was already unusual for him.
Exactly. We do have another Petrov, by the way, in the game between Levon and Nepo. Nepo's Petrov has just brought him wonderful success, Peter.
Yeah, I think it improved his quality of life quite significantly because he is now equalizing. Against 1e4, I think his repertoire has become a lot more solid. It's not that he was, I think he was, generally I always felt that he was a very, very strong neither player. I think the opening agrees with him, at least on a kind of a spiritual level. I think it's still his home.
It fits.
But yeah, the Petrov in particular, when you prepare it, with the degree of seriousness that the World Championship match requires, and this is what he prepared it for, basically. It just provides you with such a safety cushion that he's been sort of largely untroubled on the black side against 1e4 these days.
That really seems to be the case. It looks like Levon's playing the much more traditional systems with c4 rather than the knight c3 moves. Let's just pick it up from the top. Here we have the Petrov, castles, castle, c4, and this...
Quincy 2 is obviously a reasonably well-known move, but it's an old approach. It's these days people play Queen b3, and there's also, I mean, specifically Queen b3 in this position. Instead of Rook e1, there's a bunch of other tries, of course, but in this position it is almost exclusively Queen b3 these days. Quincy 2 being, you have to say, arguably the second most popular move, but it sort of disappeared in recent years because of just how topical and how serious Queen b3 is. But it's an important game for Levon as well, because Levon is definitely in the running for both this tournament, if he wins today, and the GC overall. Perhaps the way the standings are, you have to say that the top two prizes in the GC overall standings are probably spoken for.
Right.
You can imagine some sort of, like if Wesley wins, maybe it drops Alireza all the way back to like a tie for fourth, and maybe
Wesley, pardon me, Levon can sneak in there with a.
But generally speaking, we've shown this graphic yesterday. I don't know if it's ready at hand for our production team, but we've shown the graphic, which is still relevant with this round being so young and like nothing really has happened in this round yet, as to like how would the GC standings look like if the tournament ends now. And there we have it on our screen in a moment. Yeah. So the gap between second and third there, as you can see. So this is the current standings, and
coming into the tournament.
Yeah. This is before a move has been played in the Sinquefield Cup, and after yesterday. And yesterday, every single game has been drawn, so not very much movement in the cross table. We still had Alireza being in a very good position, but Wesley would overtake him because Wesley would get 13 points for the clear first, and Alireza is currently tied for second, so he would get 9. So Alireza is a point behind, and everybody else is way behind. I am talking about a virtual graphic here, but you can imagine sort of what I'm talking about there.
You've been doing great with the virtual graphic.
It still is the same one that we showed yesterday. We don't we don't need to update it again. Like the one we showed yesterday is
that will do.
Is still fine. Yeah. So in a moment we will show you how.
The point that you're making is MVL has really tumbled out of contention, so don't really look at that too much.
Yeah, there
it is.
There it is. If it ends right now, it was true before the start of yesterday's round, and because there were four draws in yesterday's round, it's still true even now. As you can see, Wesley is leading the provisional standings, so to speak, by a point from Alireza. MVL is still in third, Levon is in fourth, and Fabi is in fifth. And if Fabi wins today and Levon doesn't have a particularly good end of the tournament, because Fabi has a rest day tomorrow, so Levon has like two games to perhaps go into the plus score himself.
Exactly.
Yeah, when you look at the positioning, right? Fabi and MVL, they're there. But Levon has a full game ahead of them. Both MVL and Fabi. MVL having a rest day today, Fabi having a rest day tomorrow. Means that Levon is looking at this with great interest and getting third.
I think Levon is kind of eyeing that third spot there. And as I said, like I think something really dramatic needs to happen for the first two prizes in the GC overall standings, for them not to go to Wesley and Alireza in some order. We don't know which order, but in some order, it really does look like it will go to those two.
The Grand Chess Tour champion will win a bonus of $100,000, $50,000 to the runner-up, $25,000 for finishing third in the overall Grand Chess Tour standings. That's why they're fighting so hard. That's why this game between Alireza and Wesley
Is so
with
crucial.
the
Yeah.
$100,000
Yeah, absolutely. It's
game, so to speak.
It's hugely important in the context of both this tournament and the GCT overall.
And we see a Joko piano, by the way,
There's-
Peter,
yeah.
in the game between Alireza and Wesley. All very conventional moves thus far.
Pretty much conventional. Although I'm a bit curious by this. Like a7, a6 has always been the sort of the obvious way to play these types of positions. This is what we were taught. This is absolutely how I was brought up to play this on the black side of it.
Right.
But I wonder, like in this particular setup, I would be. I'm curious that he chooses this over a5, is what I'm trying to say. A5,
Right.
there's a whole separate branch of theory these days connected with the move a5 here, which has become more and more popular as a way to prevent what I assume will be happening right now, which is Alireza starts with a4. You could, I think, maybe even start with b4 straight away. But Alireza starts with a4, and white, against the normal setup with rook e8 and bishop e6, is very much playing to assume, well, not control, but to gain some space on the queen side and to play from there.
But Peter, I got to ask, because, okay, I can see what you're saying. You know, you want to gain space on the queen side with moves like b4, maybe a5, maybe b5. You're getting some space, but aren't you hitting empty space? So, for example, suppose I say, go ahead.
Knight bd2, let's say.
Oh, okay, knight b2.
Knight bd2.
Yeah, because what I wanted to do was just simply get out of the way of this pawn rush.
Yeah, I think this is why they play before sort of as a very, very last move, which
like
instead of rook e8, I will play before here, but instead, not instead, I mean against rook e8. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Here, if I do play rook e8, now
or
you
bishop,
want to play
bishop
b4.
a7. Yeah. No, here, yeah, maybe, but honestly, yeah, it's all transpositions. But this is the sort of the tabia of the a6 bishop a7 Italian by this point. Black plays bishop e6 here. Generally speaking, this is why you play rook e8. So bishop e6, white takes on e6, you take with the rook.
Yeah.
And now both queen c2 and I believe bishop b2 and knight f1 are also reasonably serious moves. But queen c2 is by far the main move in this position.
Okay.
Preserving, I think the point of queen c2 is that that move is pretty much always going to be useful.
Right.
And we don't entirely know where the bishop and the knight are going.
Right.
Because
It could go
yes,
here or here.
c4, it actually goes to b3 in some
Or
positions.
even to b3.
If you push d6, d5, there's definitely going to be at least some argument for playing knight b3 because the square, yeah, exactly as Yasser is indicating, the c5 square, once we trade off that bishop on a7, becomes a bit of a target.
Right.
So queen c2 is a way to preserve all of our options without committing to any one plan at this time.
Got it.
And this position, seemingly kind of innocuous, very, very quiet position, has, in our database, which doesn't have some of the faster time controls actually, so the number is much larger.
Yeah.
It has almost 200 games.
From
here.
Our database blowed up with news of this variation. And
Yeah, so-
Alejandro, let me turn it over. Oh, by the way, a6
Followed by a5.
followed by a5.
I think this has been pioneered by Alexander Grishuk. I think he was the first who realized you can play like this. And the point of this is that we are now planning to play bishop e6,
Yeah.
next move. And generally, if black plays a5 and then bishop e6, white's reply very often would be bishop c4 to b5, preventing that trade.
Right.
Like, I can show you a specific variation where it's relevant. So if you play a5, move 8, sorry.
Go back.
If you play a5, move 8.
right.
The
here?
absolute main theory here after a5 instead of a6
Yes, just a second.
would
sorry.
go a5, knight bg2,
Okay.
bishop e6, bishop b5.
Ah.
And this is a hugely, hugely important position in the theory of the Italian right now. And there's like queen b8 here is 200 games already. And this looks like a
Amazing.
completely random position.
Right.
But it's featured in literally hundreds of games.
As you just
But the
described.
point is, the bishop on b5 will escape if you continue chasing it, because I can go to a4 and to c2 if you like. If you make an incredibly,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
if you make instead of queen b8, if you choose to play knight a7.
For example, yes.
Yeah, the bishop does not get chased down. It just gets very safely back to c2, and then we play d3, d4, and we're actually kind of we have a very promising position here for white.
Exactly.
Once you've provoked a4, which is what Wesley has done, and which is what Alexander Grishuk was doing in those games.
Yeah.
So you play a6, a5 here.
Right.
We go knight bg2.
Right.
Black goes bishop e6.
Having saved the tempo of rook e8.
Yeah, and now if you play bishop b5, which is still a very solid move, and there's been Magnus played this, MVL played this a bunch of times. I think I maybe even had this on the black side against MVL once. This is a very serious position. But knight a7 actually sort of captures, well, we're not
Traps
winning.
the bishop.
Yeah, we're not winning this bishop, but we're definitely trading it.
Yeah, we're forcing the trade.
Yeah.
Even in this case, we're forcing the trade. We're taking it.
And
going back.
both d takes c5 and a takes b5 are sort
Have
of
been
playable
played.
in that position and have been played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Magnus won a very, very good strategic game against Wesley specifically after d4, knight takes b5, d takes c5. Was a very, very instructive game where he went for a kind of a weird pawn structure. He took on d6.
Right.
And then after queen takes d6, b3, he eventually played, I mean, it was a slightly different move order, but eventually he played knight c4, allowed that trade.
I see.
And it looks like white's entire queen side has been destroyed.
Right.
But the f3 knight via h2, f1, and e3 got to d5 later in the game, compensating for all of it. And this is a very, very interesting variation,
Wow.
which has seen a lot of high-level grandmaster practice.
Wow. The advancement of opening theory is simply remarkable. Alejandro, over to you. What has caught your eye in this penultimate round?
I think we got the case of a bit of confusion by one of the players. Going through this game between Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we got to this position after queen c2. We said it was the old variation, yada yada. Yeah, Nepo played bishop g6. It's one of the moves here in this position. The other move is knight a6. And after the move c5, bishop c7, Levon played relatively instantly the move knight bd2. I went through the database, 100% of the games go knight c3. If you look at my engine, it's giving about a plus 0.2 for knight c3, and the moment that you put in knight bd2, it immediately switches to a minus, immediately.
Whoa.
And then I was playing around with, is there a difference? Like if you play knight a6 first and you play a3, and then you go through the same variations. Then in this position, the engines are saying that you can play knight bd2. And then it makes more sense because b4 comes faster, something along those lines. But the moment I put f5 on the board, it just really did not like it. Queen b3 now played. I hope that he has some kind of idea. He's already spending burning a little bit of time. But the engines are starting to like black a lot, thinking that after rook f7, defending this pawn indirectly because queen takes b7, of course, you have this tactic on bishop takes h2, and then just follow it up with normal development, including the move knight d7, because then queen takes b7 can be met by knight d takes c5. Let me put that on the board, for example. Like if I play something dumb, and I play knight d7, you play queen takes b7, I have knight d takes c5, hits the queen, hits the bishop, and if you take my knight, I have this discovery, and then I capture your queen. So you can't do that, and if rook f7 is played, I'm not really sure what Levon is planning on doing here. This is already a pretty comfortable structure for the black side. The pressure on e4 is already very heavily guarded by the pawns, and as far as I know, this is like strategically very nice for the black side.
I think one way to perhaps for this to not be a mix-up is what the first line on your screen is saying, which I think we probably need to show and to try to explain, because
knight c4.
This would be the only way for me to justify what we're doing here with white. I really, like, my experience overall tells me this can never work. Okay. Because black really hasn't committed enough crimes here to be punished this harshly.
Right.
But that would be the only, and rook f7 already on the board. So Jan clearly, because rook f7 I think is missable. Like I didn't really.
And if Jan knows it, maybe there's actually some hidden theory, some ideas that I do not know about. Yeah. Because rook f7 is not the only move in this position. I don't think that you play rook f7.
But it's the only one that fights for advantage. Yeah, you can play b6, so your position is not that horrible.
No, actually it's the only move, because knight takes e4 is a threat.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, rook f7 not only protects b7, but we were also threatening, yeah, exactly. We were threatening to just win the central pawn here using the pin on this diagonal. No, it's a very concrete idea, but it's currently after rook f7, the knight on e4 is so strong, and the advantage of having not played knight a6 yet and not having misplaced that knight, like if we get to play knight bd7 here and not lose the pawn on b7, this is about as dream a position of the bishop d6 Petrov as you can imagine. The knight on e4 is fully established. Right. White has no real ways of challenging it, and white very often just gets kind of swiped off the board because I mean, using the knight on e4 as a kind of a shield,
Yeah.
you can launch very, very serious attacks against the white king side, because white
Absolutely.
really is stuck without any particular
I'm
play.
slightly concerned Levon didn't blitz out something as regards.
Yeah, like
Right.
that was exactly what I was going to say. Like, if a move here comes instantly,
Then
we
it's prep.
we can start revising our assessment of this position a little
Right.
bit, because the engine Alejandro is using is a good engine, but obviously if there is some very deep level prep going on, you need to let it stew. You know,
Right.
our 30-second assessments might not be entirely correct, but. I mean, ours are never correct, but the engine
Wait a
sometimes actually
minute.
gets there in 30 seconds, but
Right.
maybe not.
Yeah.
But if Levon starts thinking here,
That's not a good sign.
it's generally just a horrible sign, because as we're discussing, like if black has time here to play knight bd7, rook b8, bishop h5, like nothing will ever move. In particular, if bishop g6 h5 is such a horrible move to face in these types of positions, because then your knight pair on
Or
f3 and
stuck.
d2 are completely stuck.
Right.
You can't play knight f1 because your king side gets destroyed, and the knight on f3 really does not have any squares once the black knight lands on d7.
And especially, I feel like with the queen on b3, like if we just go back to this moment, and you do play the move b2, b4.
I don't like this either,
I
but-
understand. The point there is you've defended c5.
Absolutely.
You have something to look forward to, bishop b2 and knight e5. Conversely, you put your queen on b3.
Oh, we've misplaced so many things.
Okay, as you say, you've made a concrete threat. You're threatening to take everything on e4, and I have a concrete answer. I block the diagonal, I defend b7, and then I'm thinking,
this-
well, your queen is actually misplaced.
Yeah, I looked
on
up
b3.
I looked up, and now I'm ready to give my verdict.
This looks like a mislip.
Lev in this pose is like, Lev is not one of those players who will pretend he doesn't know.
Right.
He would have continued blitzing if he had
If
an
knight
answer
c4
here,
was prepared.
yeah, or perhaps, I don't know, knight e4, f4, knight g5 would be another way to try to do something
Yeah.
tactically. I just don't believe it works.
I remember as a class player, I played against Walter Gentala in the American chess service, and he stuck a knight on e4 against me, and I had just exactly that type of position that you described, Peter. Just everything kind of went wrong for me. And then came this move, bishop h5, and I was like, I can't move the knight on d2. I can never take
you
this
can
knight
never
on
really
e-
take on e4.
This guy couldn't go. It was just a disaster.
Then you just get
And-
mated on kings, like g5, g4 starts coming in, like queen f6, g5, g4. You just get destroyed.
Did you study my game against Walter? I mean, it looks bad. Now, take us through why knight c4 might be necessary, Alejandro, because, I mean,
I think Peter
Yeah.
pretty much covered that one, right? Like, what do you play if it's not knight c4? Like,
Right.
give me a good move.
Yeah, it's not because it's a good move. It's because if you don't do
the
something,
alternatives are so bad.
exactly, yeah.
Right.
right?
It's because you by this point you realize things have gone badly astray, and you need to do something spectacular to sort of change the course of the game.
dynamic,
That's
yeah.
really the only explanation for it.
Okay, but now having got there, as Peter said, you know, you're making a combination. You're making this tactical move, knight c4. But I haven't transgressed.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything I deserve to be punished for. Do we take the knight, or do we just play knight d7?
I think in terms of refutation, after knight d7, I think white probably is intending to play knight d6 here.
knight d6.
Yeah, and if you take, there's bishop g5, knight g. Like there will be positional compensation here, because like the rook can land on e6. Specifically, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we're supposed to proceed, but weirdly, having shed this pawn, I'm feeling a bit freer. You know, I'm feeling a bit happier about life.
Okay, and as Wilhelm Steinitz said, the best way to refute a gambit is to accept it.
Yeah,
What,
so
what
takes-
happens
takes-
on this?
Yeah, and now
Do we play b6? Do we
Well,
play
if we play b6, I'm pretty sure b5 is being replied to with bishop b6. Like we're never doing this to take on f7. If we take on f7, it's a
resigns.
resignation. Yeah.
Right.
So we play bishop b6, and we hope to land some kind of a tactical blow in the future. I don't exactly know which. This doesn't really look like it should work, as I said. Like,
It looks terrible,
yeah,
Peter.
it's just like
I mean, I'm
we don't have
looking at
attackers.
knight-
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not like
Maybe
we're winning
b5.
the...
No. I think this is wrong. I think we go if b5. I think we take on b6.
en passant.
En passant, yeah.
Okay.
CB, AB, and we play knight g5 there. Maybe this is the way to try to justify it.
Because
using
there
the
is
back rank,
at least you do have, in this case, you're winning the development sweepstakes, I wanted to say.
Yeah.
There is that's actually a kind of a cute back rank.
It is, yes.
Okay.
As I said, I don't really believe this works, but your alternatives are just so ugly.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
If you let black finish development here undisturbed, you're just going to be worse for nothing. Like it's
Exactly.
just going to be such a pleasant free roll for black.
The knight on e4 firmly ensconced in the middle of the board here.
Other games, perhaps.
Yes, exactly. Alejandro, I see that you've got an English on your board.
No, I'm just going through the games. This game is so slow. I mean, I'm mostly interested in this one between Yana and Levon because it's the one with the action. I was going through some of the lines that you were talking about, and you were spot on that b5 pawn takes is actually okay for white because of this move knight g5, saying that you still actually have to find equality with black already, and it finds it with queen f8, knight e6, and some weird stuff. But
Wow.
b5 is definitely not necessary. There is a difficult move, perhaps not that difficult move to find here in this position. It's the same move, knight d7. Yes, you give up the b7 pawn pretty much for free, and it is an important pawn because it's the base of your structure. But the engine says that after queen takes b7, any move like king h8 or something like this, the moment that you give up your bishop, even though you collected a lot of pawns in this position,
Right.
you're just not developed.
And it comes to d5 very quickly as well, right? It
Yeah,
goes-
knight df6 or even knight f8, more importantly. Bishop comes to d5. This bishop's, let me put a stupid move on the board. This bishop's targeting this king side with this development and no way of countering the light square blockade means that, according to the engines, white is just busted.
Yeah,
Right.
a3 is a horrible move. If you play something relevant, you're not lost yet. Like
Not yet, but it is really bad.
yeah, it's clearly much better for black for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, despite the material advantage, let's call it that, for white. So rook f7 on the board. Levon still has to find the move knight c4, but he might find it out of necessity more than anything else. Let's go to other games meanwhile. This one is developing slowly through a position that both sides should know. Lanier Dominguez, of course, we know is an incredibly well-prepared player, and he is playing currently against Mamedyarov. And this is one of Schach's pet lines. This is the open Spanish, and he's played this exact position against Fabiano Caruana in 2018, a game that I actually remember quite well. And I want to see where Lanier is going to bring something new to the table because obviously Mamedyarov knows exactly what to do in this position. He has not spent any time. He's on an hour and 34 minutes. Meanwhile, Dominguez all the way down to an hour and 17. That's unusual for him. When he knows the opening, he doesn't play instantly, but he plays a little quicker than this, considering that they've already made a ton of moves. Remember that adds 30-second increment per move times 16. And I feel that perhaps he's still trying to figure out which variation he wants to play. I don't know. We'll let this one stew.
All right, and I'll just go back to our marquee matchup, the $100,000 game, if you will, between Ali Reza and Wesley So. After a a6, a5, a kind of a contrarian move. You just played a6, then you were going to play a5. Interesting. Knight d2, bishop e6.
And b2, b3.
b2, b3.
It looks extremely odd, I think, but it's become a very, very important part of white's replies to the systems with bishop e6. In particular, now that the bishop on c4 is resigned to being traded if black wants, because bishop e5, knight a7, as we've established.
Right.
It's playable, but I think the current understanding is black is completely fine. b3, of course, the idea is if you ever do take on c4, we're not taking with the b pawn pretty much every single time.
You are not.
We are.
We are.
We are, of course. Yeah. No, we want as large of a pawn center as possible. It completely stops counterplay with d6, d5. It gives us a semi-open file on the b file to do something. The rook on b1 looks a bit more sensible than on a1.
Okay.
And then we go around like knight f1, knight g3, or knight f1, knight e3. It's not that I would like to make a claim that white is immediately better, but this is, I think, ideal scenario. I think once you see the move b2, b3
becomes more useful.
yeah. Once you see the move b2, b3, you generally no longer take on c4, and this is what Wesley has also done. He's played rook e8, and this is still a very reasonably heavily trafficked position. There is a game here from 2020 between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vachier-Lagrave for one.
Fresh.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe I even had this position on the white side once, but obviously
Neither.
can't remember against whom or how it went or anything.
Right.
I just know that I played b3 in a very surprisingly large amount of Italian positions in recent years.
Well, one of the reasons for delaying or avoiding this trade is you do avail yourself of the possibility of d65. Now, is this the type of thing that Black is aiming for,
Absolutely.
Peter?
Maybe not immediately, depending obviously on what White does, but it definitely is what you're switching to in a lot of these cases. You're switching to the ideas of playing d6, d5 and playing in the center like this, because as I said, people do occasionally take on c4 after b3, but it's rare.
Right.
And I would expect it's pretty much never, quote unquote, correct. I personally would rather play anything else, really, because I think it very much sort of White is asking you to do this, and then like, why are we doing it? It's not forced. Why are we playing alone?
I feel like I'm growing myself into an opening theoretician. Now that you've played rook e8, look at my understanding, Peter. Admire my brilliance.
Yeah, this is what Jan actually played against
really?
Vichy,
sorry.
and also
I didn't realize this. I thought I was, bravely going where no person has gone before. Well,
in many ways, but not in this particular.
not in this position.
Yeah.
The move bishop b5
Makes sense.
does
Makes sense.
prep d3, d4. Okay.
Absolutely.
How would you approach this position if you were White? Would you play knight f1? Would you play bishop b? Would you play queen c2?
No, I think here queen c2 is less crucial. I think we are very much playing for d3, d4 plans, and for that, I think keeping the queen on d1 and preserving an additional piece which controls the d4 square is useful. I think I'm probably it's between bishop b5 and knight f1. I think.
Okay.
I'm probably leaning bishop b5 because I'm worried we're allowing d6, d5 here a little bit too easily.
That would be my concern. My most pressing concern is if Black gets in d6, d5, and we do see bishop b2 on the board, probably for that very reason that d6, d5 is coming now that the rook is on e8. Alejandro, and d6, d5, just
instantly played.
I didn't even get a chance to toss the ball. I mean, to our partner.
And that's less work for me, right? I don't have to think about it.
We want to put you to work. Don't you go anywhere, Alejandro.
Well, let's take a look at this position. Crucial for the GCT. It seems like if you take on d5, Black is well prepared to now take with the bishop. Of course, you want to defend this pawn on e5. You could take with the knight, but very often, if you're able to get this bishop off the e file, it's just more comfortable to play with the black pieces. You can start putting things on e6, including the rook on e6, maybe transfer the rook, and it's just not what White wants. White usually wants to retain the tension here, which is why, actually, in this position, the move bishop b5 is so much more common than the move bishop b2, which I believe is a novelty. Because after bishop b5, d5 is simply impossible, and Black now needs to find another avenue. The main move is bishop d7, just to get rid of the pin, and then you can consider bishop b2, which has been played many times, queen c2, which is a very natural move. Peter had already mentioned it in a slightly different position. And after bishop b2, d5 is simply not a possibility here for the Black side. d5 here, you simply, well, you could play it, but apparently it's not as good. And d5 in this position just seems to equalize according to my engines. You the idea must be to move the bishop. I can't imagine that you take on d5 and claim an edge. But here in this position, after pawn takes e4, knight takes e4, I don't think you take with the pawn, because knight h5, the engines are already saying, is bad for White, actually.
Wow.
And if you take with the knight, I feel like you're just so comfortable. Yeah, you have to take with the rook, because if you take with the pawn, now this pawn on b3 looks very silly.
Yes,
you can take on d1, and you can take on b3. So again, I don't know if it's a case of a mix-up, because d5 seems to just solve all of Wesley's problems.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at how quickly bishop b2 has been played. It does seem like you're absolutely allowing Black exactly the setup that Black wants in these types of structures. And yeah, it feels like Wesley is very, very comfortable in this extremely crucial game for the tournament. And yeah, it's time to bring up the English that was kind of lurking off our screens there
Hans Niemann versus Fabi. c4 by Hans, opening game, e5, knight c3. It's strange, in his book by on the English, Michael Marin, or Marin, suggests g2, g3 as the single best move on move 2. All my life I played knight c3, and I was very intrigued by Michael's approach. And I remember playing against Alexei Sherov. ages ago he had essayed this move against me, and it seemed so contrarian because, after all, aren't you losing a tempo after knight d5?
And knight d5 a5, I think, is a kind of a modern take on this, because for years they've been playing bishop b7 and claiming even this is okay, which is kind of striking.
Exactly, it really is, right?
Yeah. But the reason Mikhail Marin was suggesting g3 instead of knight c3 is, I think, I'm not sure if it's specifically bishop b4 here, but it's the point that these sort of reverse Rossalimos, if you can call them that, like various systems where black can play bishop b4 against the knight on c3, they provide black with sort of an additional sort of layer of systems which you have to study and which are very sound in many cases, quite sound for black. So by playing g3, we are trying to avoid at least some of them.
Exactly.
And one of them we are watching today, a5. And a5 is an interesting kind of newish concept here, where black says, I will spend quite a serious amount of time, knocking this bishop around.
Right.
But we are not trading it for a knight. It goes to a7 eventually, as we will see in the game. And we get these types of double-edged positions which, optically look very nice for white. Once again, let's get to where they got to.
Okay.
a3 bishop c5, knight f3 d6, e3, c6. Now Hans played d2 d4 because you don't have to retreat with the knight yet. You can win this tempo by playing d4, and knight c3, knight d7, and b4 already essayed as well. We're still following some very high-level Grandmaster games. This is still the game between Radek Wojtaszek and Matthias Blubaum from 2020, and a more recent game between Alexei Sarana and Alexander Rakhmanov in 2021. This has become somehow a kind of a topical line where it looks a bit like an old Indian. Right?
Yes, but
with the bishop on a7 instead of e7.
And some tempi losses going on here. Take us down what the prescribed paths of
I'm not sure.
theory?
I've never looked at this. What I want to say is, optically, it feels like white has a reasonably nice spatial advantage. There's a bishop on c8, which will be difficult to develop.
Maybe
white,
c4, c5?
c4, c5 definitely in some positions will become a topic, even though you have to time it properly. Because
Of course.
Because, for instance, here, just to show what I mean by timing it properly, if you play c5, okay, this way you can do it. My argument was if you play actual c5 instead of d5.
Immediately, let's do it. Let's go.
You should at least consider e4, knight d2, d5, right?
Yes.
Which leads to a very strange structure where, white will already gain a lot of space on the queen side. Like you can play b5 here.
Right.
But black, in some cases, will be quite happy. But I think with the king on e1, this probably is quite good for white. If the king was already on g1, let's say we add b5, I castle.
Yeah, let's add
you play
a few
bishop
moves.
e2, I play rook e8, and you castle king side. And now I go bishop b8, knight f8, knight g6, knight h4, and so on, yeah?
And you happily checkmate me because my king
Or at
is
least I
committed.
attempt to.
Right.
My point is, with the king on g1, there is this counterplay. With the king still in the center, if we try doing the same, like castles here,
Yep.
I can play b5, b6, right? Maybe even.
Shut down the bishop.
And suggest that without the king on g1 providing black with counterplay, like these,
I might go.
these whole bunch of pieces on the queen side might never have another move in this game again.
Right. And the pawn is actually quite
eventually will be quite weak. Yeah.
Quite a simple target. I do remember a game between Garry Kasparov and Deep Blue where this essentially happened. And Gary won rather swimmingly, I want to say.
Yes.
All right. Well, and again for Fabi. He would love to end this tournament on a high note. By the way, knight g8, f6,
Knight g6 played
on the board.
And bishop b2 is very logical here. Queen c2 is also played in one game. But I think, look, having played before, you want to play bishop b2, and this is what Hans has already played.
Now, in my mental, I would love to be able to take, put the pawn on c5. Put the bishop on c4, put the knight on g5, the queen on c2, and let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
What's
I was
trying to
wondering
do?
where you're going with this, because d5, d5, c5 can also be connected, I think, with a very strong positional plan of knight d2, knight c4, knight d6, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, as I said, like optically, I don't really feel like black should be equal here. But it's become a very serious topic. We've seen extremely strong players like Vichy played it with black. Vichy doesn't really, play incorrect or sort of incorrect variations very much. So It's a very serious stamp of approval there. The fact that Vichy
has played
had this with the black pieces.
Right.
But I mean, if I had to pick a side, it would take me 3 seconds to pick white. But clearly, it's not as much of a one-way street here as we are indicating.
Now, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, black has 2 moves. Castles is probably the most critical. If I go down this path, and you end up going after...
Yeah, I think it's too early.
You do go for the pawn.
Probably,
yeah. Queen takes b, because we've just seen so many of those pawn sacrifices over the years that at least you have to look at them. All right, and after castles, what would happen next?
I'm probably playing bishop e2. Like, your ideas of g5, d5, and c5 are not bad, but I think finishing development first should not really be a horrible idea.
Always good. Develop your pieces, everybody. But e4, rook e8. We'll keep our eye on this.
And breaking development in our Petrov.
What has Levon done?
Levon, sat there with his. It's a move intending to stop knight d7. I don't know if it does stop knight d7, but he is defending specifically against the tactic that Alejandro pointed out. Knight d7, he will take on b7, or at least he will hope that it works.
Now, bishop c2 has a threat.
He wants to take.
And then go knight g5.
And knight g5.
That as well.
Then, because the rook will be, the king will be forced, will be exposed.
Rook e7? Are we sure this pin will not cost us any material?
I think at least you're happy about the developments after knight e4 and bishop g5.
Maybe. Knight e4 specifically, because bishop g5 is such a threat. Maybe it doesn't cost us material.
I was just, I paused because there is, I paused.
Yeah, this becomes a mess. But maybe we can play bishop g5, g4, and then
bishop
something.
b7, no?
Yeah, bishop b7. Actually, bishop b7, queen b7 is quite strong. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that is
bishop b7, queen b7.
Somehow that lurking threat of queen takes b7 has been lurking.
And Nepo does a very Nepo thing. Very practical, very quick, doesn't think too long. Oh, you're threatening knight takes, pawn takes, knight g5. I'll just go h6.
Right.
Is it wrong?
No. Second best move. The best move, according to the engine, was a5, which defends from the threat in a completely different direction.
Yeah, by trying to kick the queen away from the diagonal.
Right. But I think h6 is just as good. They just only say it's slightly less good.
So to be clear, knight takes is meant by...
No, we take first, yeah.
Yeah.
We take first on e4.
You do?
No, then knight f7. But we...
Just rook e7.
Yeah, because we have a4 anyway. We continue having a4 on top.
Exactly. Okay. So a7, a5, first engine's move. Second, not bad. h7, h6. You have a threat, I stop it.
Yeah, but the
life is simple.
Life is very simple.
Life is simple if you're playing the Petrov and your opponent mixes up the move order, and you're also extremely strong and very, very good at chess. Yeah, those are.
And you're really well prepared.
Yes, this is a good combination of factors here for Jan. But my other point, I think, is still sort of valid. Let's make a waiting move here of sort. I don't know, a2, a3, just to illustrate what I was talking about.
Please.
If you go knight d7 here, which is extremely desirable,
right?
I think I can try taking on b7
because
after knight d5, my bishop is not hanging.
Exactly, the bishop.
And I can take on c6 here, and I think the queen escapes. You have rook f6,
okay,
but I think it escapes via b5. And if it does escape via b5, I mean, this is a playable position. Black definitely will have counterplay, but we have
at least you have a pawn.
Yeah, we have a pawn. We've destroyed the structure a little bit.
Right,
We've gained something.
Exactly. So knight d7 isn't on tap, but on the other hand, if I'm black and it's my turn, I'm not untoward. I'm kind of thinking b7,
yeah,
b6.
I think we're very okay with the idea of playing b7, b6. Yeah.
You know, why not? Still, it looks like Levon, by the way, from at least his body posture, he's like drilling down into the position, and I think he's mixed things up.
I think he's in trouble. I think he's in trouble.
He's done this a couple times already in this tournament. He mentioned that he mixed up his opening against Hans in the very, very first game,
right?
Where he played this
A4,
rook
A6,
e1,
yeah.
Berlin. Yeah, he played a4, a6 instead of his prep. I believe that he's done it again. I'm trying to remember that he specifically came into studio and said that he played the wrong move order. It didn't matter in the particular game. It ended up transposing. but that he had played the wrong move order. So it's not the first or second time that he does that. And it's clear by now that he's done something wrong because, well, the Engines really claim a black advantage, and his body posture very obviously telegraphs that, well, things have gone wrong already.
Yeah. And even in his analysis yesterday in his game against Fabi, he came on Alejandro and he freely confessed that in a previous game against Fabi, in the same variation, he mixed things up.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's so understandable, Peter. I mean, what the players have studied, what they've memorized, it's easy to mix one line with another.
The volume of things that Levon has looked at over the course of his life is absolutely scary. And even when he was talking about this line yesterday, which he and Fabi kept on playing, and it's like it's one of the... Fabi, in his interview, said that he is probably the person who's played that line the most out of everybody.
Caruana ending,
yeah,
right?
Out of everybody in the entire chess world. But Levon also has a bunch of experience there. But it all sort of blends together in your mind, and you making those small discernments and choosing between lines is difficult. In the meantime, bishop b5 has been played by Alireza.
Right.
Wesley instantly goes d5, takes e4, as we've expected.
Right.
And yeah, in particular, I think it's very striking that the engine immediately starts liking black after ge4, knight h5. Because these types of positions, they sometimes are supposedly a bit better for white, because in that structure, white at least can pretend that the biggest difference between white and black here is that black has the knight on c6, which is kind of poor, and white has a knight on d2, which could be transferred over to, I don't know, f1, e3, d5, or c4, and so on.
More flexible.
But knight h5 here is just incredibly annoying, because as Alejandro indicated in a kind of a different variation, b3 is constantly very vulnerable, meaning that moving the knight away from d2 is difficult. And here I'm guessing it's something like knight f4 simply. Yeah, we don't even need to...
Queen g5, queen h4. No, this is
he's played d takes
attack.
e4, yeah, because the engines were actually suggesting you absolutely have to take with the knight and the rook.
Right.
But considering the fact that Alireza has to play for a win today, I understand why he wasn't that excited about taking with the knight and the rook, allowing the tempo with if we continue that line, takes, rook
bishop
takes.
to d5?
Yeah, we go bishop d5, we go queen f6, I guess, right?
Sorry, just to once again mention that anytime you take with the pawn and leave the peshki on b3 hanging.
Unfortunately, completely unplayable for white, so you have to take with the rook.
Yep.
And my guess is we play bishop d5, the rook goes back, we play queen f6. Just doesn't look like white will ever be better here, right? Maybe we're not worse somehow, but it's not a very...
You might just be worse.
Yeah, but it's not very... The only reason I'm suggesting it might not be worse is because I saw the evaluation on Alejandro's screen, which wasn't really as bad as I expected it to be, let's put it like this.
Okay, but takes. But, I mean, this knight coming to f4...
If Wesley finds knight h5
onwards, queen f6... Yeah. I can make a lot of easy moves here for black.
It's just very, very comfortable, very natural play for Wesley.
By the way, Peter, the times between the two
Wesley
players...
is playing more or less instantly. He generally doesn't play as quickly as some of the other people we see in this tournament play when they know everything. So he's down like 10 minutes on the clock from his starting time, considering the increment.
Only,
but it's pretty quick. And Alireza has already burned through half an hour. He is not, I think, very happy with how this is developing. Perhaps there was a bit of a mix-up, because bishop b2, at least on our screen, is a novelty, and it does not appear to be a particularly impressive one, we have to say. I think it's not great.
But if we're already talking about a black advantage, how serious is it, Peter?
It's hard to judge because, white... It doesn't feel like white has done much wrong. I mean, we know...
Bishop on b2 is nobody's...
Bishop on b2 is not there, yeah.
Yeah, it's not healthy. Alejandro, I mean, we've really warmed up to Wesley's position. We think if Wesley gets to play knight f4 and queen f6, you can pretty much, not resign, but you resign yourself to a very, very unpleasant game. What's the advantage like?
The engine that I'm using gives it 0.8 for black, which is very serious. It's very serious coming out of the
By move 14,
opening.
this is quite a lot, yeah.
Yes.
Right. And what is the main lines then after knight h5.
Oh,
They're
it
just
does, it does
they're
such
bailouts.
miserable things.
They're miserable things. I mean, none of these
Oh
things are
my
getting
God.
played. Bishop a3 is one of them, just to exchange this bishop, allowing takes, and the knight jumping to f4. This is already very dangerous. You have to follow up with rook a1. Queen f6 is coming. It flows. Flows for black. Rook a d8 coming. Everything in black's favor. g5 at some point with the idea of h5, g4 coming. Very dangerous already, knight h5, but what else do you do? I mean, this variation you guys were mentioning,
terrible.
Queen g5 is good, knight f4 is obviously good, but queen g5, knight ef3, queen g6, the engine is saying minus 1.5, minus 1.6.
Wow.
Very, very serious threats. You're running out of moves. Bishop takes h3 is a threat. Hard to defend against that simple thing because bishop takes f2 is on tap if you go this way.
Right.
If you go back with the knight, I'm not repeating moves. Takes, queen g3 picks up that knight with a humongous positional advantage. Right. Thank you for destroying your king side. If Wesley plays knight h5 in this position, I think Wesley would be a huge favorite of sealing the Grand Chess Tour for himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And once again, he plays a very solid opening, and then because people feel sort of obliged to challenge his very dominant position in both the tournament and the tour, people kind of throw themselves at him a little bit.
Well, I'm seeing shades of Nepo where his Russian defense is holding ground, and then people commit kamikaze against him. By the way, Alejandro, I just had to ask you, this bishop on b2 looks terrible to me. The bishop on c5 looks great in my eyes. You offered the move bishop a3.
I'm also wondering why not bishop a7.
Why
bishop
would
b6
I ever
here, yeah.
trade off my guided missile? I'll put it on a7, and what's the bishop doing on a3 that's would want me to trade it off?
It's an engine line. Bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and it just wants to go c4, c5, and seal that bishop shut on a7.
Thank you. I mean, there had to be a reason.
Yeah, no, there has to be a reason. Otherwise, you don't trade this bishop for this thing on a3.
But that is, that's a good reason.
I'm still honestly somewhat surprised by this because we can play knight f4, c5, knight g3 and just take it off the board.
That's
but
a
I
good
guess
point.
it doesn't. I guess it doesn't work tactically somehow for some reason.
Maybe I'll sack an exchange, Peter.
Actually, maybe we go queen c2 here.
Yeah, just say okay. I mean, I may not be happy, but at least this bishop, I'll make it my life's mission never to let that bishop.
Honestly,
back
the more I
into
look
game.
at this, the more I feel like this is probably the answer.
Yeah, I'll defend, c5 to the
with
bitter
my
end.
life.
To the bitter end.
Absolutely.
By the way, c3, c4, that is really quite nice.
Coming up with this concept, like if knight h5 happens, and this is like seriously the best white has, I don't fancy being Alireza there.
Good point.
Yeah,
but bishop takes a3 also. I appreciate that move because it wins a tempo. You're going to play queen f6 and knight f4.
Rook a8. It's just a very, very easy flowing game, as Alejandro was saying. It's just your every move makes immediate perfect sense. You have the better, the more active light pieces, the more active queen. You will be the first one to put the rook on an open file after queen f6, rook a8. Your rook will get to g8 faster than anything that white is doing. It's just an incredibly comfortable position. You do have to play knight h5 now, though. If you don't play knight h5 right this moment, white probably stabilizes.
Right. Very importantly there. Again, I want to just check in on the Levon game. Okay, after h7, h6, Levon said, knight.
He needs to do something, so he's bringing pieces back. I feel that, like, if we want to play knight d7, I think we can actually play knight d7. If we continue that variation a little bit, I take on c5, you take on c6, both of my light pieces are hanging, so I have to play rook f6. b5 is the only square. I want to include rook b8.
So far,
e2
so
is
good.
the only square. And I'll just go knight c5, e6 here. And I'm suggesting bishop h5 is my next move, if I can get it. Like if I could already play bishop h5 here, I'm going for this position without a second hesitation. But knight g3 kind of bothers me.
Just to stop.
Stopping bishop h5. I feel like black probably isn't worse here. But
You've
because,
got great comp.
Yeah, but because bishop h5 has been stopped, I am no longer so sure I'm better.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like, okay, even if I go down with a full tummy. I got a pawn.
Which is why
nourishment.
I guess we can just play b7, b6, and not be that
exactly.
fancy.
But we definitely like Nepo. I want to go one game. Lanier Shack. I mean, okay, not crucial for our standings, But let's face it, this is a very heavyweight theoretical matchup between two world-class theoreticians.
Absolutely,
Peter.
yeah. And Schach is, I don't think he very often, enters the conversation for like the foremost theoreticians of our age. But in his own systems, he generally is extremely well booked up. I remember
this is his system.
Yeah, I remember in Reykjavik 2015, when I think it was the last time I played for the Russian national team. We played.
Which was the last year you played?
2015, I think.
2015.
Gosh,
is it really 7 years ago? Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And that actually went well. We won the European teams very comfortably. I played decently on board one. We played Azerbaijan, and I remember I asked the coaching staff to come up with something against the Open because I didn't really feel like playing, the Italian, for instance, in which I personally know nothing. Like people who play the Italian these days, they kind of need to know what they're doing, and I definitely didn't. And they gave me some kind of a check. Basically, they gave me a line which they said, okay, if he knows, it will be a draw. But we were doing well in the tournament, so it wasn't really a horrible result for us to have a draw on board one in that match. So everybody was kind of okay with it. And Schach has spent, I think, the 20 minutes on the entire game. Like he knew everything up to everything up to move 35, and it was a topical line, but like nothing surprised him at all. There, we had like some kind of a small idea, and he knew the small new idea really, really well as well.
Wow. Alejandro, Lanier just played Rookie 3, which isn't in my database. How about you?
No, it's not on mine either, and I don't think it was in Mamedyarov's because he did think for a long time in this pet variation of his, after the move Rookie 3, the engine saying that H6 was a good move. He's actually gone all the way to H5, which also makes sense in many ways. It just defends against G4, which is one of the lines in this position. G4 is one line, Bishop F4 is the other. So H5 played very quickly. Lanier here played the move Bishop A2 perhaps. He was thinking about which check to perform in this game. But speaking of the H5 square, this is what we want to see. Wesley So has played the move knight H5. The engines give him a strong advantage against Alireza Firouzja. And this, guys, might be the tour if Wesley plays well from here on. I think it's not so much that there is an advantage, but the more I see what the engine wants to play with white, the more unlikely it is for me that Alireza will play it. I think the Bishop A3 move is so passive and so ugly. But what else do you do in this position? As Peter mentioned, you can't move this knight from D2. B3 is always hanging. I think Wesley is going to be absolutely thrilled after the first hour of play.
Thank you, Alejandro. The $100,000 game. And as we get ready for our first break, we've got to inform our audience about Q Boutique. Peter,
I'm very happy to be reading what's in front of me. You don't know what's coming. So
I'm in trepidation over here.
Our offer for today is Chess Campus souvenirs, and now is a great time to shop for the souvenirs from the Chess Campus, including the stemless wine glass, which is what Yasser is now holding in his hand.
Laser inscribed something
there's a logo on it of the Sinquefield Cup. The Chess Club mug, which is the one we showed you yesterday, is this very, very beautiful mug, also with the logo on it.
Oh yeah.
Let's
get that up in there.
Let's do this synchronized. And
I'm trying to get a good background for it. Sorry.
Yes, and finally. The
shot glasses?
The pièce de résistance, yeah. The Yasser's favorite, the World Chess Hall of Fame shot glass.
Yeah, with an Armenian cognac. No, it doesn't include the Armenian cognac. That's just a prop.
Much to our chagrin. Yeah. Armenian cognac not included.
Not included. But
this and many more collectibles are available on QBoutiqueSTL.com, and yeah, we're happy to.
One scotch, one bourbon, and one beer.
Absolutely.
And we're going to see you.
That's the program for this break.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see you on the other side of our break.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at AscensionCharityClassic.com.
you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go play yours at visitmo.com!
Welcome back to the penultimate round of the Sinquefield Cup, and we bring you
Huge development.
yeah,
Huge.
with only one more move added to the game between our two leaders of the tournament in the game, Alejandro Ramirez versus Wesley So.
But what a move that's
Yeah.
being added here. Knight d2, c4, and the chess engines just went.
But this
tasered.
is what both Alejandro and myself were talking about before we went on break, is that the position maybe is not lost yet, but the moves you have to make not to be lost in this position with white are so difficult and so unnatural that what actually happens in a vast majority of cases after knight h5 is that you just get completely overrun. And this is what we're watching. If your choices are, instead of knight c4, as we've seen on Alejandro's screen, bishop a3,
Right.
with the idea of then locking it down if it departs the c5 square.
Right.
Or alternatively, like the second one you will also not guess, and I wouldn't have guessed. This is not my attempt to slight you, Yasser.
Right, no,
The
please.
second best move instead of bishop a3, I mean, now that I've told you you will not guess it, maybe you will, because that's always a very good hint.
Yeah.
But the second best move in this position is b3 before just throwing that pawn away.
Please, please, please open.
Just give my pieces something to do, and
Breathing
also
room,
and also please remove your bishop from this diagonal.
Especially the
Specifically
G1.
that as well, yeah. And then after c before a before bishop takes before, why just make some kind of a quiet move? I mean, not very quiet, like queen c2 here, and says, now at least some things in my position make some sense.
Exactly.
I am very grateful. Can I please not get mated today? You know.
Exactly. But he did none of that. He moved his knight away.
Yeah. Instead, Reza played knight c4, and of course the queen trade is nowhere near.
Verboten, as we would say.
Yeah. And after queen f6, black's next two moves are rook a d8 and knight f4 in some order.
And it's a splat against h3 or
and
g2.
white is seemingly completely defenseless.
Okay, I got to do it. I mean,
Okay,
nothing
b
else I
takes,
can do.
b takes.
Now, of course, I can't take with this knight, as desirable as that might be. I would love to get a tempo against that knight, but
Queen F2
queen
is a
takes
bit-
f2
a bit too strong, yeah.
Maybe mate. So
Okay,
why
rook,
else?
Rook a d8. I guess
Rook
queen c2.
d8. No choice here.
And I was thinking about that. No, I think knight f4, weirdly, after knight f4, c4, I couldn't find the immediate mate. But I think if I go like bishop takes b3 and rook takes e5 here or something, or maybe bishop takes h3 and then rook takes e5. Bishop h3, let's go bishop h3.
My spidey sense
And
is
okay,
tingling.
once again, maybe c3, c4 here somehow doesn't lose. But yeah, gh, rook e5, I think we resign here with white. Because like, look at all the, quote-unquote defenders there on the queen side.
What defenders?
Yeah. Like
Check is on your agenda.
It's over. It's just over. So maybe after bishop h3, maybe you can play c3, c4, and somehow miraculously you're not dead. But like even this position, I have a feeling that if I calculate precisely, I should be able to give mate here, starting with, I don't know, bishop takes g2 followed by knight f4 check, or rook e5 followed by queen g5 or queen g6. That one probably is actually stronger. Let's go rook e5.
Which one do you like
Rook
best
e5,
now?
yeah.
After a whole 30 seconds.
Knight e5, queen g5, I think is just mate.
I can't even play f2, f4.
Yeah, because everything is pinned. I think I'm giving mate in two moves here or something.
So I have to take.
So you take with the bishop, I go queen g6. In that position, you do have knight h4.
Fortunately, that is a resource.
But then after queen g5, your entire board is hanging, right? Like
I was about to say I have a move to make here, but I'm not.
you have to play rook a d1, and then okay, I don't know, I go rook e8 here or something, just some kind of a quiet move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was completely busted as well.
Right.
So, and this is me just kind of, throwing stuff at the board and seeing what sticks. You can definitely play more precisely, I'm pretty sure.
I love what you just did. Bishop takes h3 look like a clincher.
Here, yeah. We don't even need to include rook g8, honestly.
Oh, actually, you do. I think it's a good idea, actually. Rook
But
to d8.
normally winning a tempo with rook d8 shouldn't be horrible.
Queen c2, bishop h3. I mean, I've been looking at.
It just looks horrible.
Well, rook takes e5. That's just
No, that's
game, set,
over. Yeah, you have
match.
to play c4. Yeah, knight d3. I mean, bishop g2, rook d3. No, this never survives, right?
Oh dear, that is absolutely embarrassing.
No, I mean,
that's your royal fork, everybody.
Yeah. No, this is.
Peter, that's just too easy, actually.
No, but
I
this
have
is
to play c4.
This is the point in this position that it becomes. it becomes a reasonably manageable, calculation exercise. And Wesley calculates incredibly cleanly.
Right.
He is one of the easily one of the cleanest and
elite
and fastest calculators in the business, and it's just so pleasant.
Take it away from me, Alejandro. My eyes hurt. This is painful. You're not supposed to be lost with the white pieces in 1.5 dozen moves.
I know, it's terrible what Levon Aronian is doing to his own position.
Oh, sorry. I was on a different track altogether.
But this is just as bad. It's also a 2-point advantage for Jan, just as it is for Wesley So. And we've been talking about this game before, right? Let's take it up with the move knight f1, which was played. You guys were analyzing knight bd7, b6, all good moves. Nepo played the best one, a5, and we had already discussed this idea that this queen on b3 is annoying. Let me see if I can harass it with the move a4, kick it out of this good square where it's a little unstable. And now, after the move a4, which Levon has played, stabilizing the queen on b3, you have this move knight a6 played, of course, by Jan, with the idea that knight b4 just closes down the queen side entirely, starts hitting the bishop on c2, and after bishop d2, just to not let that knight get to b4, bishop h5 already played. White's position is just
terrible.
Let's go with that. It's not very poggers. You go knight e5, you lose this one. Bishop takes f3, queen h4 might be coming. Bishop takes f3, knight g5 is coming. You actually have to do something about this. Yes, you still have the queen here, but what do you do in this position with white? Like, give me a good move.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The fact that the engine suggests you have to play rook e3 is, I think, an indictment in itself.
Right, because you want him to play like knight g3, right? This is the most natural move. You want to get this bishop out of the way, but it's hanging the bishop on d2.
Right.
Bishop takes, queen takes, knight takes d2. Thank you for the bishop.
Right.
If you don't play that, what do? Rook d1 just pins your knight. That's ugly.
Yeah, and queen f6 comes in, and at some point, what we were describing earlier, like queen f6, rook from a8 goes to like f8, and then we start going g5, g4, and just splat. Yeah.
Very soon, g5, g4, exactly splat. There is nothing good about white's position. It just, similarly to Wesley's, it's not so much that it's a minus blah blah position. For example, when Mamedyarov had a minus something similar against Alireza, we weren't calling the game for Mamedyarov. We actually just said, all right, well, Mamed has a huge advantage, but it's very complicated. A lot of things can happen, and we still were calculating furiously for both sides. In both games, this one between Aronian and Nepo, and Alireza currently against Wesley, it's the fact that you have the advantage and the game plays itself. It just plays itself for black. Everything is going to go on the king side. You're going to push your pawns, and white's going to get mated. So white starts to need to find unnatural moves. Like, for example, by far the top engine move, rook e3, just to survive. Rook 8d1 was played, which is more human, but after queen f6, you've run out of moves. You just don't have moves. The top engine move here, bishop c1, allowing the knight to b4. But just suggest something better. It's very difficult to even find something that doesn't drop material. You can't put the bishop on d3 because bishop takes f3 just wins the game.
Right.
Bishop b1 doesn't do anything. This rook's already on the e file. If you play after queen f6, knight g3, then I take, and if you take this way, I think I can start. Yeah, I just take your pawn. I just take this guy.
Tasty.
Yeah, because c5 is also hanging, right? I don't care about the pair of bishops. I'm up 2 pawns.
Right.
No, this is terrible.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Clearly something badly wrong has happened in the opening. It's unclear what, perhaps as you were indicating, perhaps he had something similar on his screen with the inclusion of knight a6 and a3, and he thought there will not be any difference, but there definitely is.
Yeah, and
there definitely is.
He's discovered it. Black isn't okay. Black is more than okay.
Today so far, yeah, black is in control.
Quick gander at the game between Lanier and Shaq, because there was a repetition. After this novel move, up to this moment, rook e3, previously played bishop f4 and others, rook e3, h5.
Yeah, h5, Shach took about 15 minutes to play h7, h5, but as Alejandro was pointing out, and in general in these types of positions, g2, g4 is a very, very serious threat. I just wanted to show why, because maybe for our viewers it's not obvious why it's so strong. Let's say you play h6 here.
A decent
kind of a decent but naive move maybe in some way. Yeah, we go g4. Now the bishop has to be preserved on this diagonal. You can't go to e6 because that abandons the... And now we go bishop a2, or perhaps e6 followed by bishop a2. But maybe bishop a2 first, because I don't want to allow bishop f7.
Okay.
So we go bishop a2, and suddenly this collection of black pieces is completely unable to stop e5, e6.
Yes.
And e5, e6 is something you are playing for extremely, extremely often in these types of positions, because it makes your entire position suddenly, you know,
open up.
bloom.
Yeah.
And this is the it's not that g4 wins material. It's specifically to lure the bishop away from this diagonal so that you can land the e5, e6 blow.
Gotcha.
And this is why h5 is such a. It looks weird, right? Not very often you play h7, h5 with a knight on f3.
Right.
You know, because if it gets to g5, you will not enjoy your life very much.
And especially as h5 also happens to be tender, but h5.
But it has a very, very sound positional justification. So they repeated bishop a2, bishop e6.
And I just wanted to ask you on this one, Peter. Bishop takes e6. Are you recapturing with the f pawn, or are you recapturing with the queen?
I'm not sure. I think if we can take with the queen, we'd much rather take with the queen, and we're not really, like rook d3 will win the e5 pawn back, maybe even immediately. I don't even need to take on d3 first, right?
Right.
This seems fine.
Yeah, even...
This seems fine. fe6 is maybe slightly more ambitious, but I would be a bit worried about breaking up my structure on the king side further.
Okay. In any case, Lanier said, no, I'm not interested.
Yeah, they repeated a couple of times, and then he made a waiting move, bishop d2, to which Shah replied with a kind of a waiting move of his own.
G7, G6.
Yeah, just saying,
and by the way, just kind of like, David Bronstein had this wonderful expression in his practice and theory books about the candidates, the famous book. He said like the pawn on h5 was kind of like, it forced the needle in the thread. It required the move g7, g6, needle in the thread. But defends the pawn on h5. How would you sum up the rook e3 novelty? Has it brought Lanier great success?
I wouldn't think so. Like optically, white has not really achieved very much. We're still not really rounding up the pawn on d3 very comfortably.
It's there.
Yeah, it's still there. We have been forced by events to play bishop c1, d2, which is not a horrible move, but it's also an indication that our pressure against the d3 pawn has been, you know, lessened to a degree. I think at some point black might become interested in just taking on a2, placing the queen on e6, and then perhaps playing a6, a5 in some kind of advantageous version. Because the issue for black here, and I think the only real serious issue for black in these types of positions, is that knight on c6, which has no moves that you would call moves. Like
right.
It can go back to b8, but
right. It definitely needs its job hitting e5 and so on.
And the way to solve that issue would be to play a6, a5.
Precisely.
And to break that structure open. If white needs to take on a5, which I think in most cases they will.
Like for example, king h1, the soft move, if you will.
Maybe even
a5.
immediately. a5, b8, we take with the rook.
Absolutely.
And then after the trade on e6 has been provoked, the knight will potentially land on the a5 square. You have to calculate, because now white has takes, and very, very importantly, knight d4. For this one move, knight d4 becomes available.
Otherwise, when black is right...
Or c7, c5 even, and everything is completely locked
One
down.
or two moves away from making the d3 pawn a monster.
Yeah. So it always involves precise calculations. You have to be careful not to blunder something in those types of forcing sequences. But I'm not a very experienced open Spanish player. It feels like my compass here is glitchy. So perhaps Lanier understands it deeper, and maybe white has something. But to my eyes, black is not really doing all that poorly at all.
We have our northern star in studio, Alejandro, to guide us to the promised land. Alejandro, what's going on with this rook e3 novelty?
The engines hate black's position.
Hate it.
Just hate it.
There we go.
I don't know why. I've been trying to play around with it, like why does it hate it? I'm not entirely sure. But it is a +1 advantage from rook e3, 0-0. If you see 0-0 here, both with the move a5 or h6. h5 it was not in love with, but it thought it was okay, but it really hated g6. Like g6 was the move it hated. And I'm trying to figure out it's because you lost a tempo, you gave yourself a weakness, took around this. I haven't figured out why it hates g6 so much. The engines think, after I let it run for a little bit, that takes, queen e1 is particularly powerful in this position.
Wow.
And the idea is that you go rook d1, bishop c1, and you're trying to collect this pawn on d3 without giving up the pawn on e5. For example, Before you played bishop d2, you could have taken here. Nobody really takes with the pawn. You take with the queen, obviously, and after rook takes d3, this pawn on e5 is always hanging. So you want to defend it with queen e1, hold on to that position. You don't have a5 in this position, which is a very common resource, because I take twice and go knight d4, and that looks pretty ugly. I don't know if by that point you needed the queen on g6.
Ah.
This may be at least
This
part of the
may be
explanation,
it,
yeah.
right? That the queen might have to go to g6 to defend this pawn on d3. And now that you don't have this square, you don't have a5. So White's plan is to simply play queen e1, rook d1, bishop c1, take on d3, and the engine doesn't have a great idea against it, because the moment that you move the queen somewhere active, let's say queen b3 to harass my structure, then you have to contend with e6, and at this point, your king is unhappy about what's going on this side of the board. You have to sidestep with f5. Queen f1 is one of the moves that the engine is saying, again, taking on d3, and it's just not liking black's position already, thinking that g6 is a major mistake.
What was it suggesting instead?
It was suggesting to play a5 immediately, or to just take on a2, and play queen e6. So I assume that since this position is more or less playable, I can play rook d5 in time in this position. Can I play a5 here? No, a5 is not playable. Again, the same idea. So
Knight d4, yeah.
yeah, it just wants to go queen d5 and hold on to the position this way. If I play queen e1, then you play a5.
So yeah, we need to sidestep this idea of knight f3 d4 with tempo. I think if we try to, translate engineers into English, we do need to play a6, a5, and we need to try to do it in such a fashion that once we recapture on a5 with the knight eventually, knight f3 d4 will not hit our queen on e6 with the tempo, and that gives us time to generate counter.
Even taking an a5 directly, even though it does allow the move queen a1, different stuff. But even this was preferable than the move g6. I think it is because you're not going to get a5 at the correct timing.
Thank you, Alejandro, for that. I just wanted to go to the Levon game because
we're following what Alejandro was showing.
Yeah, but this pawn sacrifice looks, well, he's done
queen
it.
f3 played, and Alejandro was playing bishop g3 first. I'm wondering if we can also take on d4 without even including bishop g3, hg3. But yeah, this is just extremely solid. You can take on h6, but then queen takes b2, I think, is borderline winning for black because both bishops are hanging, and with the rook on f7, the bishop on h6 generates zero threats. Like, we're not really worried about very much there. And if you don't have bishop takes h6, you are just genuinely 2 pawns down, either c5 or b2, or honestly c5 and then b2.
And
they're all hanging. Yeah, they're all hanging there. It's interesting that, but I mean, g takes f3 is such an ugly move.
And queen f3 already played.
Queen takes,
I know. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe this is like a better practical shot. But after, like, let's say maybe it forces knight takes d2, rook takes d2.
Okay.
I guess the reason he didn't do it is that queen g5 might be winning a piece here, right? Followed by a 5 or 4.
Yeah. Well,
but even if this didn't exist, even if, let's say, the best black had here is a move like g7, g6, and then knight b4.
Oh, I see. Yeah. This guy is hanging. Excuse me.
It's just like structurally, it is just so unbelievably horrible that.
As a chess coach, you just beat your student. Like, what do you do? What do you do?
And
Bishop F3,
Levon is
queen
one of the most stylish players, and not only in terms of shirts worn to rounds. Like GF, I think, did not really occur to him very much
at all. But okay, once again, why did we include bishop takes g3?
I mean, you have to calculate knight f5 here, I assume. Maybe.
But aren't you walking into a nasty, nasty pin?
Probably, yeah. Queen e5 or something. Yeah, queen e5 might just be winning, right? Queen e5 threatening h2, threatening the knight.
I was even thinking bishop h2.
I want to win sort of more. I want to be greedier,
Yeah.
My point is I want to win more than just a pawn there. Just, queen e5.
Well, okay, so...
Yeah, I don't know. I think we can take probably as well, yeah. No particular reason why this should be bad. Bishop takes a5, queen takes c5 looks lost. I mean, all of this looks lost, frankly.
Yeah.
Like,
maybe...
We're only one up here, but this is, like, the knight on e4 is still alive. It's, I think, the most important thing. Yeah.
Alive, anchored, and well, indeed. I mean, when we lose the base, London Bridge is falling down. Very, very bad looking game going on here. once again, let me just go to this.
This one is by
English.
far the slowest of the round, yeah.
Right, when we left it more or less around these parts, bishop b2, castles bishop e2.
Yeah, Fabio took on d4
Which
once again.
seems to be a novelty.
Yeah, rook e8 has been tried, bishop b8 has been tried here, but the takes d4 I think is a logical move because we were always sort of worried about ideas of d5, d5, c5, and this takes it off the menu for
exactly.
Sure. Knight takes d4 very logical, knight e5, h3 I think is a good move to stop. Specifically I think bishop g4 more than anything else because that bishop on c8 is, as is often the case in these types of structures, the one piece that black really doesn't know what to do
Right,
with.
he would love to take off the c8 bishop
And the e2 bishop. Yeah, if you could manage that, or provoke f2, f3.
Yeah.
Both of those would be, I think, very, very welcome for Fabiano here.
Okay.
So I'm very much in favor of playing h3 in these types of structures.
Yes.
And then the game continues kind of quietly. Yeah, white continues bringing stuff into the game. Black continues bringing stuff into the game. Queen c8 now played by Fabiano, kind of hinting that if you do nothing, maybe we'll play bishop takes h3. I don't think we want to allow that.
I would take the man at his word. I mean, I don't see bluff written over bishop takes h3.
Yeah.
Might take time out to play. If I could play king h2 and f4 at the same time.
You might have to, because if you play king h2 here, I have a kind of a cute little move, bishop c7, right?
What?
Which creates a threat of knight takes c4 and then d6, d5 discovered check.
That's funny.
Which is kind of funny, which might actually provoke f2, f4 here. But I don't think f4 is a bad move. I think f4 is very much part of the plan here for white. No, this works.
By the way, I'm not sure I've really seen that particular pattern before.
Yeah,
but
it's new.
It's pretty cute. But I actually wanted to play
Exactly,
f2, f4. And,
only square is on g6.
yeah.
And then we play, I don't know, bishop d3 or something, yeah.
Your restraint is admirable, sir. I mean, those of us who have been raised in chess cafes around the world,
Yeah, sure.
you know, would want to toss the patties with g4 and g5.
I'm not against this at all. Yeah. I'm sort of mildly wondering if it allows perhaps a piece sacrifice that Fabio would welcome, because the position is unattractive, and at least I take with the bishop first to force you to take everything, because e3 will be hanging, right? This way I get my queen to g4.
I see.
I suspect it's not that good, but honestly I don't like Fabio's position in general.
So
introducing
bailout might be
introducing some
favorable.
degree of mayhem is something I think I'd be looking at here.
Okay, so well, maybe a slow boil, but it's certainly heating up. And again, I want to turn to our marquee matchup,
Yeah,
the game that could determine
Yeah, let me check for a second.
the Grand Chess Tour and the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah,
Peter.
Wesley is also half an hour ahead on the clock. So up to bishop b5 after the move. After the move b3.
Yes.
Alireza had an hour and 21. He spent 6 minutes on bishop d2, and then he spent about 10 minutes on bishop b5. Basically, no time at all.
10 minutes on this move.
Yeah.
Bishop b5.
No minutes on recapturing the pawn, which is arguably a major mistake already.
Okay.
After knight h5, he spent almost no time on knight c4, 5 minutes on knight c4.
Which we consider to be a big blunder, in fact.
Yeah, and now he's been thinking for about half an hour, but it's kind of too late.
Right. Now it's like that Wile E. Coyote moment where you're trying to reverse course as best you can, because rook d8, bishop h3, and knight f4.
I think it betrays a certain kind of naivete there by Alireza, because he clearly kind of recognized he is in trouble. Definitely one move too late, maybe even 2 moves too late, you can argue.
Right.
And in the position he has, this probably should cost him the game now, because and you took on 6 here as a kind of a matter of course. I was wondering, once I saw knight c4 on the board, I thought maybe we can sort of extricate ourselves by playing knight e3 first.
Okay.
Trying to get it to d5. But I think it loses to a number of things. First of all, even if we very simply go rook a d8,
okay,
you play knight d5, because that's why you play knight e3.
Right.
Takes. I think the simplest is just takes and e5, e4 here. Just e5, e4.
e5, e4.
I just don't see how white survives this, because the knight can't really go away. I mean, there is knight d4, but it looks lost. even rook takes d5, for instance, like knight d4, rook d5, we're a pawn up, and the attack will continue.
Yeah, exactly. That's just
also,
so
instead of
gross.
e5, e4, knight f4 is probably quite strong.
That was
all
the
of
one
this
I
just looks
feared,
horrible.
Feared the mostest, Peter. I mean, they're just like I'm looking. It's like time out. I know that these movies end really badly. I've seen I've seen the script.
Absolutely,
It's terrible.
And this is why he's been thinking for half an hour, because he has now come to the realization that normal measures no longer help. He's looking for something that is not really.
I'm not a fan. Trust me, I'm not a fan of White's position. Bishop c1, rook d8, queen e2 as a way of trying to stay in the game, Peter.
Knight g3.
Okay, I did this purposely to lure your knight there, by the way.
And then bishop takes h3, and then I have to calculate king h2, right?
Exactly. But
I mean,
okay,
let me think for a second after queen e2 there, because it looks horrible, but maybe it doesn't lose. Yeah. Hang on, I can start with bishop h3.
Oh.
I can start with bishop h3. Gh, not g3. Yeah. Let's show this. It's kind of cute. Let's show this for.
I feel like
viewers.
Linus. I need my security blanket. That's just horrible.
And then we take on f3, and this is the thing. I'm not even really sacrificing material very much here. I'm sacrificing something for one move. You know?
Right.
Like
By the way, we do have bishop takes c6, b takes e.
Yeah.
Bishop takes c6 after a long thing, but how long?
About half an hour, 35 minutes, something like that. Half an hour.
Okay, bishop c6.
Yeah, BC played instantly, of course, by
right. I
Wesley,
mean,
and we're back at the
and
drawing
we
board.
have another move, by the way.
Knight c takes e5.
Yeah, I mean he's gone for this, but we've calculated this. One thing we haven't calculated is rook a8, queen e2, which might be a slightly better try. But honestly, I also am not. No, I think it's probably the same. Knight f4, queen f1, trying to get the queen to some squares where it does something. But I get the feeling that even here, let's say bishop h3, gh, rook e5 has to be completely winning. Like there is no way this is not made of some
Exactly.
sort. Like knight e5, queen e5. Yes, you have rook ad1. Now that the queen is on f1, we're not getting mated immediately, right? This is why I was trying to make this work. Knight e5, queen e5, and let's say rook ad1 here.
Right.
But I'm still assuming this is absolutely lost for white. Like it shouldn't hold.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Svetozar Gligorich and other players making these positional sacrifices for a knight on f4. But I saw one very recently where Magnus Carlsen on the black side, I think it was some online tournament, just won a masterpiece. This position has, a train wreck everywhere.
Yeah,
it's a disaster.
You absolutely know how this generally ends. And once again, this is just my first attempt to find something.
Exactly.
I suspect there are stronger things available for black.
Exactly.
After queen e2.
We also considered knight f4 without even playing rook d8.
Yes, we can throw in knight f4 prior to playing rook ad8, so that those options just don't exist.
Don't even exist.
Yeah.
Alejandro, I'm sure you're going to confirm our suspicions that this position is simply awful. But is there a precise way for Wesley So to get a decisive advantage?
No.
No.
Every move is winning.
Every move is.
I mean, you can even start like this. That's how bad White's position is. Yes, bringing the rook to d8 makes a lot of sense.
Sure, tempo.
But who cares about that rook? I'm giving checkmate. You don't need every single piece. Actually, if their bishop takes h3, the best move is knight d3. Good luck. Bishop takes h3, pawn takes h3, rook takes e5 is just over. You can't even take back.
We can't even take on e5.
You can't even take on e5. This is just checkmate in 2.
Right.
So
that's true.
It's just over. Like bishop h3, I assume he's going to play this because you don't resign, right?
Right.
And then you go rook d8.
Then you resign.
And then you're very close. You have to find the move knight d4 just to keep in the game, queen g6, and queen f3, and you still survive. But it's pretty ugly. Bishop g4 is forced, so you're not getting checkmated immediately. And after queen e3, you'll still have to find some moves to actually finish off the game. The engines say that after knight c takes e5, rook a8 is a little bit stronger, just so that on knight d3, you can take on h3 and reach these positions, or you can be more cruel. Play bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, what else?
This is still a mating attack.
And it's still, that's the thing, it's not about the pawn on b3.
It's a mating attack.
It's mate. I mean, rook takes f3 is coming, and you just cannot stop it.
Right.
And then it's just death. So that's why rook d8 is perhaps a little bit more accurate than
And
bishop
if rook
takes
d8,
h3.
queen e2, what's the cleanest?
I went through the engine. Every move is winning. I think passing is winning, but knight f4. Knight f4 was one.
King h8 wins.
Yeah, bishop h3, pawn takes.
Yeah, so that position we were talking about is -5. I can see on our screen. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's -6, but yeah, it's close enough. You just don't hold this. Here, you can't take on e5 and win, but just rook d2 is actually even cleaner. Boom, boom.
Ooh.
Your upper rook can't defend against queen g3 or
knight
takes
h3
h3
or anything.
or
Yeah.
anything.
Or anything, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So collapsing, absolutely collapsing, guys. Knight c takes e5. I expect rook d8. I think it's a little more human than calculating bishop takes h3 immediately if you realize that knight d3 exists. Because the moment that you see rook d8, and the only reason you don't play rook d8 is that you might not even be looking at this pawn. On b3, you might just be so focused on the king side, trying to checkmate immediately that you don't see it that way. But if you spot this, and you're like, well, this is just,
why not?
Just so winning, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible. It's very, very easily identifiable as being, like, generally you never defend these types of positions. Like, there are some very strange edge cases where, for some reason, it's not immediately lost, but it doesn't look like one of those.
Well, Alejandro's billing of this game is the $100,000 game. Got us all excited, but it's really, really a one-sided game because, well, for Ali Reza just collapsing in this opening.
This
he just seems to have a familiarity, Peter. Sometimes you just get the wrong ideas. Once knight h5, queen f6 was allowed, it's a terrible position.
He made a couple of moves. Like, I think he was trying to play A quickly, and also B, I think he probably must have known that bishop b5 exists. He must have seen those games. Kids today, like Ali Reza works all the time, so I'm sure he is aware of high-profile games played in this line. I think he was trying to perhaps confuse Wesley with some new move orders, and he also wanted to play as quickly as possible to perhaps, put some additional pressure that way. But yeah, Wesley doesn't get very phased by those tactics.
No.
And you have to play, like, the thing about Wesley is that you actually have to play really well against him, or this will happen.
Yeah.
Currently, I mean, Wesley's just sitting there choosing.
Well, so far it's been a black day because if we also look at the game between Levon and Nepo, Nepo has made a harvest.
He'll be two up in a moment. He took on b2, c5 is also falling.
Well, he did capture on g3, and I guess that was the most accurate move. Followed up with queen takes d4, and you were just about to say c5 is falling?
Yeah, everything is falling. Yeah,
Queen takes b2?
check. Yeah. It actually is cleaner. Yeah, there is the engine does agree that taking on g3 is a cleaner way than allowing knight takes f5 in some positions.
He's going to be down 2 pawns, and I think he wishes he was down 3 so he can resign with a clear conscience.
Yeah, it's actually kind of. I mean, it sounds cruel, but it's hard to disagree. Yeah, it's hard to disagree.
Okay, that's going viral somehow. I mean, you've been lauded for your wonderful interviewing skills, but this one, if I could only resign if I was down a 3rd pawn.
I mean, you can play rook e2 here, but I think the cruel thing about rook e2 in this position, I think I can still take on c5.
Yes.
And
With knight takes c5?
Yeah, and
oh my goodness.
And after bishop takes e4. Actually, even f takes e4, I suspect, is winning, right? Because I
was going to take the rook.
Even blundering queen takes f7 changes nothing in the position, right? Because, like, if we can put this on the screen,
absolutely.
We go fe, we attack the white queen, we seemingly have blundered queen takes f7, king f7, rook b2, and then we take on a5, and we kind of look our opponent in the eye and say, like, why are you still here?
1, 2, 3.
And the king will be on e5 in a moment.
Yeah. And I know that movie as well, and it doesn't end well for White's position. So even blundering a whole exchange could...
It just seems horrible. Yeah, and
oh dear.
In a way, this one maybe is even more striking than the Ali Reza Wesley game, because...
And by the way, Levon, he fought his way back into the tournament. He was making a nice impression, if you will, for Nepo, especially the Ali Reza loss. He'll jump on some trampoline.
Oh yeah, he will be on +2 after this game if he does win it.
Precisely.
And because Wesley seems to be completely winning, he will still not be in the tie for first, but he will be perhaps even competing for some of the GCT money.
That was my question, and where
also,
I was leading.
But the interesting thing here is, like, if we assume Jan converts from here, right? He gets a winner's interview.
That's for sure.
He comes into our studio,
Yeah.
and you ask him, "Do you feel like you've played a game of chess today?" I wonder if he will. I wonder if he will count this one, because. And I've been hanging out with him a little bit here. That complaint that he sort of voiced on air yesterday, he was definitely not making this up because he needs practice. A major reason for like, obviously this is a tournament is like this is very interesting in and of itself. But also for him to get some meaningful practice before the match was definitely very important.
Right.
And I think for 4 rounds in a row, he did not get to play a game of chess at all. Like, all of those were theoretical draws pretty much from the beginning.
Right.
But today he was winning by move 13. Like, does this count?
A theoretical win after move 13.
It's better than a draw for sure. Like, it's obviously preferable to being a non-game and a draw. But also, like, people just kind of decline to give him a game day after day after day.
So wait a minute, Alejandro, we've got a win by Wesley, we suspect. That's one win with the black pieces. We got a win by Nepo, we suspect. That's number 2. Fabi's a big fight going on.
Big fight.
But well, okay, Lanier is kind of, he's our ballast. At least Lanier does have an advantage with the white pieces. He's not lost.
No, not at all, actually. I mean, Lanier, he's going to spend another 30 minutes trying to figure out his position.
Yeah,
right.
He's already like, a good thing for Lanier here is that he can like make a move and then go bishop b1, bishop a2, make a move, bishop b1, bishop a2,
and gain a lot of time.
Yeah, so he is not in as horrible a time trouble as he might have been if that repetition wasn't available to him.
Right.
So he's done this around move 18, and he's also done this now with the inclusion of bishop d2, g6
as well.
I don't think he can repeat twice anymore because bishop e6 will be a claim. So he probably needs to make a move now. Queen e1 is a difficult move now.
Well, is it? But the question for me was, I didn't understand what Alejandro said. Queen e7, I understood.
Okay.
Queen d5, I didn't understand. That was because if you're going to go...
No, we're playing queen d5 straight away. We're not playing...
Right, but no,
we're taking on e6 and queen e1.
Okay. So we're taking on e6.
As he's done.
Yeah.
Then we're playing
so
queen e1.
He no longer has the repetition dance. So.
And then you were asking about the move a5, Alejandro, and then the problem was that in this position we got this knight d4 issue.
Yes, very big issue.
Which is
followed by e6. Not even necessarily that the pawn on d3 is hanging. It's just that we start giving mate on the king side here.
Exactly.
Quite quickly.
And that is why we play in this position queen d5 as a kind of a preface.
Yeah, but that also allows e6 straight away, and allowing e6 in these types of structures is always going to be a problem.
Which
Fabi has done something very, very striking.
By the way, we have a different take.
Oh,
knight
takes
f3,
knight e1.
e1. Let me
I don't
just
like
put that
this.
on my board. Why, Peter?
Oh.
Tell
Well,
us.
because bishop g5 simplifies in a number of ways, first and foremost. I can maybe even take on, like, it's maybe slightly incorrect, but weirdly, I think I can play knight takes e5 here even. Bishop takes g5 is the only way to continue, I think. I take on d3. Okay, bishop takes d8 exists, right?
Correct.
Because I was calculating knight d3, knight d3. I mean, even that position, let's say you take on d8. My point was I can play rook d8, knight d3, queen f5 here.
Okay.
But it doesn't entirely equalize because I've lost the a6 pawn along the way. Maybe I will make a draw, but like nobody really goes for this well entirely.
Right.
But after rook takes d3, if we go all the way back to knight e1, bishop g5, rook takes d3.
Tell me when to stop.
Yeah, here. I think I can take on, in some order, d2, d3, and d5.
You
choose whichever order you want.
I paused because I could actually recapture with the rook.
I don't think it does anything. I think queen takes is still going to be stronger. And now I take on d3, and I take knight d3, knight e5, I think, right? Because rook e1, rook g8 shouldn't be good for white at all. Rook d8 here, like maybe white needs to be careful.
Yes, fair enough.
So knight e5, queen e5, and yes, there is a backward pawn. Or knight c5 maybe, yeah. Knight c5 might actually give white a little bit of something here.
A little nibble. One day I might have to play b3, but at least you might be tied down.
Yes, yes. This is maybe not nothing. Yeah, this is.
We'll keep an eye on this, but let's jump to Alejandro and see what's cooking in the kitchen.
I'll just go through some of the variations you were going through.
Sure.
Bishop g5 gives white an edge. Might not be the huge edge that it is given by the variation you went through entirely, but it's still a good edge. Here you have to take, and now the engine wants to take on e5 directly. If you take first and go like this knight c5 that you guys spotted is actually a lot more dangerous than you're giving it at the beginning. It is +1 advantage. This is an a6 pawn that is weakened. The knight on c5 is nicely anchored. Game's not over by any means, but it is a nice little nibble here for white. But after queen takes e5, it's still not completely good for the black side, because after knight f3, it's still, the edges are still thinking, it's not such an easy ending. If you just go takes, queen g5, yeah, or queen e3, or both, either. Draw is probably favorite.
But yeah, that pawn on a6 is going to continue being awkward for black the rest of the game.
That pawn on a6 is just never going to get better. You never get a5. So the engines are saying, you know what, that pawn's a problem. Just get rid of it. Just go a5 immediately. It's more important than gaining back material. It's actually a typical idea of this variation of the Open Spanish, where you just give up the d3 pawn, but you get counterplay in return. Why? Because first of all, you open up the file for a rook. You cannot take with the rook on e3 because e5 will always be hanging. And if you take, or you allow me to take on b4, it doesn't really matter either way. You really do want to take on a8 here, take on a8 as he takes b4. Here, I think even returning the rook to d8. And again, using the fact that you have a nice amount of pressure, that b4 is weak, that e5 is weak, and that you have a lot of light square control, the engines are saying black is actually fine. So perhaps this is the way to go for Mamedyarov. The engines didn't like knight e1 as much as queen e1, but it is specifically because of the move a5. Now let's see if we have any updates on any of the moves. Yeah, bishop h3 found, and knight d3, of course, played instantly by Alireza. It is the only move not to resign. Since c5 and h3 are hanging, rook d8 seems almost necessary.
I was wondering about bishop g2 here, but I can see on our screen that this is a mistake. Yeah, king g2, rook a d8. I'm blundering knight d4, I suppose. In every single position, I'm blundering.
It is a common move in this position, because I think now that there's no pawn on e5, this will be the recurring theme, saving theme for white, that the bishop gets locked out of this diagonal, and that I can bring the queen to the king side. So knight d4 is a very important resource. That's why I don't expect bishop takes g2. I expect rook d8 to be played first. Let's see if Jan has made any... Not much happen. Yeah, he did take on c5 immediately after rook e2. We had gone through some of these variations. Of course, after bishop takes e4...
Yeah, d4 is also playable. Yeah,
but as you mentioned, f takes e4, it is also kaput. Queen f6 played, and yeah, it just looks lost. a5 will be played almost for sure, because otherwise you lose the pawn. But I don't see where the hope is in this one. This is probably the most interesting game we have right now. This is one between Hans and Fabi. We did get to this position after f4, knight g6, and king h2. And d5 is playable in this position. Knight h4 is playable. It's a very rich strategic position because there's so many breaks for both sides here. And Fabi chooses a third option, the move c5, which I think is also very logical. It's a very fighting move. It gives room for the bishop. It isolates the pawn on c4. What does it do for white, though? It isolates black pawns as well. d6 and b7 will be long-term targets. On the other hand, e4 is difficult to get in for white. And here, Hans came up with a fascinating move. Boom!
Coffee house.
Let's go. We're going to push everybody on the king side, try to make this knight unstable. Engine's really hating this position. They're hating this move because after bishop a5 with the idea of eventual knight e4, they're not so happy about leaving this king so airy, let's put it that way. Maybe not a bad idea, maybe not a mistake fully, but they do like black a little bit more after the move g4 because of bishop a5, or just h6 saying, really, what did g4 accomplish? Because after I play h6, you can't really play g5 and destroy your structure that way. The queen is guarding on the 5th rank. So perhaps a little hasty here by Hans.
Impetuous youth.
Absolutely.
Peter. Youth is basically
well,
unsound.
I mean, I would be sort of agreeing with you wholeheartedly, if not for the fact that you were pushing for the,
Yes, of course.
for the move G4 for the move G4 3 minutes ago. Yeah, so.
But I've changed my opinion. As we go on break, one amusing thing that has taken place between our previous breaks, it's not a protest, but
No.
Hans Niemann needed some, additional support. And I tell you, guys, he got that support.
He did get that, yeah.
We're going to go on break we've got the fangirls. Check it out, check it out. And there's not one, there's not two, there's more than.
There's 4.
There's 4. So thank you, ladies, for showing up and showing your support for Hans. We do appreciate it, as we'll see you on the other side of this break.
See you then.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
welcome back to the round 8 of the Sinquefield Cup. And while we were on break, some very unexpected developments happened in the main, by far the main game of the round.
The marquee matchup, yeah.
The game between Alireza and Wesley, because for feels like years now, we've been discussing how you cannot give Wesley a sniff of an advantage anywhere because he just never lets go if you give him a good position.
It's the commentator's curse, Peter. The moment we've been lauding him for his incredible accuracy, he's made 2 howlers of a mistake.
Howlers is maybe a bit too strong, but it's unexpected to see him not find what was the best play here. And I think while we were debating this, I think I figured out why with the help of our trusted machine.
Please.
The line that Alejandro was showing and the line that we showed on air a little bit was Rook A8 here.
Yes.
The most obvious move, of course. The only reason you don't play it is because you realize Knight D4 exists.
Yes.
But let's continue the line. We play Queen G6.
Threatening mate on G2.
Yeah, Queen F3 is strictly the only move you can make. Bishop G4, once again, Queen E3 is really the only move you can play here. No other squares are available for you.
Lady.
And let's say we go Bishop B6 here, or Bishop A7. There might be a difference, but it's irrelevant to the point I will be making in a second.
Sure. So now we're looking at C5, C4.
Yeah, exactly. We're threatening C5, C4. And for a second there, I thought probably he didn't like the position after Bishop A3, because if white actually manages to stabilize
these knights.
Yes, and stop C5, perhaps trade off the bishop on B6.
Right.
White will be doing quite well. This position is -8 though, because Rook takes D4, she takes D4, Bishop takes D4, Queen takes D4, Bishop F3 is basically made.
Right.
Which I think is missable.
That's the cold shower.
Yeah, which I think is missable. And this would be perhaps an explanation for why Rook A8 has not been played onto the board, because if you don't see that that position is bad for white, if you don't realize tactics continue past the point where it feels like maybe tactics have run out, you can choose something else because it really doesn't feel...
It has a certain, how do you say, flow, that all of these moves look really forced. And like you say, it's very easy to get here, and perhaps it's very easy to miss Rook takes D4.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you give white 2 tempi here, or even 1 tempo to play, maybe F2, F3, or Bishop C5, as we've been saying. Like,
whether it be F3 or Bishop C5. I like Bishop C5, actually, just to, again, to kind of keep the D file.
And now really it becomes very much a game which you can lose with black, because white structure is pretty solid. There are those 2 beautiful knights in the center. If I get to play F2, F3, my kingside will also be quite safe. Yeah, it becomes a very, very unclear position.
For perhaps this reason, Wesley played the move Queen G6, threatening mate on
Knight
G2.
H4 the only way, Queen G5, Knight takes C5. And in this position, he also made a mistake which, at least at low depth, the engine doesn't really agree with. You can start with Rook A8 here, which pretty much forces Queen F3, we think. Bishop G4, once again, pretty much forces Queen E3, and we take on H4 here. And
compared to the game position, this is much, much more favorable for black.
Well, we can get a version of this if Alireza plays Queen F3 now. I think we basically transpose after Knight C5, Queen H4. If Alireza chooses to play Queen F3 here, we're going to get a version of the same. Or maybe even exactly the same. I think the problem is you can actually take on H3, shockingly, right now, which I did not expect. But seemingly white does not get mated after G8, Rook E5, and let's say Bishop C1.
Rook E5?
Yeah, and a Rook G5 check is probably going to be lethal, but either the immediate Bishop C1 or perhaps Queen F3 followed by Bishop C1. And
I haven't sacrificed
this is
anything,
not
though.
mate. Yeah, this is not mate. Queen G4 is going to come in.
Queen G4.
Yeah, Queen F3 or Queen G4. Now that we've covered the G5 square, we are now prepared, I think, quite well to start dealing with the threats. And
but
yeah,
if I
C5,
restore
yeah,
the
Queen
material?
G4, for instance.
Queen G4.
Yeah.
And this exposed king is a non-issue, huh?
Well, it is, but it's all I'm saying here is that this is an absolutely
At least
unbelievable improvement over what we had seen earlier.
Okay.
And you can definitely imagine this being survivable for Alireza.
Wow. Wow. A huge turnaround in this marquee matchup, Alejandro. And again, just commentator's curse. We were talking about Wesley's accuracy. How badly has he blown it? I mean, he had a big advantage. Currently,
0-0. It just hates both of last moves, and I think it's took on h3. I was just looking at the camera. It just went off right as I was looking at. Yes, he has.
Yeah, he has.
G takes h3 is the best move in the position. Now, rook e5 is probably the most logical one because you do want to play rook g5 check, and you want to take the knight. Bishop c1 is one of the moves. Queen f3, as you mentioned, Peter, also a good one. You could take on c5. Don't have queen g4 in this position. You do want to cover this, but after rook g5, bishop c1, preventing rook g5, you can play rook e8 or something slow. Black's better in this position because, let's face it, your pieces are active, whites aren't. But you have queen g4. The queen actually has to retreat if you want to keep the advantage. And the game just kind of goes on. After G takes h3, rook e5, we also have the move bishop c1. And if you play rook takes c5, the engine is so unafraid of your threats that it even plays the move queen d4.
Catching the rook, yeah?
Catching the rook in the center of the board, thinking you either play queen e7 and defend it, or you just give me the full rook, and somehow this is a perpetual because if you go to e2, rook d8 is still a draw. Queen d3 is checkmate, and otherwise I just go queen g4, queen h3.
Right.
So black's making a draw here. But after bishop c1, you could consider the move queen takes h3, just continuing the attack. This, however, represents a full piece sacrifice, and you start to have to consider very difficult things because rook g5 is not a threat, and it doesn't seem like you have generated anything immediate. Sometimes knight g3 will work, forcing you to take, and if the rook can swing to h5, it'll be winning. But when? For the moment, knight d3, rook d8 is bad. Bishop e3 doesn't work because I just take on c5, and this overloads the bishop.
Oops.
So you still have to defend the knight. Somehow the engine's saying that you have to do it with the pawn. And after rook a e8, the game continues. The engine wants to play down a piece, but thinking you're never really in danger because you have this weakness of the king, and it's white that has to find the draw still. So this is what I expect, gh3, rook e5, and then Alireza with a big decision. Do you play queen f3, which certainly looks safer, or do you play the more ambitious bishop c1? Not ambitious in the sense that you want to win, ambitious in the sense that it might solve your problems immediately.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. Really, I'm kind of stunned, truth be told, about this sudden shift in the position because I saw these moves, rook d8 and bishop takes h3, and they all looked like they were just going to play themselves, and it was just going to be over before it started. And now it's, well,
Yeah, you can definitely imagine this.
Stunning turnaround.
Yeah, like objectively, as we've just heard Alejandro explain, this is not really at all bad anymore. It's just a playable position for white. It's still a scary position for white because you can definitely, in particular, those queen takes h3 variations. Because here, as I was saying, like even let's say even if
the queen d4 is kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
But you did say queen h3, Peter. Sorry.
No, I mean after rook c5. No, after
rook c5. Sorry.
I did not see queen d4. I did not expect that to work. But even if let's say if I make my move queen g4.
Queen g4.
Yeah,
I was going to drop that.
We take knight f6. I will have to shed some pawns, but let's say even let's say I go f3 here, rook c3, rook e3.
Right, you're
I'm not
one
sure,
pawn down now.
I'm not sure I'm doing that poorly because the structure is completely broken up. The bishop on, like the knight on f6 is very restricted. If you trade, the opponent c6 will be weak. If you play rook c2, I will play rook d3, assume control over the d file, start playing bishop f4, rook c1, and so on. Yes, I'm not sure I've entirely equalized, but we are definitely talking right now about positions which could just not be better for black anymore.
Yeah.
Which it represents an unbelievable swing from what we assume the game will look like after knight c4, queen f6.
Absolutely. A second life, if you will, for Alireza as the tournament flares anew. Wesley, with a win today, would have propelled himself into +3, knocked a rival down.
The most important rival.
Yeah, well, that would leave Nepo on the outside looking in. But on the other hand, Nepo is now 2 pawns up, Peter. We left the position more or less around here.
There,
Has Levon managed to find some cheapos, or is it
not
still
yet,
bad?
but he is playing on the fact that the knights are sort of connected to each other. So this he is trying to create a situation where they have to get decoupled, and it might it's in some cases cost black some material. But I mean, for now it's seemingly a very healthy 2 pawns up. You can return one. You can play knight e6 here and say,
If you want, it's
if
all
you want
yours.
to pair, if you want to break apart your bishop pair, you can do this. And let's say play queen f5 here and try to play c6, c5. And I mean, it's an improvement for white. You're only 1 down now instead of 2, and perhaps there are cleaner solutions. But even in this position, I wouldn't really, like in a practical game, if I had this with white, I would have very low expectations of not losing this.
Okay, and besides knight e6,
d4, d3 is fine, I think. d3, queen e3, sorry, rook e3, and then you can find I'm very sure you can find a good quiet move here. Queen d4, queen e5, something, yeah.
Okay, and again, that's the 2 pawns. In the other game between Lanier and
a5 has been found,
Shach,
yeah. Shach understands the open Spanish really, really well.
a5 and knight takes, pawn takes. This was the kind of positions that Alejandro was saying.
Yeah,
that at the end of the day,
discussing this. Yeah.
You know, you're pawn up, but you know this pawn's weak. This pawn's kind of weak. Black got ideas.
Absolutely,
I mean, bishop to g5 and so on. And lastly, the Fabi game. What has happened since g4?
This one is very interesting. This one is the least defined, I think, of all the games today.
We left it with bishop a5.
Yeah, queen d3, and Fabi just snapped on c3 here, just to really secure the e4 square for the knight. Hans took with the queen. I'm expecting knight e4 to happen because of this is what we were playing for, so why wouldn't we just cash in?
And then the idea is that we could shut down the long diagonal.
Well, also, I mean, the queen will have to depart the long diagonal, so we're not that worried anymore. The queen has to go to, I don't know, b3 or c2. Which one do you like better? b3, queen d6, queen, and bishop a4.
I got issues with...
Yes, I realized it too late. Queen d3 maybe then?
Yeah, but then I've got other issues, don't I?
Rook a2, and then we go queen b3 or queen b1.
Okay, then it makes a little sense that, okay.
I'm not sure I like this with white anyway, yeah. Like queen b3 here.
Well, it really feels like this move g2, g4, lifting the kimono, you know, that was protecting our king, has suddenly rebounded and gone against Hans in this particular game.
Still, if you, let's say after queen d3 we pause and we talk about structures for a second, right?
Okay, let's go.
We just put the rook back and just talk about this position in general terms. Like if white gets to play, let's say bishop f3, perhaps drive away from the knight from e4, perhaps white gets to play rook d1, a1, solving the issue of, currently we've had to abandon the open a file, right? And black has full control over it for the time being. White has the 2 bishops, white has definitely the healthier pawn structure. Yes, black arguably has a slightly safer king, but long term and in terms of, for instance, endgames, I think white is quite happy here. So this, I think, becomes a very, very concrete game of the next few moves. And as I say this, in this position, there's a very cute move. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Sorry, I wanted to say knight e5 exists here.
Knight e5
Yeah,
exists.
fe5, queen e5, but then I realized I've blundered rook f4.
Aha.
Otherwise, maybe it would have been an interesting try.
And it is a concrete position. Let's not try knight e5. You don't have to switch to me. But if you go queen b4 in this position, what do you play?
Exactly. Question for the bishop, Peter.
This is awkward. Yeah, this is very awkward.
I heard everything you were saying. You know, pawn structures, 2 bishops, control of the center, more activity. But I'm also looking at that king on h2, and king position is one of the 5 elements, you know, time, material, space, and so forth. Queen b4 puts a question to the bishop.
It's a very awkward one, because if you play bishop a1, rook a3 is extremely painful, it feels like.
Yes, that's
and
exactly
you
right.
have to start giving up stuff in the center. Bishop c1 at the very least allows knight c3, and there might be, I mean, rook a2 might be even stronger.
Yeah, it just feels like I'm losing, I'm going...
Rook a2 with the idea of knight c5 winning the queen.
Hello?
Because
I simply have no squares for the queen anymore.
And actually, knight c5 immediately might be winning the exchange, right? Instead of rook a2, we can also go knight c5 here. We do allow queen c2, but then we have bishop a4.
Which is our...
Oh, no, queen d2, sorry, no. I blundered queen d2. Previous move. Oh, here, it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so rook a2 is probably stronger, yeah?
Yeah, but but again, this sudden attack that you're exposing on the pawn on e3, but which all leads me to my final conclusion. I mean, which is after queen d3, queen b4.
I don't know what move to make.
Yeah, black is the one.
Yeah, and one final thing there is that maybe you would like to play rook b1 there.
After queen b4,
Yeah,
rook
but
b1?
because the king is on h2 and not on some other square, we can go knight d2 and knight takes f1 will be a check.
Exactly.
Against, for instance, bishop c3, which would have been quite a strong move, but knight f1 is a check, so this costs white
An exchange.
an exchange.
Queen b4 played.
Yeah, queen b4 on the board. And yeah, Hans will have to play carefully here.
Hans only has one move.
One move.
Let's see if you guys can find it. You haven't mentioned it yet.
Well, bishop a1 just too ugly for words.
No.
Queen b3 too ugly for words, right? Queen b3.
Queen b3 will cost us, I'm pretty sure it costs us material after,
Exactly.
I don't know, takes rook a2 or something.
And there's bishop a4 in those positions as well.
Yeah.
Whoa. Knight f5, no, just no. Bishop f3, no, that's check on b2. Sorry.
Yeah,
Queen b1, no.
Once again, I feel extremely sad because when Alejandro is talking, I feel like I should be I can't keep proper eye contact, but I can keep eye contact with his screen. But then I see answers, and I'm letting you think because unfortunately for me, I know the answer.
I'm going through a listing, and I've got to tell you,
but it shows how hard it is, right?
Shopping list is really low.
You have to use the fact that the knight on e4 is not as protected as everything else in this position.
No, I don't want to play f5. I just don't want to play f5.
No. You're playing in, no active moves exist, but you have a very good move inside your own camp here.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Jeez, I got to tell you guys, this is knight b3. I don't like.
We can play rook a1 here.
What? Oh, because of rook a8.
Yes.
But I got to tell you, if
this is not easy.
This is the move that's going to save me. That's on the lower side of my shopping wish list moves because.
Yeah. And it probably still costs you the e3 pawn right after knight c5.
Knight c5. I can take on. No, I can't.
No, you can't take on a8. You have to play queen somewhere, and I think wherever you put it, I think I will be able to win the e3 pawn. But it may be not enough to win the game, though.
Like take.
You just takes on e3. Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's a very important pawn. I'm very happy I have won it.
Yes,
but
you are.
And also, I think maybe white is supposed to go for some kind of an endgame like queen c3. I think with the queens off the board, this may be more manageable. Queen c3, we take on c3. Bishop takes, we take on a1, and then I take maybe with the rook and give a check from a8 or something. And those types of endgames, I think maybe you can imagine not losing with white.
I want to imagine myself not losing them, but I'm not so sure my imagination.
Well, I mean, if you have to play rook e8, I do have the two bishops. I think my compensation will be decent. My question is, what do we do against knight f8? Which is not an easy move. Like playing knight f8 into the pin of the rook on a8 is a bit weird. But
at the same time, it's the active rook,
bishop
right?
b2 or bishop a1 or something, and claim that we have activity. We've actually sort of stabilized our pieces and are reasonably well connected. F5 here. Take away more squares. Yeah, I can imagine this being manageable for white.
Salvageable, or not easy. So again, it's a black day. I mean, all across the board, Shaq seems to have got exactly the type of position that Alejandro prescribed for him. He's shed a pawn. But the double pawns, the fact that this pawn on e5 is very nicely blockaded, you've got ideas of bishop g5 to further reduce material. That looks quite okay. I think so anyway. Levon?
Yeah, Levon is still shuffling because he played bishop before. Jan replied with knight a6. Probably using some very, very similar ideas. If you take on e4 twice, probably the plan is very similar, like queen f5, c5, c4, and we're winning. Or maybe even the immediate c5 in some positions might be playable because bishop takes c5, queen f5 might cost you a piece.
Right.
But yeah, he's just gone back knight e1, and Jan is, as expected, sort of saying that connecting my pawns in the center is more important to me than
attractive
preserving both of my extra pawns here.
Exactly.
Please give me one of your bishops. I think in practical terms, I'd rather play maybe bishop a2, bishop c4, and try to maintain some kind of a blockade or that,
But two pawns.
Yeah, it is
two pawns. It's 2 pawns. I mean, very, very nice. Back to our marquee matchup, and Alejandro, take it away. Has Wesley really blown it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Alvarez is fully back in this game.
Dang.
I mean, we have a 3-result game in our hands here. We left it off at g takes h3, and I thought rook e5 was going to come. So many threats. I can always take on c5 with the rook. He gave a check immediately, like he was in a hurry. Queen g4 takes c4. Let's analyze this position. Yes, king is not super safe. You can even start with move rook e6. On the other hand, how's the structure? It's a little weird. b3 is weak, but so is the entire queen side, especially a5 in the long term. Imagine we get any endgame. a5 is a terrible pawn. I'm going to be able to target it so easily, and how do you defend it? This knight is so far away from the action. You want to put it on f4, but you can't retreat to f6. Awkward knight. I don't know, guys. I see Alireza winning this one with a couple of more inaccuracies by Wesley. The edge just says 0-0 as usual, but I don't know if queen g5 is the first move I'm thinking of here. I get it. You want to get the knight back into play, but I've been attacking for so long. I've been attacking for a while. Do I really want to trade the queens? If you go rook e6, queen f5.
Rook e6 to me is the first move I look at.
Yeah, but this is annoying. It's just annoying. You go check, king h2. This queen is defending f2. I'm not worried about that. Queen d6 is met with bishop e5.
Can we play king f1? Because I would like to play king f1 if it's possible.
King f1 also possible. Queen now has to retreat to keep some kind of initiative, because if you go into an endgame, as I said, well, now I'm hitting the rook. Now this is going to be weak. Rook is coming to e5. Who's playing for a win here? And speaking of blowing it.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Minus 0.3.
Yeah,
This is a completely different game. Levon down to 12 minutes, but let's see what happened in this. We left it off here, I think, queen a3, d4, bishop b, what? Bishop b4, knight a6, and we thought about this move, but this is lost because of c5 at the end. Very nice little cute idea. If you take on c5, queen f5 forks the rook and the bishop, and if you take on d4, it looks like you're hitting the d7 rook, and you're forcing me to take, and I can take with the bishop, but actually knight takes c5 defends the rook.
Cute.
So you're not able to do that. Instead, after bishop e1, you could repeat here as Nepo, just play knight a c5, bishop b4 back. You could play just knight c7, retreat the knight. It's not as easy as it used to be, but no big deal. But after c5, which looks logical and tempting to just push and baby, g4. I'm taking this pawn, and that's the anchor square for the knight on e4. And if I lose that anchor, how do I progress? Because these are two bishops. Your king is a little bit unsafe. And now you have some tactical problems, and the Indians are far from impressed with what Nepo has done to his position. Now let's go down c4. Could be possible.
Right.
Pawn takes. I hit the knight. You don't have time to play d3 because rook takes. You don't have time to do anything except move the knight out of the way. And then bishop a2. Suddenly I'm targeting your c4 pawn. Not so easy to defend. Guys, I can also see this being a 3-result game. The main issue for Levon, more than the position, is that he has 12 minutes left.
Yeah, but only for 10 moves. They actually blitzed out a long sequence at some point, and it's not as panicky as it could have been. But yeah, this is an unbelievable improvement, considering that.
Unbelievable. Yes.
Yeah, he was down 2 for sort of no discernible compensation from the beginning. Yeah, very, very interesting developments.
I think over the course of this event, we've always talked about these 2,800 guys as being incredibly resourceful and finding ways of getting out. But also we've talked about them really winning one positions. Here, I mean, especially this game of Wesley So. This move with queen g4, pardon me. This idea of rook e6 just looks so compelling at first glance. Queen f5 is a kind of a cold shower.
Absolutely.
Move.
Yeah.
I mean, it just like stops you because the desirable takes.
Oh, I don't know. You have to be very careful now with black.
Exactly. With black, suddenly,
yes.
I mean, the advantage shifted so greatly after queen takes c5. We were really, I'm amazed at rook a d8 hadn't been played ages ago.
Yeah,
Sorry, Peter.
ages ago. Like there was a number of times where rook a8 was clearly the best move in the position, starting from maybe even before bishop takes h3. I think you do need to see bishop takes b3 for that one, but normally, like on a good day, Wesley spots it in 3 seconds flat.
Of course.
And we're so used to him, recognizing those intricacies so easily.
Even in this moment, rook a8 to d8,
including rook
is
d8 here as well.
very compelling. And then even
here,
crazily enough,
third time in a row here, just start with rook d8 here. You're still better, even though it's unclear. Obviously, the fact that the bishop on c5 has been removed off the board makes your
changes a lot.
Makes your attacks on the king side much less potent. But yeah, it's just been a strange game. I think Wesley.
It's been a strange day.
Yeah, and the day as well. Yeah.
Sorry, that was me. That was our analysis. Answering rook e6. If you don't play rook e6 here, Peter.
Alejandro was suggesting queen g5, but that's just such a difficult move to make.
Well, you really want to play knight f4.
Yes.
That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
But sorry, please.
But
yeah, it's a concession.
But also very simply, endgames are extremely double-edged now with the pawn on a5.
Yep.
So spending a full tempo here on forcing an endgame does not feel
in the spirit of the
it does not feel that great. Like you might come to the conclusion that you must do it because everything else is weaker simply, but I don't think you're doing this with any kind of a particularly cheerful feeling.
Look, can I suggest a bad move?
Sure.
I mean, and really, of course, whenever I see a bishop on b2, I am loath to play such a move because, but I'm just stopping this for the time being.
But then rook e6 does nothing, right? You've taken also a square
True.
from your own rook.
But rook e6.
Rook ab8 played, guys.
Rook ab8.
Rook ab8. Why did my engine just go plus 1.5?
What?
Yeah, it says e5. Let's go down the line, guys.
e5 rook b3, I guess, is the plan.
But because
bishop d4 wins a piece, right?
Bishop d4 wins a piece, specifically because after queen takes c4, which keeps taps on the bishop on d4, I just move my bishop back, bishop e3.
Whoa. That is so missable. That is so
But that's
missable.
a piece.
Well, but how many pawns? I get 4.
Okay, maybe you don't lose, but like f2 is extremely solid. I only need 2. Like when the game is over, I only need not 1. I mean 1. I can't speak.
Right.
Like I don't need 2. Just 1 needs to survive at some point, right? Rook h5, rook ec1. No, this is horrible.
This is a good pawn. This is a very good
I mean,
pawn.
a4 is kind of weak. Like I think the way the game might continue here is something like rook ec1.
Yes, rook Edgar c1.
Yeah, and then rook h4.
Right.
Rook c6, rook bb4.
And I'll draw this.
And we hope that f2, f4 doesn't work. And if f2, f4 doesn't work, we will make a draw. I think 3 against 1 on one side is reasonably comfortable.
But if it works.
But by the way, that is so easy to miss. Bishop
That
e3.
is incredible.
That is.
But also, I want to ask, like, if I start with rook e3 here, if I don't spot this as white, if I go rook e3 here, am I doing so poorly? I guess the idea is now we play rook e6. And queen f5 is no longer anywhere near as good because b3 will be hanging.
Well spotted, Peter.
I'm pretty sure this is why Wesley included rook b8 because
he's hoping for rook e3, rook e6.
I think the point is like rook e3 is something you blitz out. Rook e3 it's a good move. b3 constantly needs protection. In general, it's just a good square for this rook. It provides additional security for the king side. It might be shifted to g3 later.
Right.
So you kind of assume rook e3 gets played, right? And then after rook e6, suddenly, you don't have a particularly comfortable immediate defense against rook g6. Maybe you play like king f1 or king h2 or something.
Yeah, we might be back to your king f1 idea.
And then black can play knight f6 and continue, creating little ideas and
be better. But once again,
e5,
rook e3. Pardon me. Once again, e5.
e5. The knight is hanging. If you play g6, you run into full steam into e5, e6. And yeah, this is a very, very unhappy position for black suddenly.
I do. You can play queen g5
or queen f5, yeah. But
queen
then
f5, queen g5.
Yeah, but then I think we just go into the endgame and we play bishop c3 in the end of the endgame.
That was the ending that Alejandro was saying.
That's very nice, but you guys are missing a key move before e6. if the queen could get back to the defense, we're talking about a game.
Okay. Bishop d4 first, and then
Bishop a3, even stronger.
Whoa, whoa.
What civilization do you want to go to? I mean, you're going to go ace.
Yeah, and then after e6, you just get mated, actually.
Yeah, I'd stay
just
away
get
from this one.
mated.
Stay away from this one.
It's just, and the evaluation after e5, g6, bishop a3 is +7.
Oh.
Like unredeemable, dead lost. 7.
7.
So after e5, it is absolutely forced to go into that endgame. Yeah. Like there is no choice. It's clear Wesley's missed it. Rook takes b3, bishop d4, clear. Queen takes c4, only move. Bishop e3, clear. Right. We got this far. And let's see how bad this is, because the engines really do hate it. Takes. You could take on h5. It's not forced. The pawn's not going anywhere. But how bad is it? Rook takes h5. The problem is that after rook b1 or something like that, get one pair of rooks off. Get one pair of rooks off the board. I think this is important. And if you take, you can always hold on to this pawn with my rook, but this guy's going to have to be guarded. So for example, if I play bishop d2 or something, you're going to have to defend this pawn somehow. And since I have 2 pieces and you have 1, I will eventually capture it. Probably the engine draws this with like miraculous play. I don't buy it. I cannot imagine a human drawing this position. I think that if Alireza plays e5, Wesley doesn't hold this.
Wow.
Yeah, it's extremely possible that Wesley ends up losing this position, which is unthinkable, really.
From what he had.
From like
from the
5 moves
opening.
ago, yeah.
$100,000 swing. Oof.
Yeah, this one is continuing slowly, but in our Niemann-Caruana game, Hans actually did not find rook a1. He's played rook b1, which is just a straight-up positional piece of exchange sacrifice.
You mentioned that one.
Yeah, I guess knight d2 he goes bishop c3, and then he takes on f1, maybe with the bishop, and tries to take on b7.
No, it's taking too long, in my opinion.
It was something you had mentioned, even knight c5.
Knight c5 also very playable here. I don't know which one. Like, you have to compare.
Because, knight here, bishop takes.
Yeah, queen c5.
Oh, there's rook a2 check as well.
Yeah, we can throw in rook a2 check. I'm not sure this is great for white anyway. Yes, it's not lost immediately. Like optically, it feels like a position that, I mean, definitely gets played out, but maybe not even that clear altogether, because the king will be somewhat safe on g3. We have some positional compensation. The rook on b7 will be active and so on. No, I have a feeling I understand why Fabi is thinking, but this might be a very interesting time trouble.
And the alternative to a knight d2, Peter?
It's just knight c5, yeah, as you correctly pointed out, yeah.
Which feels like a very, very nice extra peshti,
honestly, maybe
right?
maybe preferable, actually, because, yeah, wherever the queen goes...
And I think it's got to go to c3.
Yeah, maybe queen c2, though.
Oh,
maybe this is why he has not played it yet. Queen c2, and if I don't think I can take on e3 here, because bishop c1 actually wins material.
Yeah, something about queen c3. Just a second. Hold on. Queen c2, I've got bishop a4 also to irritate you.
Let's go queen c1. I mean, it's ugly, but I would like not to be down material if I can actually manage.
True that. Alejandro, our shining star, help us here. Should Fabi be greedy and grab the exchange or not?
I have an engine. Of course they're greedy. They want to go for whatever gives them the most material. They don't believe in this comp at all. Knight d2, bishop c3, take on f1, you take with the bishop. Right. And now you insert this check. It's a nice check to insert first. And the reason is that you guys really said it. The king on g3 would be very, very nicely placed. But you don't have it in this position.
No.
Because of check.
No.
And the queen takes, queen b1, white resigns. Therefore, because of this sequence, the king has to go to the g1 square. Now, the game's not over. Queen a4, the engine say, is the best move, just to keep the queen in a position where it can penetrate on the a file or on the light squares. Queen c5 is also okay, although it thinks that after rook takes b7, the game's far from over. It is only a -1 advantage. Playable, let's call it that way, but definitely better for black. Now, the other alternative, knight c5, also very strong. Queen c2, you could go rook a2 and bind the position that white has here, and I think that's very strong. But you could also take on c3. And after bishop c1, you go queen c3, and it's actually a counter sacrifice. You could take, but after taking this king in very dire straits, knight takes f4 on tap, knight on d4 is hanging, the knight on c5 is absolutely beautiful. Bishop on e2 is absolutely garbage. So you can see the power of the pieces, and this is not really an acceptable position for the white side. The engine's saying minus 1.7. You let it think, it grows and grows and grows. So after queen c3, you probably just have to trade the queens, but this is a free pawn for the white side, for the black side. White does have some comp because pair of bishops, and this knight on d4 is not bad. And well, there is some pressure on b7, but it is a pawn. So this is why Fabi's thinking, because he has two very attractive options. He needs to know which one to go for. The only thing is he needs to make a decision soon. The more he lets his time run, the better the chances are that hands in some kind of complication can trick him. 15 minutes to play still 15 moves of what should be a complicated game coming up.
Thank you, Alejandro. And talking about
complexity. If I've played by Alireza.
Alireza plays e5, but the complexity of the Levon-Aronian game after g4, g6 was Nepo's answer to that one. What do you think of that, Peter?
I mean, it's completely off,
do we
off
take?
the rails for black. Yeah, we take. I mean, the simplest would be just to take on f5 and then take on e4 twice, like bishop and rook.
And thank you very much for trading this g3 pawn for your g7 pawn, yeah?
We're still down a pawn, but now I think it's very easy to make an argument that maybe our king is actually safer than the one on g8. I mean, black probably, I think Jan is intending something like rook g7 here to at least
address the fact that his
guard
king
against
is,
some checks. But this is just a straight-up, completely unclear position, I think. Like queen b3 check or rook d3 first, if we're not blundering something.
Right.
But
we have
left made a very Lev-like move. This is a very, very stylish little move. I don't know if it's any good, but it's a very Lev-like move.
You like this Levon from the mind of Levon-Aronian.
Yeah.
Queen takes
I
h6.
don't know if I like the fact that we've allowed the pawn to progress. We can take on d3 here. I think this was
because there is
rook
a queen
d3,
c4 check.
Yeah, I think rook d3, bishop d3 is cleaner, and you cannot take once again because that costs us black a full rook.
Exchange. Yes.
Yeah, it's a cute move. I don't know if it's as good as the very, very simple recapture on f5 and d4, but it's a cute move.
Well, let's see. Okay, so I can't exploit the move with the move d3. Should I be worried about this guy?
I don't know. My issue is maybe knight d6 is good.
Knight d6, knight c3.
Knight c3. I don't like trading. The bishop on e1 is not very impressive. I don't particularly.
Yeah, but opening up the d file.
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
For a second,
knight
d6. Yeah, my point is, gf I can take maybe
with
even
the knight.
Knight or the pawn.
Oh, but
and if you take on h6, I wanted to go rook h7 and claim that we can kind of.
What are we claiming?
We're claiming that the turns have tabled. And
gotcha.
And now I want to play queen h4 next move and claim that maybe I am the one with the attack on the king side suddenly.
Haki mati.
I don't know. Yeah, f3 still exists. This is not really haki mati, but yeah, but this is now a very, very complicated.
G6. Wesley played G6, guys.
Okay, so
Wesley Alireza is one good move away
from
being completely winning.
From taking the lead at the Sinquefield Cup. One good move away, guys.
It's a move that I think is very, very easy to miss because the bishop kind of, you feel since you're playing e5, e6 next, pretty much always, the bishop really feels like it should be on the long diagonal. But I think the moment you spot that the move bishop a3 exists, you instantly realize how strong it is because removing the queen basically from the game entirely by driving it to, let's say, b6 here.
Right.
And then going e6, I think it's very, very obviously just a huge improvement to the immediate, compared to the immediate e6.
Well, I want to see Wesley's face, guys. I want to see Wesley's face.
It's the tactics. Bishop a3 and e6 is just tactically gone. Our bird's eye view, well, at this moment, it's very hard to tell if Wesley even is aware.
No, he's not aware of the move. If he was aware of the move, he would just not play g6.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This has not crossed his mind. He's definitely worried.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he realizes he's lost control, but he doesn't really realize maybe until now just how much he lost control here.
Yeah. Talk about that, Peter, for just a moment, because you mentioned something really salient here. I mean, in our minds as grandmasters, we have this hardwire to keep our bishop on the long diagonal, especially when the pawn is on g6. We just think that's where the bishop belongs, on this long diagonal. So this is not the obvious move that our training has taught us. We see it because we just drive the queen to a lesser square.
Yeah, I think the trick here is just for your mind to suggest it to you. And it's entirely possible, in particular because I think e6 is very playable. I don't think white is worse after e6. I would maybe even still think I'm playing for a win here.
Until you see queen g5 or queen f5?
No, even there, like that game we were discussing, EF, king f7. And I don't particularly like taking on g5. Let's just go bishop c3 here.
Just bishop c3 and remind right away what we're dealing with bishop takes a5.
Yeah, my feeling is if anyone is playing for a win in this position, it's probably white.
Right.
And Alireza must know he was in desperate trouble until then.
Oh, there it is. Bishop a3 on the board. Guys. Queen b6 played instantly.
Yeah, he wants to play e6, c5. This is the only way he thinks he might not be losing on
But
this
it gets busted very easily. Like, very easily.
So let's do it. Bishop a3 on the board. Queen
b6
d6
already played.
Quickly.
Now e6. The threats are so much that you have to play c5 just to give yourself the f8 square for the king, basically after ef7 and queen d7 check. I so far have not found how to win this position.
Take.
Okay.
Queen d7.
King f8.
Queen d5. Resigns.
Just queen. Very simply, just queen d5 and win. Yeah. I was looking for something more spectacular because
No need for spectacular.
Yeah.
And especially not when there's $100,000 on the line. Just play the simple winning move.
E6.
Queen d5. That's it. There's just no defense. Bishop c5 is coming.
The moment you realize how horrible this looks, you kind of stop calculating.
So simple.
Yeah, knight f6, bishop c5, king g7. But if all else fails, we can take on b6 and on a5. Like, we can actually switch back to playing this endgame, only we're now 2 pawns up and continuing to grab, right?
What's that?
Bishop d6, knight d5, bishop a5 without
You can take on e8, take on a5, and that's the entire queen side. And that's probably the very inaccurate way of playing.
Yeah, like, there's probably something that wins on the spot.
Wait a minute. An accurate way of playing gets you 3 connected pass pawns for free?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sign me up. Where do I sign up?
Yeah, it's
dear.
amazing. Yeah,
E6 on the board, and Wesley So has spoiled what we think was a completely winning position not more than 1 hour ago, and now he's in pole position for the Sinquefield Cup victory.
Alireza is now in a driver's seat for sure because
he's in pole position for, if he wins this one, pole position for Sinquefield, pole position for Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
It's huge. And this guy, +1, guys. +1. Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi got to this position. He played king g7, took. I assume bishop e4 is going to be played. I don't think you can resist this for too much longer. And as I said, that rook d3, Levon doesn't want to take on e4 at all.
Right.
He wants to checkmate this guy. I'm not really sure how he's planning on doing so. I think rook f3 is his idea.
Yeah,
and going through f5.
Rook on f3, yeah.
But the engines were saying, just take. There's so many avenues open to this king. Rook d3 can be played later. Rook g4 is a threat.
Wow.
This bishop, which has been lame for a while, prevents queen g5 because of bishop d2.
Right.
It all comes together very quickly, but rook d3, it's 0-0, but it's still, you would feel that white is the one that has the threats because you count the pawns, 2 extra pawns for black, and it's not giving any advantage.
That's kind of the giveaway, right, Peter? When your computer, you're 2 pawns up and the computer says, no, nothing's happening. Rook d3, did that spoil it? Basically, what you're saying, Alejandro, is bishop e4, bishop takes e4, fe, cash your chips in. You have advantage, no question about it. Rook d3.
Weirdly, it kind of comes back to the earlier conversation about perhaps Levon having in his mind's eye some positions with the knight on a6 instead of the knight on b8 very early in the endgame. I think one of the reasons the position after bishop e4 and rook e4 is so good for white. It's not even only that the king, just gf take on e4 twice.
Yep.
One of the reasons why it's good for white, obviously the first and the most important one is just difference in king safety.
Right.
But also there is this knight on a6, which is very, very far out of play, is kind of tethered to protection of the pawn on c5. The b4 square is being controlled by the bishop on e1, so you can't really bring it back into the game. And yeah, that would have been a huge turnaround. And yeah, the Alireza Wesley game is hurtling towards its conclusion, seemingly, because EF Queen D7 already played. There's nothing else there to play apart from King F8. I'm guessing Wesley is simply not at the board because King F8 hasn't been played yet.
Right.
Otherwise,
No, he is at the board. He just played King takes F7.
Yeah. Okay. No, King is actually already on F8 on our screen. Yeah, Queen D7, King F8, and Alireza is searching for
spectacular win
for something. But yeah, I mean, as soon as you realize that your rooks cannot really be, I was looking at something like Rook E3 here, just to try to open some files to
Please. Queen D5 is easy, but let's face it. He has choices. I think Rook E3 wins. Queen H7 definitely wins.
Queen H7
yeah, also of course
wins.
makes perfect sense. Just start picking up stuff. Because the Queen on B6 cannot abandon the pawn on C5. You get mated.
That's so. I was playing Queen F6 in my mind's eye.
No.
And Bishop takes C5 is just deadly.
Not allowed. But yeah, what Queen D5 clearly is sort of far and away the cleanest.
It's on the board. What a turnaround. Undefeated in the tournament was Wesley So coming into the game. Today's games. His accuracy, his level of accuracy, I saw from a chess-based report by Frederick Friedel, was more or less off the chart. I mean, like just incredibly high degree of accuracy, and then just like a sequence of moves. Alireza, I don't know what it is. He turned it around against Shakhriyar. I mean, he was just dead. And then in 6 moves, he just won. Today. Dead.
Yeah, it's
in 6 moves he's won.
It's very, very odd to watch in particular because
I mean,
like Wesley in particular. Wesley just like this doesn't happen to Wesley.
Yeah, this is extraordinary.
This doesn't happen
what
to
were our
Wesley.
predictions?
Yeah, I think there's going to be someone.
I know Alejandro. He participated for 3 rounds.
Yeah, and then I was done.
We're going to give you a participation trophy that says for 3 rounds, Alejandro.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Well,
Look at this
who
guy.
could have possibly guessed?
Yeah, Anastasiya in shambles. Anastasiya in absolute shambles today.
Tasered.
She thought she won the whole thing very, very
But
easily. By
I
move
would
15.
like to give VAR a great deal of credit because his boy is back in business.
Yes.
Amazing. But Queen D5, guys, I think that just seals the deal for Alireza.
If you don't play Knight F6, I think you genuinely lose like the entire chess set because like nothing else really saves any material. And after Knight F6, as we were saying, like after Bishop C5, King G7, the suspicion has to be that there might be a move here which wins more than Bishop takes B6. But why do you need it? Like, just take on B6, take on A5. You want to include Rook E8, you can include Rook E8 at any point. I don't think it's required. I think just doing it without
or not. Yeah, because it's not like you're anxious to allow the rook to control the E file either.
It's just absolutely lost. There's nothing left to play there. Amazing. Just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, truly. Wow. History in the making here
If Alireza ends up winning both of the summer season tournaments,
St. Louis is going to be his favorite city in the entire world.
He kept on saying that it's been his dream to play in St. Louis, and
to win a tournament.
Yeah, if he shows up and sort of at the first time of asking wins both,
right?
That's I mean he hasn't won the tournament yet. If he wins this, and I mean Jan might be back with some winning chances now. Like I don't know.
As Levon let things slip, the moment the commentators curse, the moment I allowed.
It's unclear, but Black is still 2 pawns up. Like you can definitely imagine Black winning this position.
It's still 0 though.
Yeah, it's not better for Black apparently, but it's a kind of a not better, which you definitely like. You make one mistake here with White, you're probably entirely busted straight away.
Absolutely. I mean, it is 2 pawns.
So if Jan actually ends up returning to being on top in this game, they will be tied for first with Alireza on +2. Above Wesley on +1 with 1 round to go.
Has Levon captured on E4?
No, he took Rook takes. Interestingly, he took Rook takes E4 in the previous move and not Bishop, and is now thinking, which probably means he is considering the move Bishop E1 G2.
Well, isn't that Nepo at the board thinking?
Yeah.
He has played Bishop.
He has played Bishop G2 there. Yeah, very, very key. I mean, Levon is, I think today in particular.
Yeah, he took first.
He took and then played Bishop G2. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, you were about to say. Levon in particular today has played a very
No, I think
creative.
He is kind of going all in on never making an obvious move. If there is a non-obvious one available,
he's definitely going with the consternation here. Bishop, okay, break it down for us, Peter.
I want to play knight
is
a6, a6. Unfortunately, you will not allow me to play knight a6, a6, pointing out the boring rules of chess and things of that nature.
Yes, yeah, two moves. It takes you 2 hops to get there, but the knight on a6 is really offsides. I get it.
That's my entire point here, is that because that knight is so far away from the action, this is why, because the king on g7 really isn't that unsafe, and white did trade away many of the attackers.
Right.
And white is still 2 central passed pawns down.
Hello, yeah.
And the fact that the engines don't prefer this for black even, I think, is basically solely due to the fact that this knight is so far away.
Right.
And without it in the game, it's so difficult to establish any kind of proper coordination of your pieces.
Okay, help me out. I'm going to play for c4. I want to play c5, c4, and or...
Fair. Rook h3, I guess.
And I wanted to shut down your action.
Also fair. Obviously I blundered that, but queen b1 maybe?
Queen b1. Uh-oh. I was on a roll for 2 whole moves there. Knight b4. Well,
I will actually take twice and claim that the king on g7 is so unsafe. I'm not even that worried.
Good point.
I think that's, like the question is some move like queen e7 here, and do I have anything against it?
Again, it's just the 2 pawns, right?
Yeah. But even, okay, bishop takes a4, rook e1. For a second there, I was interested in bishop f4, rook g3, queen g6, but I'm blundering a queen in one move.
Rook e1 is the answer to
so
any
we
bishop
go,
moves.
I don't know, queen b3 or queen b6 and then queen b3.
Gosh, my pawns feel like they're stuck in cement. By the way, there is a queen b6. Also, you could maybe tickle this h-pawn.
Yeah, you have rook e6, but maybe provoking rook e6 is useful.
Yeah,
exactly.
and then after f4, you drop back.
Yeah.
That's probably why it zeros, Alejandro. Is that what we're looking at here in the game of Jan and Levon after bishop d2?
It says queen e6, rook h3. f4 is not bad. I'm not going to say it's bad.
Right.
Queen b1, the game goes on. Knight b4, for example, as you guys pointed out. The edge of the stop move. Who needs that pawn?
Dang.
Yeah.
I'm gonna airmail my grandmaster title back to the FIDE.
Yeah.
Like that was not on my.
No, I don't think it's
list.
anybody's radar. It just starts evacuating. It just goes that way. Goes towards the queen side.
King walk, huh?
It just king walks all the way to. I think it just actually goes to c6.
Dang.
Yeah.
Or at least attempts to go to c6.
It attempts to go to c6. You probably don't get all the way
c6,
there. But it starts running. It just starts running.
It just says, take my h6 pawn. It's all about c4 and getting my king to safety.
It's still a mess. It's still a humongous
It's an
mess.
unbelievable mess. Yeah, it's still a very, very complicated position. In the meantime, Alireza has just decided that I don't really even want to spend any time searching. And yeah, Wesley just resigns. Yeah, game is done.
Game is done.
Game is done.
Alireza, new leader of the Sinquefield Cup.
Wow.
What a turnaround. Incredible, guys. I mean, this one was Wesley's game in the bag, tournament in the bag, Grand Chess Tour in the bag. Wesley just blundered away $100,000.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very, very costly turnaround there in this game because, yeah, in particular with him, he's really not a very volatile player.
No.
Putting it mildly, he generally doesn't lose very much, and he also doesn't let go of advantages pretty much ever.
Right.
And today, both have happened in the space of 10 moves. He turned the -3 position into a resignation.
Right. Just what we saw once again with Shakhriar. I mean, Alireza was definitely losing in that game.
Yeah.
And in the space of 6 months, it went from a winning to a lost. And this was probably 8. But it was just so stunning for us is because everything, was set up. I mean, rook d8.
Yeah,
how do you not play rook d8?
I think if he sees bishop takes b3, he just wins this game very automatically. Also, something I've seen on my screen. Let us check something for a second.
Please.
It's not really very relevant anymore.
Not this position.
No, like here. Like if I go rook d8.
Yep.
Knight d3.
Okay.
Even let's say you don't see bishop takes b3.
Okay.
Can I go rook d3, knight f4?
Probably. I mean, this
Because
still.
I saw, the reason I'm asking is, once
Yeah.
again, I'm not that smart. I saw that if we play bishop takes b3, just 1 second, we go back for one move. Bishop b3, we discussed queen b3, rook d3, but there is queen b1, right? Okay. And against queen b1, I did see that the engine was going rook d3, knight f4.
Aha! And then you said, well, why is the
But
b3
okay.
pawn so important?
Exactly. But the question then became, if you don't like look in that direction at all, if you don't realize bishop takes b3 exists anywhere, can we just do it now and just give mate?
Well,
I
let's
think
have a look-see. I'm going to try to cover up my king, but...
Yeah, but that just looks like it should be lost, right?
Yeah.
Knight f3. No, you have queen g2 there in the end. Maybe it's not that lost. Maybe it's actually not as clean as I originally... I mean, it still looks very attractive for black, but it doesn't seem
Stunning
as
development.
winning.
Stunning developments for us here on set as we take a look at our results. Wesley So has lost his tournament lead, and he lost it to his closest rival.
Yeah,
I
so
wanna
far,
say.
only one game finished, and that's a decisive game between our two leaders.
Wow.
And Alireza goes to +2, and Wesley drops to +1, which is a very, very important turnaround. Alireza could still be caught in the Sinquefield Cup if Jan wins his incredibly unclear position against Levon, which is definitely still very much on the cards. I mean, all three results are in play there.
Exactly,
That's
as
for sure.
well. And that would make an incredible finish for tomorrow's championship round with two players tied for first. Should, as you say, Nepo win this game. It's been a topsy-turvy affair. I'm telling you, rook h3, queen e6, that would be... and queen d5. That would just...
Jan still has plenty of time. Lev is down to 7 minutes, but it is move 37. They've been really rattling through through the moves in this game. So
by the way,
7 minutes is not that horrible for Lev for only 3 moves.
As we were starting our broadcast, you had mentioned that Nepo lamented the fact that his first 4 rounds didn't really give himself a chance to show his true chess strengths. This is a game.
Yeah. Now he's definitely playing. He's definitely at least playing chess today. This will be a full-blown game, which will go
kind of
past.
a world championship match game, if you will. The kind of game you want for a training.
Yeah.
At least.
He's getting a proper workout at the very least. Yeah.
That's what
exactly. Yeah.
Proper workout. Nice.
Mm.
Nice. Spoken like a man who goes to the gym.
Every now and again.
Every now and again. Queen e6.
Queen e6 on the board. We are expecting rook h3 because, like, rook g3 check would be a move, but why are we provoking rook g4? It doesn't really make much sense to provoke rook g4. So I think
rook
Lev goes
h3,
rook h3.
And the stunner for us, Peter, was either queen d5. Just go ahead and take my pawn.
I think it's specifically queen d5 because if you go king f7, you are really inviting rook takes h6.
Okay.
And if you play queen d5 and rook takes h6 happens, I'm pretty sure we're not playing king f7. I'm pretty sure we're playing knight c7 or c4 or something, right?
Something over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen b1 played instead, guys.
Queen b1.
Yeah, and that is another idea that I was including rook h3 prior to playing queen b1, but it's always going to be an idea here for white, reminding Jan that there's a pawn on b7 that needs attention.
But also maybe there's a square queen b6.
And that as well,
that could potentially, like I'm thinking, I'm very happy to post my queen on d5, right?
Maybe we are.
I defend the pawn, and if you go queen b6, I'm very
We do have
happy.
rook e6, and there are no squares for the queen to to get into the black camp further. Yeah, I think queen d5 is a very natural move here.
But which begs the question: why does the inclusion of those two moves, those two pairs of moves?
Maybe rook b3 though.
Rook b3. Thank you.
Rook b3, and then after rook e7 we go rook b6, right? And we.
I was searching for a justification for queen b1. I think you found it, Peter.
Yeah, rook b3, giving up b7 with check doesn't really seem very comfortable.
Right.
So rook e7, I think, is sort of your automatic response here. And now rook b6 looks interesting at least, right? Because
now you're combining the rook and bishop to work together at least.
No, but we're basically playing all of these variations of full piece down, right? This knight on
Yeah, again,
just continues doing nothing in every single variation that we discuss, and this is why this is an issue.
The compensation is so clear.
Yeah, Jan has played queen d5. I think rook b3 is very logical.
Is time a factor, Peter?
Well, Lev is on a very low clock, but it's only, I think, 2 moves to go now, maybe 3, 2.
Low clock meaning
5
less than
minutes, 5 minutes,
No.
but
Okay.
I mean, with only 2 moves to go, it's not really such a horrible situation. And we have an interview, so let's go to Alejandro, who is with our sudden tournament leader.
Yes, absolutely. Over to you, Alejandro.
In a moment, yeah, we still need a moment there, but very, very soon.
I still feel like I need some kind of recovery after this extraordinary turnaround, which we witnessed.
But now we can finally start discussing that very exciting game.
Here with Alireza Firouzja, who has won a huge game. Alireza, first of all, congratulations on your win. When you were preparing for this game, did it cross your mind that this might be worth about $100,000?
I don't know. Yeah, all the games are important here because there are a few rounds. So 8 rounds, it's kind of like you have to be alert every round. So yeah, it was a very strange game. At the first, he surprised me with A5, of course. Of course, I knew the move,
Yep.
but I didn't expect him to play. Normally, there are better tries, of course, for black. But he wanted to surprise me, I guess. And yeah, I think knight BD2, B3, I knew. And yeah, rook E8. And here, maybe I should have played better. I mean, the way I played, I think during the game I was under a lot of pressure. And I should improve here somehow, some move, I don't know.
Yeah, the main move, according to the database, which has been played many times, is bishop b5.
Yeah, probably it's a better move. Because the way I played, I completely underestimated the knight h5 move.
How did you feel after this knight h5 came on the board?
Yeah, I felt kind of stupid because it's kind of only move. If he goes back, I'm better. So.
You mean to d7?
Right. I mean, he cannot defend the pawn in a proper way. So I should have calculated this when I played this kind of bishop b2, bishop b5. So. Yeah, I underestimated the move, and I still think that I could hold here, but with a precise play, but it's very difficult. So I thought knight c4 is a kind of only move. Queen f6 is a very good move. Takes, knight e5. Yeah, and bishop h3. Of course, he has this rook d8 also here.
Yeah, what were you planning to do against
I wanted to go knight d3. And here, it's very... I don't know if bishop h3 works, but... I don't know how he has to play. Maybe knight f4, knight d4, bishop b3. I was thinking, but I don't know if it works.
Bishop b3. Well, the engine was suggesting to start with this move.
Ah, okay. Queen takes, rook d3, queen c4. This is what I wanted to play.
Yeah, rook f3 and then knight f4, and it's just everything collapses. Yeah.
No, f3, queen c5, knight
queen
f4.
c5,
wow.
but then knight f4 anyway.
Ah, yes. This is crushing. Yeah.
Knight d3 just a little bit too strong.
Okay, is this losing or?
It's
pretty
losing,
much, yeah.
Ah, wow.
Yeah. Actually, the engines think that you're already lost here completely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. After knight h5, how can I hold here? I mean.
Knight h5, the engine was adamant about bishop a3. Or b4.
Okay.
Trying to just get rid of the bishop.
b4, yeah, I saw b4. I should have gone for b4 probably.
I don't think you should have gone for b4 considering how the game went.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, but he didn't think about bishop takes b3 because he wanted only to mate, right?
Right.
I mean,
makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
So we got to this position after knight d3.
Very important move.
Yeah.
Knight d3.
What did you expect here?
I expected rook d8.
Right, rook d8 in this
knight
position.
d4, queen g6, queen f3, bishop g4, queen e3, and here bishop b6 maybe.
Yes, very strong move.
Yes, because I don't have c4,
You
bishop
do.
d4, queen d6. This is what I blundered.
Oh, c4, yes.
Yeah, if I have c4, c5, I'm better, but I blundered bishop d4. I was calculating this.
Bishop d4
Yeah,
takes
take queen
and
d6. This is very important.
Fascinating. You can also start with, I think if I remember this correctly, you can start with this.
Yeah, because there's bishop f3 in the end as well. Yeah, you're
Wow.
also.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, he's winning. But I have some defense maybe after bishop b6, bishop a3 maybe. Yeah.
Bishop a3.
And this is where it comes. Yeah, this is the one we
rook
thought.
d4?
Yeah, rook d4 wins here.
Wow. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Same idea.
Yeah. No, okay. This is. Then I'm losing right after bishop b6.
I mean, you're losing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're losing after rook d8. There's just no defense. But you got a little bit of a breath of hope after queen g6.
Yes. Here I'm still worse probably, but okay, at least I'm playing. And knight h4 only move. Yeah, all the moves or only move. I guess I didn't see better try.
Queen g5.
Yeah, knight c5, queen h4.
Yeah, here actually we expected rook
Rook
d8 again. Yes.
Ah, queen f3.
And bishop g4 just pick up.
Queen e3, queen h4. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But after queen h4.
Yeah, gh, rook e5 doesn't work. I was thinking a lot about this.
What did you calculate?
I wanted to go bishop c1 at the end. I couldn't find
bishop
better.
c1 here.
Yeah. Rook c5, queen g4, and just bail out. I mean.
Yes.
Takes, then knight f6, and just f3 or c4.
Or c4.
c4 maybe I said.
c4, give up the g4 pawn.
And then bishop f4, yes. And I think this is still maybe. I'm not better, but okay, I'm playing at least.
Yeah, it's very unclear. The engine's thinking that this was unclear. Also, that queen d4 was unclear, surprisingly, just catching the rook.
Ah, okay.
But what you said was just as good.
Okay. I missed queen d4, yeah.
So after he goes queen g5 check, queen g4, he takes on c5, goes c4. What did you expect from him?
Yeah, here I felt it's very tricky, getting tricky for him. But I thought rook b8 is correct, actually. And he could go for these 4 pawns against the piece position. This is what I thought. And I don't know, I think it's around equal, that one, because it's, okay, rook b3, bishop d4, takes, bishop e3, takes, rook e5, takes. And first I thought I am winning with rook c1, but he has rook b4, which is very strong, because I cannot take rook g4, I lose. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. So,
and then you skewer.
Yeah, I thought then maybe after rook b4, 29. Then instead of rook c1. Then I should go rook eb1. And then I think it's round equal. Rook d3 or rook c3, I don't know. And then rook b7. Okay, I'm a little better because of the pawn on a5, but I think it's holdable for black.
Yeah, we were debating in the studio if it was holdable or not. The engineers do think it's a very large advantage for the white side. So rook b8, you expected, you thought he was going to go for the 4-pawn endgame.
Yes.
He plays g6.
Right, no, this is very bad, right?
Well, what did you think?
Yeah, I thought it's just complete. When I saw bishop, first
when did you see bishop a3?
Yeah, when he played, and then I thought about 1 minute, then I saw bishop a3. It's just over. I think he has to go rook b4 even.
Yeah, actually, they all lose as much. But did you? Sorry. When you played the move, when he played the move rook a8 and you played e5, you did not expect him to play g6.
No, I thought he has to go for 4 pawns, right?
Right, but so, but you hadn't seen bishop a3.
No, but I felt that after g6 I'm winning. I mean, maybe first I thought, okay, I was still in the mood of trying to bailing out. So I thought at the worst case I could go e6, queen g5, and go to this endgame. Yes. So I was happy already. So this was. And then when it appeared on the board, I found bishop e3.
Yeah, and then the game is pretty much over.
Yes.
There is an incredible turnaround here of events for you, going from losing to winning in a crucial game. St. Louis, your lucky city.
Yes. Yeah, still a very big game tomorrow, of course, against Maxime. I have black, so it will be very interesting. I think Jan is also winning, so...
Well, he was, but I do not know if he is anymore. They have reached move 40. This is a crucial game for the standings, absolutely. Actually, well, how would you evaluate this?
But before that was completely winning, right?
Yes, I mean, absolutely.
Levon had no move. But yeah, somehow he got this. Okay, this could go anyway, right? I mean, it's like my game, actually. Because the pawn on a5 could be very tricky at some point.
That's very true.
It could be queen.
Well, guys, join the conversation.
Ali Reza, first of all, congratulations. Quite the turnaround today. Quite the turnaround from Shakhriyar as well. Just
the Shakhriyar game that you played.
That you have won from a losing position.
Right. Yeah.
What are you doing? You're hypnotizing your opponents.
Somehow I am getting lucky that if they don't be precise, I have winning. My position has some dynamic. Somehow, of course, against Shakhriyar was a very bad blunder. So, yeah, it's strange, but okay. Somehow, sometimes in this turn of tournaments, you get lucky. So, yeah, what can I say?
There's no luck shaming on this show, yeah.
We've all been recipients of very, very good luck. Big game tomorrow against MVL. How have you done in the past when you've faced MVL?
Yeah, I think we have many draws. I don't remember if we made even one win or lose. But okay, we didn't play much. I mean, we played some...
I think he beat you in Bucharest, or?
Yes, he beat me in Bucharest.
I already forgot.
It was so drawish that I lost at the end, right? Yeah, that was a strange game. But yeah, in general, he's a very strong player. So we will see what is going to happen tomorrow.
There is a huge game tomorrow. We'll let you prep for that one. Congratulations on your game.
Thank you.
Definitely, definitely congratulations. Wow. As our young 19-year-old surges into the lead in the Sinquefield Cup and the Grand Chess Tour as well.
Oh yeah!
Wow.
His situation in the overall standings for the tour has improved tremendously.
Absolutely.
Obviously the Sinquefield Cup as well. But if Jan wins, it's going to be a straight shootout seemingly between those two in the last round.
It's championship weekend for a reason, isn't
Absolutely,
it?
yeah. But Jan winning is nowhere near a given.
It's not.
This position really is very unclear, the one that Levon and Jan are currently playing.
Tell us why. Queen C1, I think we were looking at some ideas of just abandoning the H6 pawn and maybe
Jan
playing
has gone Rook G6 first, which I also sort of
C4?
like, because I think you want to provoke G2, G3 or something along those lines. And it also prepares some additional squares perhaps for you to run towards, if you like.
Including F6?
F6, C6, D7 and so on. So yeah, I don't mind Rook G6. I thought we could start running already. I definitely thought that Queen C1, like in all the variations that we've been discussing, it felt that the pawn on H6 is by far the least important thing.
Exactly. It's amazing how least important it is. And Rook H3, Rook G6 on the board. Did Levon... No, pardon me.
This is move 40, so...
the time control for Levon has been
reached.
Yes. And for both sides, actually.
I assume if we are choosing between F3 and G3, we are probably preferring F3 in pretty much every single situation because it controls more squares.
Come on, there's a reason he's played Queen C1 and Bishop D2 and Rook H3. Let's take that pawn.
King F6, let's say. Yeah.
And let's put the pawn on it.
Exactly, but I mean specifically the choice between F3 and G3. I'm leaning F3 in pretty much every single situation.
Okay.
I still very much want that knight on E6 though. Can we play knight C7?
And away you go.
I really want to bring it over to E6 because I think that solidifies my king's defenses just so much.
True
it
that.
Removes a lot of potential checks, removes a lot of potential danger just altogether. And then we can start once again thinking about playing C4, C3 and winning the game on the queen side. This is a mess. I keep on thinking that black has to be better, but I thought that about positions which Alejandro has informed us weren't better at all. So I no longer really trust myself in this game.
Well, folks, we're going to take a short break here as everything to play for in this penultimate round. But as we go on break, we're going to leave you with a special. Anastasiya caught up with some support fans of Hans Niemann. I'm sure you're going to enjoy the clip, and we'll see you on the other side of this break for exciting conclusions.
Girls, it's really nice to see you here. What actually brought you here today to St. Louis Chess Club?
So we're out here supporting the tournament that's going on right there inside. We're especially here to support Hans. We got our fun little signs here, and yeah, just out here to show our support. We love him.
Create some buzz for the tournament in general. You know, it's a beautiful game, and not a lot of people know about it, so we just wanted to get some excitement going outside of the tournament.
Chess is not dead.
Absolutely not, that's for sure.
Right.
So, would you like to make a surprise for him today? He knows that you're here or not?
I don't think he knows that we're here, so I really hope he comes out and sees us and sees that he's got some fans out here. We haven't met him, but we're really hoping we get the chance to, so just waiting patiently.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to our coverage of the penultimate round of the Sinquefield Cup, with 3 games still ongoing. 2 of them have reached a somewhat dry endgame stage.
Okay.
And one also doesn't have very many pieces left on the board, but you can call it anything but dry, basically. And that's the game which will determine if Alireza is a sole leader of our tournament with 1 round to go. Or shared. And that's the game where Levon Aronian on the white side is trying to defend what was, I think, entirely self-made, horrible trouble straight out of the opening. And at certain points today, Levon already was doing very, very well, but it seems like, as things stand right now, Jan is back in control, and very happily for Jan's fans, the knight is now on e6. Something I've been desperately calling for the past 10
ever since
moves.
the knight was on a6. Personally, I'm just so happy during the broadcast, the break of the broadcast, to discover that chess is not dead.
Chess is,
Yeah, there is hope for us. Now, you were saying as we're coming back on break that there's only 2 checks. Take us through the position.
Yeah, after Queen H8 check, I think we have to play King F7 because King E7, Queen H7 check doesn't really do very much at all. We have to go back to F6.
Right.
And now the only check is from H7.
Right.
And we can just go Knight G7 here. And the fact that the threat of Queen takes G2 mate is just stronger. So White probably plays G3 here.
Okay.
I haven't figured out exactly how we win with Black because Bishop takes G7 is a bit of an annoying threat because then the F5 pawn will fall if you just recapture.
Clear.
But we can use the ladder to get the queen all the way to maybe we just win the F3 pawn with checks, right? Maybe this is how we win. Queen B1, Queen C2, Queen D1, Queen D2, Queen E3, and so on. So maybe we can't actually, the ladder stops there. Yeah, we need Queen D2 check in this position, but it's not available. So yeah, I remember now because this is where I kind of got stuck.
Okay.
If we could get to like E1, E2 squares, we would be winning very, very comfortably. But I don't see how we get there, right? Like King F1.
Yes.
And then specifically King F2. And in this position,
I'm not allowing.
Maybe D3 is winning though. I can imagine D3 being winning somehow, but it's very touch and go. Yeah, Bishop G7. The good thing about this is that Black always has the perpetual after Queen E2, King G1.
Always, yeah.
But if you want to play for a win, you will have to at some point give up on F5. Maybe you play like Queen E3 check here.
Okay.
To defend C5 specifically. King goes somewhere, choose a square. I guess G2, right? And I take on G7, I play King E7. And there's currently no threat, no checks after King E7, right?
That is true.
But we're also not threatening very much, apart from queening the G pawn in 2 moves from here.
Right. Maybe
giving White a tempo to play something like Rook H4, for instance.
I don't know.
Something
then you get checks, and I get G3 assaults.
Yeah. So this is a very, very, very like early approximation of what you have to calculate here.
Wow.
With Black.
Wow. But something tells me that I can do better for Nepo.
Yeah, by asking Alejandro. Yeah, that's
my guiding star. Alejandro, is Nepo back in control?
Back in control indeed, and it just wants to pawn grab. Queen H8 check.
Yep.
Knight G7. King F7 check. Knight G7.
Yep.
And now we're looking at G3, just so you don't get mated.
Don't get mated. That's important.
And just take this guy.
Wow. Oh, you're hitting E1 suddenly.
So if you do this, and I go check, and you do this, and I go check, and I do this, and I go check, I use the ladder but backwards, I get to a position where I'm defending F5.
Okay.
And once you go here, I can take.
And do your worst.
And do your worst. Check, King E7. I start running towards the king side.
Queen side, yeah.
Yeah, that side. And it's just
the other king side.
The other king side.
Yeah, right. Nice.
-5 is what the engine says if you get all the way to this position. So clearly there's not very much. It does say -3 already in this one. So the edges are giving Jan the nod that this is a winning endgame. That there is still some problems to be solved because there's a lot of checks. Your king is airy. But eventually you should be able to solve them. And Jan should take the full point after a long fight, which was longer than it needed to be.
Wow. Really does feel like this game is about twice as long. When it's all said and done, it will feel like it's maybe twice as long as it should have been if he was slightly more precise around the 30-move mark.
But how often in our careers have we done that? We had a completely winning position. We let it all slip away. And then slowly, we climb our way back in the game, and we're winning it all again. And we've had this
in a way, it's not actually a poor feeling at all. Like if he ends up still winning this game, he will feel
terrific.
Yeah, he will not feel too despondent at all because in some weird fashion he basically won 2 games in one day against an extremely strong opponent. Like
world class.
He beat Levon basically out of the opening through, we assume, some kind of a wrong page stuff. One of those things where Levon thought he was repeating some preparation when in fact he wasn't.
No.
Judging by the outcomes,
yeah.
It shouldn't have been preparation because and then he let it all go, and at one point, I think the engine was even preferring the white position for a very short time somewhere.
Absolutely.
Between move 35 and 40.
Bishop takes E4, rook takes E4. We kind of let it slip linear with his very nice novelty rookie 3, got an upper hand, won a pawn, in fact, against Shaq. But at a certain moment, when you thought that Shaq had sufficient compensation, now looking at the position, Black is doing his utmost to just try to hold and create a fortress. It's all linear. It's a 2-result game, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the thing about the Open, and I've had experiences like this in my own career. Like one of those games, I apparently am destined to make references of every single day on this broadcast. I think in Vike, maybe in '99, I want to say, I had a game against Vichy. In those years, I still had hopes of eventually beating Vichy. I somehow outplayed him in an Open Spanish, and I got a position where, even more than here, I just had an extra pawn on e5. And
very nice.
And I think it was maybe Queen and Rook and this dark squared bishop against Queen and Rook and dark squared bishop. I didn't even have doubled pawns on the b file. Everything was entirely safe in my position.
Just take the knights off the board, add a pair of rooks.
And a pair of rooks. But this is the thing about this structure, is that you badly want to play e5, e4.
You badly want to take this pawn
and pull
it back one square and open up this diagonal.
Yeah, because weirdly, the black bishop pretty much always is at least slightly more active and slightly more participating in the game on e7 than wherever the white bishop is, because the white bishop is very restricted by white's own pawn structure.
Right.
And that, even if there are no weaknesses, and there are maybe some slight weaknesses here, even though linear currently has all of them completely covered, black is never entirely hopeless in these types of positions, because you have this very nice blockading square on e6. In our game against Vichy, the queen was there.
Okay.
Because
there was no knight.
For Schach, it's even better here, because a knight has an absolutely perfect position for it on e6 there.
It's chill, yeah.
Yeah, c6 is seemingly a bit backward, but white has no pieces to attack it with, because, I mean, the only additional piece which could attack it is a knight, and the only square really you can use is maybe d4, but it's very well controlled. You can spend 5 temp to bring the knight over to a5. By that point, black will discover some counterplay probably, so it's not very attractive. And your plan is, as you were indicating, like the only immediately obvious winning plan for white involves playing f4, g4, and f5.
Right.
And then you start thinking about organizing it, and you realize you play f4, black probably instantly plays h5, h4.
Right. To shut down g4.
And if at that moment you are already not winning with a 4, f5 somehow.
Let's just put it on the board,
So if f5, as it isn't here because of knight g5, if f5 is not really playable, this is basically blockaded for the rest of the game. Black can even go knight g7, knight f5, and reposition his knight to an even better square.
And thanks to the pawn being on h4, you're never playing g4. So you're going to have to play incredibly slowly. It's going to take g2, g3, f2, f3. You know, a lot of tempi to make sure that you can establish the break.
And if we continue talking in the same fashion, like queen d7 has been played now, right?
Right.
With the queen on this diagonal, you play g3, you get hit by knight g5. Even if we disregard the fact that there's a queen on e4 which is hanging, even let's say we play queen e3 here, black passes, right? Queen e3, I don't know, king h7, whatever, doesn't matter. g3, we get hit by knight g5. If this provokes h3, h4, which it often will, because the pawn is very, very hanging, we just go back to e6, and all of your pawn breaks on the king side have basically been liquidated. Like you need the pawn on h3 to have any hope of opening files on the king side.
Truly. King e2, by the way, on the board.
Obviously, you know, white has a healthy extra pawn. White will continue pushing for a while. If the queens come off the board, maybe your prospects become a bit better, because then maybe your ideas of playing g3 are more realistic. Counterplay might not be as quick, and so on.
Right.
But I don't know what your feeling is, but I think it's like a 7-3 in favor of a draw.
Maybe even higher.
Maybe even higher. I think you don't lose this very often at all.
Exactly, and I'm even thinking, tell me, I'm not 100% sure I'll even have an edge after queen d5. That's one
that's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
Even that, which I don't think needs to be played.
Right.
Because if you're wrong, you will be very wrong.
Unhappy.
Schach continues shuffling very happily. Has gone king f8 here without much thinking.
That's one technical ending. Another one that I wanted to bring you to is this game between Fabi. Fabi, by the way, I'm really stunned that Fabi managed to achieve this. I just don't understand why in this position Hans did not play the move King F2.
Yeah, we were discussing this on the break. Yeah, both Alejandro and myself and Yasser, all of us. Yeah, we were all kind of.
Don't you just play King F2 here and just chill?
Confused. But maybe I think he was probably worried by something like Queen A2, Rook B8. It's very counterintuitive for me to allow this queen trade, but I guess Hans figured that with the bishop on d5, which is an incredibly important resource here, he is not losing the c4 pawn. And if you play it,
or is he not?
If you no, bishop b3, king d3. No, he's keeping the pawn.
Okay.
And the issue is, Fabi, of course, let's say move 38, right?
Okay.
Fabi had the option of playing bishop e6 here.
Right.
And taking on d5.
Right.
Which generally I think is obviously something that you badly want in these types of positions, breaking apart the bishop pair.
Exactly.
But then the structure, let's say we go, I don't know, rook a8.
Okay.
And even if white does it in the most stupid way possible and just goes like f5, rook a5, e4.
Right.
And then wants to play like h4, put the bishop on f4, king on f3, and
say no way.
Yeah, it just feels like you're not making much progress there because you are constantly tied to the protection of the d6 pawn. White only really has one weakness.
Here I might have a problem with rook. Unfortunately, I do have a timing issue.
Okay, yeah. So not like this. Yeah, we do it slightly smarter.
Right, but I'm sure you
king f3 first.
Could have done it. You were just making the point that even if you force f5, e4, h4, bishop e3, you might just force your opponent into a fortress.
Yeah, which is why Fabi chose to keep the bishops on the board.
Okay.
But the position they have right now, like if we just scroll all the way to where they are.
This is where we are.
Yeah, and bishop a7 is actually kind of a clever little move, saying that, you know, you would like to have access to the b file. I'm not going to give you any access to the b file.
That is actually kind of funny, isn't it?
I feel like Hans is just not really risking very much here.
The power of the two bishops on the open board, maybe we underestimated or overestimated the advantage for Fabi. Have we, Alejandro? Oh, no, but you've got Levon's game. You've been digging deeply into that position.
Because it might end. It might end just now. Levon, did he resign?
No, he played king h1.
Okay, he played king h1. So, not yet, but this game is pretty much done. Let's see what happened in the last couple of moves since we left the game. We left it off with this mating threat on g2, and we said, all right, you play check, and then we figure it out, or you can play g3 right away. We didn't expect g4. No. And I think this is based on some sort of miscalculation, because he's gone takes on g4, check.
Okay.
King f7, rook g3.
Rook g3.
Not so sure about what this is about, because after check, king h2, check. I think he played king h1.
He played king h1, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why can't I take on f3, first of all?
I think this also wins.
Yes, and then I just run, right?
Yeah, but I think there's probably cleaner ways of doing the same thing, because white still has 0 threats. Like the biggest issue for me here is that I don't really understand why, why this does anything. We can just continue ignoring it. And yeah, the queen is already on e2. The point here being that after rook g2, queen takes f3, there are still no threats, and you are now like 4 pawns down.
This is mate too.
Yeah, g3 also wins. Yeah, g3 is also mate.
Yeah,
everything
and
is
if
mate.
Back,
and if you go back,
queen e1, right?
Yeah, queen e1.
King h2, and you just give another check, and then g3 still mate.
Yeah.
Yep, this should end pretty soon.
Yeah, looks like this game is.
Yeah, let's leave.
Fairly over. Yeah.
Look at the cameras then, as I think this is finally going to be the end of this one. I think.
Yeah, left played rook g2, and now you can play g3 first. You can play queen takes f3 first. Right. It doesn't really matter all that much. You're just winning.
Wow, this is huge. Guys, I mean, we're going to have what a showdown tomorrow. This is setting up for us as we'll have 2 players tied for the lead, but in the Grand Chess Tour scheme of things, this was an incredibly important.
Jan might be actually now in contention for third in the GCT standings.
Oh, absolutely.
In particular, if he wins tomorrow. And he has the white pieces against, I keep on forgetting. He's playing against Hans, yeah.
Perfect. Perfect setup.
Just the pairing you.
Yeah.
Queen F1 there chosen by Jan, I guess.
Queen F1.
Yeah, with the Queen H1 check ideas in the end. Queen takes F3 was also very, very winning, but anything is winning. I don't think it really matters all that much.
But the Pawn Grubbers Club, it doesn't...
Well, mate in 2 is kind of good.
Well, Queen takes F3, I'd see a mate in 1 is kind of good.
Sure. But then Queen H7 check, Bishop takes... yes, still
Vultures, it's enough. It's enough. And there's the
there
resignation.
Shake, wow.
There it is.
Well, we expected 2 victories. We got different victories than the ones we expected, by the way. But
at
boy,
least we got,
they made it interesting.
Yeah, at least we got the victor correct in this game, right? Like in the other one, we were saying it's a horrible position, but we got, call the ambulance, but not for me kind of situation. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, what a setup. This is, our championship weekend just got very, very interesting. The cards got reshuffled, and take your bets.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I guess we'll get to talk to Jan about this. I'm pretty sure he knows he's lost control at some point. I don't know if he realized during the game just to which extent.
Bad it was.
Just to which extent he lost control, but I'm pretty sure he realizes that it wasn't. Could have been less nervy. Could have been a lot.
Man, do I want to represent
calmer.
Leonard as his attorney in a lawsuit against the hairstylist. That color on his hair was painful. I mean, that was fluorescent.
That is very, very harsh. Leonard is a guiding light in more ways than one, because he's probably visible from outer space. There,
with that hairstyle, I agree. Wow. Alejandro, kind of reeling with these 2 results that are in our history books. Sinquefield Cup 2022 just keeps...
Yeah. That was actually a very interesting shot there we just witnessed, because Jan was sitting there, level already left, and Jan was just sort of sitting there mouthing something which looked like displeasure. Yeah. Let's describe it as displeasure at something. And he's just beaten somebody very strong with the black pieces. I wonder what that was about.
I think we'll get to ask him very soon.
Yeah, maybe we can ask, since it was filmed.
Doubtlessly he will join us in this winner's interview. But I wanted to say, Alejandro, that we have witnessed something very special in this penultimate round as the leadership for the Sinquefield Cup is just
absolutely a
reshuffled.
19-year-old that should be making all the headlines in this tournament. Alireza Firouzja, of course, he's just unbelievable. So young, coming in, winning the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, 4 rounds to spare.
Hello.
Currently first place in the Sinquefield Cup. Currently pole position of the Grand Chess Tour. First time he plays.
Wow.
Wow. Just amazing storyline we have here.
Wow.
And you can still, I don't think he will get very upset if we make the argument that he's still not the finished product. There are still things to polish for sure. And if this is the unpolished, unfinished product,
like his final form.
Yeah, it's a bit scary.
Yeah.
It's a little bit scary.
The Hope Diamond will be something very, very special. Boy, Levon also coming into this game, help me out here, guys, but I thought Levon was playing some really excellent chess coming into this game. I just didn't see this.
No, but this was just an opening disaster, and then we saw what makes him so strong in the way he continued fighting defensive resources, he continued fighting, but he had to burn through so much time in the opening just not to resign, basically. I think the fact that he was down to like 10 minutes by move 25 was very much due to the fact that he woke up by move 13, realized this is not the file. Whatever this is not the file he was trying to show us.
This is what he dealt himself. 2 pawns down, move 25. He just played the move A5. Black has simply everything, and then crazy enough,
yes, 5G4 is already completely unclear, and somewhere around here he was actually better for a brief moment.
Like right about No, I think
it was a bit early.
Actually,
it was a bit early. Yeah. GF would just take on e4 twice.
Yeah, this part, a +1 advantage.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it's also such a Levon thing to do. Like, it seems logical to win this pawn because it also further breaks open the black king side and so on. But for Levon, I think when he plays like this, once he was allowed to play g4, he was in this mood that like maybe I am now creating something quite
special.
Exciting, and he just continued refusing to win material back.
Right.
And it eventually, I think, led to his downfall because the survival of the pawn on f5 made Jan's defense later in the game much, much easier and much, much more manageable. If you look at further positions in this game, Black eventually did give up the pawn on h6, but if you have to choose which one to win, I'm pretty sure every one of us chooses f5 over h6 in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
Because then this plan of just running to the center will be pretty much always unplayable. And yeah, very strange game, but I'm pretty sure Levon will not be very happy.
G4 was also kind of a mystery.
But it doesn't really, from our understanding, it doesn't change the result. It changes the length of the game. Maybe it makes the suffering shorter.
Yes, it does. It definitely does that. As we get prepared for Nepo to join us, let's just once again take a look at Fabi's position.
Yeah. Fabi, because the queen side is unavailable for the rook, he is trying to open up the king side. He has played h5. He hunts, I think, absolutely correctly, takes gh5, because allowing h takes g and rook h8 would have been, I think, much worse. So you go gh, you go bishop f3, and you say to Black, you have to spend so much time winning this pawn on h5. I will be able to play, I don't know, c4, c5 if I want or something. Because Black needs to play bishop a4, and then Black needs to play bishop e8. This is pretty much the only realistic way of even winning that pawn.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we get to play c4, c5. We get to trade off more pawns. It feels like it should be a position that you should hold with white.
Yeah, just if you keep sacrificing pawns, I might find myself very interested in continuing. But no, I think what you're saying is absolutely right, that I do get in the move c5, and you probably...
takes. I mean, now I might be interested in c6.
That's what I'm just saying. You might suddenly find yourself interested.
But even something like this,
on.
just bishop c5 check here. Let's say king g7, I play e4, bishop takes h5, bishop g2. And then I play e4, e5, or at least try to play e4, e5. And with every pawn pair disappearing off the board, the drawing margins become wider and wider. And
agreed.
Just feels like this should not now be too much of a problem.
Exactly. And finally, Lanier. Once again, we are getting ourselves set up for an interview with Nepo. Lanier, it's going to be very, very hard. He's got to prepare a number of moves: G3, F3, G4, F4. It's a long,
very difficult task for him here. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. As the interview is almost queued up, so bear with us.
And Nepo has arrived. Let's jump to Alejandro with our new tournament co-leader.
Jan, congratulations on your win. You seemed unhappy that you had a few games where you didn't play a lot of chess, a couple of theoretical draws. Seems that you got your workout in today.
Yeah, after 5 consecutive rest days, yeah. Okay, not completely rest days, but sort of, yeah, like not toughest, days in the office. Yeah, it was, the pleasant surprise that Lev decided to go to queen c2, c5 line, which is very, very complex, and I think there is not so much theory despite some correspondence games. And yeah, probably he wasn't quite aware of what was going on, but yeah.
He played this move knight bd2 early in the opening. Did it surprise you?
Somehow I thought with knight c3's principle, or in other ways something like knight bd2 and maybe then b4. And maybe the idea queen b3 is not so bad itself, but as far as I remember, it should be combined with the knight on c3 somehow.
Right.
Because then you go knight d2, bishop f4 or something.
Let me just put that.
And this is okay, very complex, but just would be I don't know, a big fight. But I think the way he played was a little bit clumsy, and pieces wasn't really well coordinated. And yeah, in fact, I could play e5, probably even one move earlier because.
Yeah, rook should do an a5 immediately. Yes.
Yeah, after knight f1, maybe e5 made much more sense than than h6. But I thought, okay, h6 maybe not spoiling anything. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
So it's still like very complex, and somehow after a5, black solves the problem of developing the queen side without like touching your queen. Yeah. So for example, like queen c8 would be fine, but then okay, knight h4, f3, and white gets a lot of temping. So that's important, like to be tricky. And there is always like some move like b6. It exists, but then probably the idea of knight e5 becomes very easy for white, because the pawn is no more. I mean, pawn is not hanging. It's pawn. Is not existing anymore. Yeah, on c5. Yeah.
So you get to this position. It seems like a very clear advantage over here, and he decides to shed a couple of pawns.
Well, I actually don't know what was his intentions, but I think the position is practically. I wouldn't maybe lost is like a little bit a strong term, but I mean it's very tough to play here with white, because I mean okay, I have one outpost on e4, another outpost on b4, and it's more or less a question which pawn are you going to give away. So probably knight e5 doesn't work due to knight takes c5, yes, instead of knight g3.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This position. Knight e5.
I mean knight e5. I mean okay. Besides the fact that d1 is hanging, also like something like knight takes c5 always
when something
looks like crushing. So here I was like more or less sure I'm like, I mean have a completely dominant position. Okay, and here, well, maybe I could play something like bishop f3. g3 is like strategically lost or something. Yeah. So if queen e3, I could start with queen d4 also. But here I thought like okay, maybe bishop c3, queen c5, knight e5, rook f8, for example, and then g4. And, well, at the end of the day, his pieces are not so bad, yes, okay, he has all pieces into the play. So maybe, okay, this is just completely uncalled for to take such risk as black. Because, I mean, after what I did, it should be like, routinely winning position. But at that moment, as they say, like, brain XZ stopped working, yeah? So, I mean, so I ended up like calculating, okay, rook d2, knight c5, and I more or less, expected some resignation here.
Right.
But as well, in Bucharest, and then I also expected a resignation. Suddenly he started like playing. I don't know if he played well, but clearly here I could, spend, a minute or two more like calculating. But since brain wasn't working at all, I just ended up like playing d5, d4, and of course I miscalculated, because after bishop b4, my intention was to play knight c3.
This one right here?
Yeah, bishop c3, takes on d7. So probably I take, okay, my plan was to take with a rook. So if queen c5, then rook d1 check.
Yes.
So that's why bishop a2, king h7, queen takes c5, and queen g6. Rook d1, king h2, and here queen g5 doesn't work because of bishop f7. And queen g6 doesn't work because of g4, queen g4, and rook e3. And once I found out that there is some surprise, like rook e3 is waiting me. Okay, maybe I wouldn't be surprised if here, okay, computer suggests something, but it looks like I have to go for a draw. Yeah, queen h4, f4.
And you're down a piece.
Oh, okay, that's that's not a big deal. If I deliver a mate, then I can live without a piece. Yeah, for a move or two. But probably I don't deliver anything. And here, okay, probably I started calculating some lines again, but it wasn't my brightest achievement.
When did you start getting worried about your position?
I would say after he missed g4. So g4, I mean, okay, let's say first of all, instead of knight e6, you can play knight e6. If you just want to give away a pawn, like one pawn you give away, and you just, this should be completely winning, because, okay, I should just have to connect it past pawns. But I decided to play well tonight, yeah, so better, play well tonight, put it on e6. And okay, after bishop e1, which I considered like a poor move, somehow I thought that, okay, c5, knight c3 will work every time.
Yes.
But c5, knight c3 after g4 was completely unclear, I think, already who is better and why, because, okay, my white square is very poor, and also if queen b3 check, it protects on d1, so mate never works.
Right, let's just put that on the board.
So also it was sort of a try to play c4.
So check and d1 is covered, yeah.
Yeah, there was a try to play c4 here instead of, takes on f5, knight c3, takes everything, rook d7, takes, rook e8. Maybe this was the way, yeah, but here I wasn't sure about this position because I'm still allowed tonight, yeah. And well, if I don't deliver a mate, maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm lost already. So like after rook e1, okay, there is a queen c1, there is rook e6 coming. So I mean, okay, I had completely no idea what's going on.
Right.
So yeah, here I started like trying to get some stuff together, which was not simple after you just after you were absent for, I don't know, 5 moves. And here I thought, all right, maybe G6 is practically not so, not so bad, because, I mean, even if my king remains without some, I don't know, G and F pawns, I mean, still I can put my rook on G7 or something. So, let's say Queen C1 is the move which shocked me a little bit. I thought, okay, it's time for him to exchange and get a pawn back and then try to play Rook D3.
Yeah.
But I believe we both played quite, up and down game, yeah, I would put it mildly.
You got to this position where you're surprised by Rook D3, and we expected
absolutely.
takes
I
on
was
E4.
absolutely surprised. I mean, I was shocked. So probably I had no reason. I see no reason for him not to take that pawn. I don't think he's like massively worse here. I'm not sure he's worse at all. I was like more worried if maybe he's better already. But okay, that's somehow I hoped that that's not as bad. And here I thought, okay, wow, I should be winning already again. But the idea he came up with is quite interesting. So here, maybe I have something different, yeah. But in this position after Bishop D2, just 1 second, just to for you to understand the level of my concentration, is that I seriously considered the move Knight C7 for quite some time.
Knight C7.
Yeah, but I turned it down not because of Queen takes C5, which I spotted like the last moment, or because of like Queen B1, yeah, and it's hard to protect B7 pawn, yeah. So that was like that was the player.
Okay.
And at some point I thought, okay, if there is like a player in this tournament who is capable of throwing such position, he's basically right now at the board, yeah. With black pieces, yeah.
Yes, to be clear.
Yeah, to be even more clear. But here I think I found out some nice plan, like at least I'm not losing on B7, and in some positions I even tried to run with my king to the center, or maybe my knight. So finally, playing without a knight for a dozen of moves. And then finally, playing in equal lineups. So okay, Queen B1, Queen D5. Probably he had some options like Rook B3 at some point, but
Rook B3 immediately. The edges were still thinking it was about 0.
Yeah, could be, but I mean, okay, I had no idea what's going on. But he was in sort of a time trouble, and I don't think he played it like he managed it.
So what was the moment that you thought, all right, I have brought it all the way back to winning?
I think after, this Rook G6, so here's more or less forced to do like this Bishop H6.
Yes.
And that's clear. Without a King F6, I'm just in time. I mean, it's basically up to me. If I want, I just move my king to to D7, C6. Okay, then I get knighted on B6, so this was a bad idea. I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Yes.
But what seemed to me like more smart, like to bring my knight to E6, and probably with such a setup like knight E6, Queen D5, Rook G6, it would be like, in the worst case, some couple of checks.
Yeah, and that's actually what happened in the game, right?
No, I mean, okay, Queen H4 I thought was the move, but after Queen H4, King F7, I think, Queen H5, he's somehow trying to play Rook G3 here, yeah, so there is a pin, but maybe I can go for Queen E5. And I didn't really see if he makes any progress, because once his bishop retreats, I always have this Knight G7 move unpinning. I mean, okay, maybe also some Queen E2 trick will work, but okay, then Queen E5 check, maybe this is uncalled for. I mean, yeah, it was some sort of madness, but yeah, I mean, very shameful.
Well, you wanted to add the end, and shameful or not, it puts you on first position here at the Sinquefield Cup, tied with Alireza Firouzja. How do you feel about your matchup going into the last round?
Unpredictable.
Predictable.
Anything can happen.
Jan, it's been a long tour, but certainly you must be looking forward to trying to win your first Sinquefield Cup.
This would never harm, but yeah, I try to remain realistic. Yeah, so if I keep playing as today from, let's say, move 20 to move 30, then probably I can only win some, I don't know, worse game price. Yeah. So I should focus better.
Well, let you know, we don't have one of those. We do have a brilliancy prize. We hope that you are fighting for that one tomorrow.
We'll see.
We'll see. Guys, any questions?
No, just congratulations on your co-leadership, Jan, and we're looking forward to not your drifting, but your focus for tomorrow. We wish you good luck in the championship round.
Thank you, yes, sir.
Absolutely. What a game. And Peter, you were calling it brilliantly. The knight on A6, you were trying to bring it back. Jan's sitting there thinking to himself, why did I go knight C7, A6 when I could go knight E6, give them back the pawn, and I'm gold?
it's a the emotions you've just watched. They're very, very kind of familiar to me.
You were very empathetic towards
as the quote from one of my all-time favorite TV series goes. Self-loathing was strong in him that day. But it's a good thing. Like on days like this, when you still end up winning the game, it makes the pain go away a little bit.
Exactly.
A little bit. Not even a little bit.
A lot of it.
I've actually noticed that between chess players, there are some people that when they win, it doesn't really matter how the game went. But these top level players, when they win and their game was shameful, I'm not calling him shameful, he called it himself. It's like they didn't win at all.
Yeah.
You just feel it entirely. They feel it. You feel it in their face, their attitude. It's like they lost. And I think that's the drive that a lot of these champions have.
Very, very much so with Viktor Korchnoi. If he won a shameful game, he was, self-loathing was strong, absolutely. But nonetheless, a victory is a victory. It does make our championship weekend that much more exciting for tomorrow. And what is going on now with
two more games going on? Yeah,
one of them just had a turn.
Right. That's what I wanted to ask about the Fabi game.
Let's take a look. Because we left it off here after rook h8, bishop f3, defending this pawn, and you guys were harping about the idea of c5, get some pawns off the board. It also makes that king very uncomfortable. Bishop c2 was played. Bishop g4 is logical to defend that pawn. But look at Fabi. He's not giving him that time to play c5. To the point where, after rook h8, I was playing around with the edges, and they thought that playing c5 quickly was perhaps better than holding on to the pawn forever. But this is fine. Rook a3 in this position, and finally we get the move c5 in, and then this check, and then you have two choices. Go to e4 or go to c4, and I just don't know too many humans that go to e4 in this position.
I don't think it's a move,
But it's the better move. It's the better move by a long shot, because apparently after king c4, and Fabi's still deep in thought, if you allow c takes d6, you just never make progress.
Exactly, but d5 check.
But d5 check, and let's continue. King b5. And here's the thing, who's protecting this guy?
But the only question is, should I throw in the check first?
It doesn't matter. According to the engine, both win.
Okay.
But check is good. You could play king c6, but after bishop b4, since your king is blocking, and d4 is a threat, you still lose the e3 pawn. And then you're just lost. You're not queening the c pawn.
No.
You're just not going to do that. And the other way of doing so is without giving the check, or going check and going king a6, and then trying to pass this guy, you're in time. Rook c3 hits this pawn. If you go c7, king b7, you would love to get rid of this guy, but it's staying forever. And on king b7, you always have this idea of bishop e4. And once the bishop gets there and you see the d4 is coming, I think it's clear that one side is going to push a pawn, and the other one, the best that you can do is keep a threat. Keep a threat alive, try to tie black's pieces to it. The engines don't hold this endgame. They do say it's winning. So a crucial decision here for Fabi. d5 is a winning move. I think he can see it. And that might be a last round victory for Fabiano Caruana.
Which, again, he kind of came to the tournament, didn't make a very big impression. But because of his bye in the last round, Fabi winning this round would really +1. All things considered, he would,
even if it doesn't,
he would be happy
at the final count. Even if it doesn't net him, anything spectacular in terms of the the overall GCT standings or the overall Sinquefield Cup standings. It's a very, very well-known phenomenon that basically your results in the tournament emotionally are basically equal to your results in the last round. In many, many cases, like the way you've played that final game determines how you remember the tournament.
Indeed.
And for him to win today would be a huge improvement. Just like he will feel like this is not a write-off.
No, exactly.
And that would be obviously preferable to the alternatives.
Right. And not another. We've got a queen ending in the Linier.
Linier found a way to actually get rid of all of those light pieces, which is very interesting.
Magician.
How did he do it? By the way, your comment there about the pawn on e5 and white desperately wanting to play the move e5, e4, that's the whole problem with the Berlin ending. If white ever could play e5, e4,
Berlin would become unplayable in a moment.
Exactly.
It's completely unplayable.
The pawn on e5.
In 1 second,
So somehow the bishop went from c3 to e3. Then it went to c5.
That was very clever, actually. Yeah, the moment I realized Linier has this plan of bishop d2, bishop b3, and black does not have any active counterplay, he made it around move 40. He brought the king back to e2. And then he played bishop d2, allowing knight d4 check, as we will see in a moment. But knight d4 check doesn't really do very much. And in fact, a move later, it just returned to e6. And the bishop was just so much better on e3 than it was on c3. It controls a lot more squares. And also gives white precisely the opportunity that Linier has used
to liquidate.
It still feels like I'm not sure this is winning anyway.
Right.
Because in order to make any progress, you probably need to play for queen d4, d6. And if you play for queen d4, d6, checks will, restart with vengeance.
Exactly.
But maybe, weirdly, maybe the winning plan is something like king f1, king g1, and then queen d4, d6. Because
tuck the king away, and
the
then...
queen d6 is extremely strong. We just need to make sure we don't get immediately perpetually checked after we do that. So
exactly.
First, we secure some kind of a hideaway for our king, and then we go in with the plan of placing the queen on d6. I don't know exactly how to go about things for that. Maybe we play g3 here, because I think we're always very happily trading h3 for c6 or something. But yeah, this is now a tricky endgame.
You reminded me, because we teased Pal Benko about that. Pal Benko would take all of these juniors at the in New York, the Manhattan Chess Club, and show us his studies, and he would say, first you secure the draw, and then you play for the win. So first you secure your king, and then you play for the queen trade.
It's interesting that this kind of made its way over to the American school of chess as well, because I think, like, for the Soviet chess players, I think this was supposed to be a quote, and it's very shameful for me as well that I will now say it's Bondarevsky and it will turn out to be Boleslavsky.
Right.
But
easy to miss.
I think it was probably Bondarevsky, because I think I sort of associated with the Spassky team, and I think Bondarevsky was coaching Spassky, not Boleslavsky. But this idea that, let's say you have an adjournment, and you have this evening and morning to analyze the adjourned game, and you start by establishing how you make an immediate draw.
Right.
And once you've established that
you can secure the draw.
Yes. And Fabi hasn't played d5 check, so this will be a draw.
He did or did not?
No, he did not.
He did not play. Oh my goodness. Missed
so
opportunity.
Bizarre.
Why don't you play d5
Well, I mean,
check?
he left himself 7 minutes, and the pawn does get to c7, so maybe he started seeing ghosts of some sort, I don't know.
So just to be clear, you think this pawn getting up the board, even though you've got it firmly contained?
I mean, this one looks completely lost. Somehow, the one with the king on b7, you might become a bit worried about. Like, let's say he was calculating only rook b3 check for some reason after king b5.
And then the king kind of
king
snuck
a6,
up the
rook
board.
e3, we go c6. Let's say rook c3, c7, yeah.
Or king b7.
Or king b7, yeah.
Something about here,
bishop b4,
and he got concerned.
Bishop b4, c7, d4 check, king b8, king d7.
Okay.
And you realize bishop d1 exists here, for instance, right? And you start feeling that, it's actually possible to lose control, to allow some kind of bishop a4 check, and it might cost you everything.
Okay.
I assume this doesn't work because I know bishop takes f5.
Looks like a good start.
Yeah, bishop f5, bishop a4 check. Yes, please give me that one check. I don't care. We're still winning. But I think on 7 minutes after a tiresome, kind of difficult game, I assume, because, I mean, he clearly spent the entirety, he knows d takes c5 as a draw. So he always can play this and the game pretty much ends. So he spent more than half of his remaining time clearly only calculating d5 check, and didn't play it. So he obviously saw something there that he did not like. Yes.
Still, for me, Alejandro, I want to say that's a huge miss and very uncharacteristic of the Fabi that we know as the human calculator. I mean, his calculation skills are off the chart.
It's uncharacteristic for Fabi or the Fabi of the last 3 months?
Exactly.
I mean, it's painful to say it, but Fabi just keeps missing things.
Right.
I mean, I'm still not over the fact that he didn't finish Linier off in that game.
Right.
Yeah, that one was very, very odd, because he would.
I mean, he sees almost everything and then not quite.
Right.
And this game is the same, right? He sees something, some ghost, and just doesn't finish it off.
Yeah, the game is still sort of ongoing because somewhat shockingly for me, I thought White should, like as a matter of some urgency, White should be trying to play e3, e4. It hasn't been played yet, and now the bishop can land on e4 and perhaps even be maintained on e4. And then the structure is a bit broken, and if Black at any point manages to attack the pawn on f5 with 2 pieces instead of 1, it will fall.
Yeah,
And
the game is not over.
Yeah. This is still very much.
It is also because Hans just didn't find the correct move. I mean, if you go back a couple of moves, instead of the move bishop d4,
right?
Just go bishop f3.
And yeah, just generate counter.
And just generate counter. You're just checking me.
Yeah, give the check on d5.
That's
play
just a
3,
perpetual.
4 from there. Yeah, like
Or
bishop c6.
I mean, the bishop on g4 is a big pawn. On d5, it's a bishop and
it's a powerful bishop. And where's the king? Where's the king on f7 hide?
There's
on
no
d8?
hiding. Yeah, you got to go to e8 where you're exposed.
You got to go to d8. I'm just going to keep checking you.
Yeah. And if we provoke king d8, we will have bishop f8 as a source of counterplay. Yeah.
By the way, I mean, the more I'm looking at this,
I think
the more,
Fabio would just play like rook d8, bishop d5, rook d5.
and take it and bishop
just,
f5 and make a draw. But
thank you very much. Yeah, let's get it over with.
This move, bishop d4, spoils a lot. And now, like you guys were saying,
now we have
bishop
a game
on e4.
Now we have a game, guys.
And the game flares anew.
It flares completely anew.
Yeah, Hans is in total control in terms of time remaining. He's on 35 minutes against 6.
Okay.
It will be difficult for Fabio to convert because of that, but this is still this is now definitely a position you can lose and will lose at least some of the time with White.
Yep. The one good thing that Hans does have going for him, this king is tethered to the pawn on f6. You never want to move your king to such a square that White could sneak in h6.
Do we just immediately sort of, like if I play rook a4 check here, I have a feeling Hans wants to play bishop b4. But then after bishop b4, rook a1, I think the f5 pawn is actually gone.
Like
as far as I can figure out. Maybe king d5 still saves it. My point is king d4, rook f1,
okay,
e4, rook f4. Weirdly, I have actually won the e4 pawn here.
Right.
Because White doesn't really have a good way to do anything about it. As far as I can tell, king c3, bishop takes e4, and the rook on the 4 has few squares, but it has enough squares.
Are you sure? Just a second. I think you're right,
rook
though.
e4.
Yeah.
And then we go, I don't know, bishop a4 or somewhere.
Yeah, it was
I'm
just
still
kind
not
of
sure how easily this is winning, but obviously if we pick up a healthy pawn instead of the h pawn, we're very happy here with White.
Exactly. So there are easy ways for Hans to lose it still.
Yeah, you can definitely lose this position with White now, which I don't think would have been true at all if you
a move or two
activated your one somewhat passive piece on g4.
Wow. We do have bishop e4.
Fabio goes bishop e4 first, which is also a very sensible choice because you can't shake it away. King d4 runs into rook a4 check, and the bishop stays.
Secure.
Yeah, very secure. I mean, still the question remains how we're making progress there, but for the time being, this is...
Let's assume we are. Quick question for you, Peter. Bishop. Oh, bishop e3. I'm blundering the e3 pawn.
No, you're not, actually.
I'm not? Oh,
No.
excellent. Why?
Because I can't take, like king d4 actually wins. Rook b3. Okay, I'm sorry. It's been a little bit.
I was about to say good morning, St. Louis, but yeah, I think we're both getting to that. I'm blaming it on Nepo. I think Nepo, we went into cruise control and, we drifted. We drifted but bishop e4, interesting stuff going on. I dare not ask Alejandro about the queen and pawn ending because we've had queen and pawn endings earlier in this tournament that were just painful to try to commentate upon. Alejandro, do your best. What's happening in the queen ending?
Very nice trap available to Shahriar right now. If you play king h2 here,
yes,
I think I can play queen c4.
Ooh.
I think I can play queen c4. I think this is what he's intending. I mean, there's still queen e1. We haven't really thrown everything away. But
right.
Obviously, if Black gets to remove the queen from e4 to e1, it's an achievement.
True that, and I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think F3 might be. I mean, F3 is not a move you want to make, but you might have to.
It's not the first on my wish list.
No, F3 is fine. F3 is the top move.
F3
yeah,
is the
it's
top move?
because everything else is worse. But I'm just saying that.
Did we want to play it in this exact moment?
In terms of structure changes for future perpetual possibilities, I think F2, F3 is a very, very counterproductive move. I think what we wanted is to get King H2, G3, King G2, and then we're taking on C6 so happily.
Yeah, so once again, what we wanted was, let's just say King H2, what did you say?
I mean, here we can even maybe already start taking.
I understand, but that's not what you wanted.
G3, King G2, I want the king.
This is the setup that you wanted.
And then with our queen on the long diagonal, basically there is never any checks, right? So
very good.
Whenever we can take on C6, we can take on C6 because we're not worried about anything.
And no perpets,
yeah.
that's
and,
right.
If we are obliged to play F2, F3, perpetuals will be available much sort of wider for Shahryar here, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. So you wanted the setup with G2, G3, King on G2, and just give me a numerical number on this one,
2.
Ali. 2.
2.
So it's actually winning, yeah.
And King H2 is not winning, as played in the game.
Okay, King H2 and Queen C4 is.
Yeah, I think he might have seen Queen C4, and I think he was tempted. Well, I don't know if he was, but Queen C4, Queen F3 still keeps the game going. The point is that if you take, and you should take, you still have E6. This is important. Now, only F5 draws, well, everything else gets mated, and he might have seen something like Queen D1. Not Queen D3 because you go check, but Queen D1 because it holds the first rank, right?
And then King E7, King F6, yeah.
And King E7 check, and shockingly, King F6 is a draw.
Wow.
Because after E7, King F7, the only way to support this promotion allows Queen F4, Queen C1, or you allow my queen to go behind the pawn. So for example, the move Queen D7, which by force promotes next move, doesn't win the game because of this perpetual right on time. King H2 is equal, and Mamed has to find this move, but if he finds Queen C4 with the following King E7, King F6, I think that's the hard part, he draws the game.
Yeah, and if in order to continue the game you have to play Queen E4, E1, as we were saying, Black probably plays something like Queen C4, D4, and then White basically King H2, Queen C4. Yeah, if the queen has to remove itself from the center, Queen E1, we play Queen D4 here with Black, or H5, H4 first, and then Queen D4.
Exactly.
I don't want to allow Queen D2. My point there was, like, after Queen E1, I would very much like to stop Queen D2 from happening. So let's play Queen D4 here. And then White just is completely pinned to the protection of the B4 and the E5 pawns, to such an extent that I might even want to play King E7, King E6, and start collecting.
Exactly.
Under favorable circumstances.
Exactly.
It doesn't really feel like you're better even anymore because of just how passive your queen is.
Definitely, the queen is one of the worst possible squares.
Somewhat uncharacteristically, Linier played this move. I think, if I understood that correctly, he still has 18 minutes.
Probably he's here.
Yeah, maybe he is calculating all of this. Yeah.
I mean, I must say, once you picture this position in your head, you kind of go, wow, I've got this. I don't see the perpetual checks from my opponent. I see that I'm going to get my queen to D6 or to D8. I mean, I could just stay here like this.
Play Queen G2 instead. This is kind of shocking.
Queen to D2.
It's a similar idea, but I thought, like, if you see Queen C4, why would you not play Queen C4?
Maybe he just didn't consider Queen C4.
Queen to D2. Well, he's still eyeballing.
So I guess the point here is White might need to play King G3 and then not play King H2. And this is the difference, because Queen C4 does not allow White back to the same position. But here we can play King G3, Queen C3 check, and then play F2, F3, which, as Alejandro informed us, is probably winning.
Right.
Shah is operating under the assumption that Linier does not believe that to be winning.
Right.
So he is reasonably okay with playing Queen D2 here.
Can I transpose back into that previous line that we were?
Well, yeah, it's the same draw, right? It's exactly the same draw because
But you have to find this incredible move, King E7, which is, wow, stepping into these checks.
No, it's not easy, but I think
it's a visual.
Yeah, it's a familiar idea though, because like you know that for you to survive these types of positions, your king has to get off the back rank so it doesn't get mated, but it has to stay in touch with the pawn because otherwise the pawn just queens on its own.
Yeah.
So it's not unreasonable to expect a strong player to find it.
All right. And as we prepare to take a short break, we want to once again tell you that the championship weekend, wow, we're looking for fireworks for tomorrow, but we're going to see you on the other side of this break as our penultimate round in the Sinquefield Cup winds down. It's been an exciting day here in St. Louis, and thank you for the chess fans for coming out and support.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
welcome back to arguably the final segment of today's show. I don't know why I said arguably. It will be the final segment of today's show. We still have 2 games running, but in the endgame between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana, the last couple of moves
shook us up.
Yeah, produced a significant change, and it looks like Fabi is back on top, and I think he found the right solution. So Fabi looks like he might now be winning again.
Wow. As we were coming into studio here, we were looking at this position. Chess engines were calling only a slight advantage, a 7/10 of a pawn in favor of Fabi. Then Hans produced h6.
h6 was still fine, but in this position...
And then he touched his bishop, and he moved his bishop to c7, and then Hans had this horrible realization that he was about to blunder, and rethought, and then eventually he did play bishop c7, Peter, and why is this
I think
now?
rook a4 check is also very strong, but the move that Fabi played looks like it's just sort of winning on the spot. Rook d5 check, and the issue with rook d5 check is that if you play king c3, simply rook c5 check, rook takes c7 is a very comfortable victory. The pawn h6 is weak. Also, the king on b3 is like 7 files away from where it needs to be.
Which is f4.
Yeah, somewhere there. Yeah. So this is just completely lost, or at least it looks that way. And if you play king e4 after rook d5 check, which is the only other
alternative
legal move, after rook d2, you suddenly realize that you've run out of squares for your stuff because bishop d5 check is coming. And there really aren't any good squares for this bishop on e2. You can play king f3.
Okay.
After which, I suspect even bishop d1 might be winning, but even stronger is to play bishop d5 check first, e4, bishop takes e4.
I do
and
have king e3.
You have king e3, but you've lost a kind of an important e3 pawn, right?
I
Rook
do.
c2 here.
Yeah.
And this no longer really feels like it should be holdable.
Wow. Wow. So it was right here. So you think h6
yeah,
was
h6,
doable?
h6 is fine, but now
you just need to make some
e3,
King c3 makes things easier. That's just over.
Yeah, I don't know why he played king c3. But yeah, in the position we had, before we go, because there's really nothing to discuss there, just play e3, e4 here. This move needs, like, you need to kind of break your bishops apart a little bit, give yourself squares for the king.
Maybe to come back.
And also, I think we genuinely want to play e4, e5. One thing I want to ask you, let's say king h7, and the reason I'm saying this, let's say king h7, I go e5 here.
And if
the best you have is this, I play bishop f4 check, I play bishop g5. I don't think I ever lose this position.
Boy, we actually came into a table base, and it was just draw.
Yeah, so it's really kind of strange that
Hans did not play the move e3. I think he was just expecting king h7, and he was going to retreat his bishop back to the g5 square. And here, I think it finally he noticed this move.
And yeah, but king c3 still is a very inexplicable decision to me, because all of this has been blitzed out. Rook c7, bishop d3, and now the choice is you can play f5, h5, gh.
f5,
h5, gh,
h5, gh,
and bishop takes f5, and I don't know, h4 or whatever. Like, doesn't really matter.
And again, because it's this king, it's just so boxed
it's just
away.
I think it's very obviously and like very visibly losing for white. There's no way you're ever fast enough here with white.
Exactly.
Or you can even go bishop d3, g5, frankly, and just start running like that.
Bishop to d3.
Bishop d3 already played. f5 also already played. Fabi made his determination.
Yeah, and the rest is easy. He goes h5. I mean, even g5 probably wins, but why? Just take on h5.
Yeah, h5, gh, bishop takes h5. You can play.
I was about to say g5 even looks even more convincing than f5, but g5 looks like.
Yeah.
Why not?
So we've already progressed to h5, gh, bishop. I think the cleanest probably is rook c5 here, because e4 I will just take on f5 and queen my pawn. I'm pretty sure I'm way.
Well, what's the plan here, babe? What's the plan here, Yasser?
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby. That's all there is left to it, right?
I know. Just get the pawn to h4 and push him.
It's just lost, completely lost.
So you play rook c5, and it's just so completely and utterly lost. It's just,
absolutely. The king being really cut off. If Fabi were to win it, that would be our second victory with black. The crazy part is we were almost predicting 3 black
at a certain
victories,
point. Yeah, black would have easily
moment.
gone 3-0.
And push him, baby. It
is.
is.
He played h4, still not wrong. e4, yeah. Now once again, rook c5 just wins on the spot.
Exactly.
Because rook takes a5 is a threat.
Truly.
Which you cannot afford. And if the bishop goes bishop g4, we can go king h7, king takes h6, or rook e5, rook takes e4. I mean, there's plenty of very, very bountiful choices here.
Exactly. All we're trying to do is get rid of that bishop so that with this pawn goes home for a coronation.
It's just gone. So what's we can stay with this because it feels like Hans probably waits for rook c5 and resigns, and then we can switch to the queen ending, which is still very much ongoing.
And there it is, rook c5.
Yeah.
Well,
it is just
let's face it. I mean, Hans made a huge splash with his first 3 rounds of play, but since this whole thing, controversy, the last few days, it's been impossible for him.
I mean, clearly,
it's
there it is. You won't wish this on your
worst opponent, worst rival,
because, playing under this cloud over you, you know, whatever sort of the outside circumstances are, and some statements published, you know, this will continue being hotly debated for a time yet. But as for him playing in this tournament, obviously, it's a wonder he held on. He held on for so long before it started coming unglued.
Chess is a cruel game, Alejandro. This is tough. It's a 6-hour game, 6-hour game, and to lose it at the very end.
Sometimes you just crack under pressure, right? Like you've been playing forever, your mind goes loopy. It's not so easy to explain to people that have never played a tournament, especially a round-robin tournament, especially a grand chess tour, and you're nearing the end of it. A tour of tournaments, and you get to the 5th, 6th hour of some games, sometimes you're just not looking at moves, much less the best moves. It's you had a feel for Hans about this one. It seems like he had the draw in the bag in more than one way, but that doesn't matter for chess. For chess, it's actually making the result, and he didn't finish this game off.
Yeah, and we have our first sort of completed tournament. Fabi will not be playing tomorrow, so he ends the tournament on 4.5 out of 8 plus 1. We will know tomorrow what this equates to in terms of the final standings and the Grand Chess 2 points and so on. But yeah, his tournament is done. He will be obviously relieved to have won this game. It's it's a nice comeback just at the very, very end, but not a stellar tournament by his standards.
No, certainly not. And I turn to our attention to the remaining game as Lanier is trying to nurse this extra pawn to victory. Does he have a chance of doing that?
Well, the engines indicate that this is obviously much better, like huge winning chances for white. But it keeps stable at around +2 whatever you do, which I think
kind of an indication.
Yes, an indication that at the very least it's not easy, because white has achieved a kind of a very nice stable situation. There's no counterplay currently.
But this queen is ideal, Peter. I mean, it makes it very difficult for you to make progress.
I mean, active counterplay. Like black has a kind of a holding pattern here.
Yeah, it's a fortress that he's trying to keep. That's all. Yeah.
And white has plans. White can try, you know, somehow activating getting the the king out of the restricted area on the king side there, and then perhaps take on c6 and run.
Right.
Like one winning plan would be to somehow make sure that queen takes c6 doesn't allow an immediate perpetual. And then you start running, shedding however many pawns you have to shed. It doesn't really matter. You just need to get to, I don't know, d6, c7, b6.
Right.
If you lose like 3 pawns in the process, it doesn't really matter very much, because your c pawn is supposed to be your second queen eventually.
Right. So,
but it's difficult to organize. Or a second plan here would be to play like queen f6 and try to push for e5, e6. And perhaps some of those pawn endings might be winning. But both of them feel like they might not be practically
Let me interrupt you here for a moment,
feasible.
Peter, to say that Fabi is in town with Alejandro. Take it away, Alejandro.
Thank you, Yasser. Fabi, you have completed the tournament. You've completed the Grand Chess Tour. How do you feel your results have been throughout the tour itself?
It's been a mixed bag, but yeah, it's a good way to end it. I don't know if this gives me some slim chance of getting like 3rd place in the overall tour rankings. If the results go my way, maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, today was a good day. It was quite an interesting round. I mean, it was one of the bloodiest rounds in a top tournament I've ever seen. You know, and okay, Hans was also gunning for a fight today.
Well, tell us about your fight against Hans. Where did it go wrong for him? It felt that you got an advantage pretty early on.
Well, you know, the thing is, he's an interesting player because he plays like extremely responsible, makes extremely responsible decisions very quickly, and I had a feeling based purely on intuition. Like his decision to play G4 was a surprise. I mean, he played it, I don't know, within like 2 minutes. I was very surprised. I basically like stepped away from the board thinking, okay, it's a complicated position, and now he's going to take a long time, and then the G4 gets blitzed out, and I was like, I was a bit scared by this move, but on the other hand, it also felt extremely risky to me. And also, I was wondering, by the way, after like C5, he played very quickly, but like knight DB5 was interesting.
Knight DB5 in this position, and you were planning what?
C takes B. Knight D6. No, BC is bad. I think bishop takes E3.
Bishop takes
because BC is just knight C8, CD, knight B6.
Ah, yes.
And rook D8, and I end up down a pawn for very little.
Right.
So bishop E3 instead of BC. Okay, it's some sort of mess. I thought that it would be sufficient for black.
How does the line continue?
I guess he puts the queen on D3, and I move my queen probably to C7, or, well, C6. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but C7 looked natural. I don't know what this is, like knight E8, rook E8. I mean, F4 is falling. I couldn't fully calculate this, but felt like it should be good for black.
He goes bc5 very quickly, queen c5, g4, and then you took a long time here on your move bishop a5, but you've started to feel that this was too much for white?
Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't think I was better still, or I wasn't sure if I was better, but bishop a5 felt very natural. The thing is, like, first I was just wondering g4, h6, and then I think I understood his point, which is now if he plays bishop f3, queen c4, he has suddenly g5, and if my knight moves bishop d5, everything falls apart. That's what I was thinking, at least. So then I thought, okay, let's not keep the tension. Let's try to resolve the issues a little bit. Also, I was getting low on time. And okay, I was thinking maybe knight b3 was a bailout, but wasn't 100% sure. Take on c3, knight c5, take, rook d2, rook e3. I'm up a pawn, but my feeling is somehow white should be fine.
Because of the pair of bishops?
Yeah, just somehow. I mean, also my pawns are rather weak. So are his, but I would be surprised if black is actually better here.
Okay.
And then queen d3, I think he missed this queen b4.
Right.
And after that, he's suddenly like, just tactically, everything's hanging.
Did you see any resource for him in this position?
Well, so I was like, there's like 5 different ways he can try to defend his bishop.
Only one works.
And just tell me which one it is. That's one of the moves I didn't consider.
The 6th option.
Yeah. No, I was thinking bishop a1, bishop c1, queen b3, queen b1.
Yeah, none of those
like all
work.
sorts
None
of
them work.
Rook a1, I didn't see at all. And I guess he equalizes like that, yeah?
Yes.
Take, queen e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not like black is entirely without risk here also, but it should be equal.
Right. So he plays rook b1. You actually took a long time deciding whether you wanted to take the exchange or take the pawn, I assume, with knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5. I mean, there was even like rook a2, but I didn't really like it. Yeah, knight c5. But then, I spent most of my time calculating knight d2. I was just trying to understand his position.
Okay.
Because he does get a pawn, and it didn't seem entirely clear-cut to me.
Right. So bishop c3, let's go down the line. This check is important, of course, to prevent king g3. We went over this on the broadcast. King g1 here takes...
Yeah, I wasn't sure about queen a4 also. Like,
okay.
I mean, queen c5 is also natural. Rook b7. And like... Yeah, like bishop c6 has a point like rook c7, bishop b4. But but he can take and then queen d4. I mean, after bishop c6.
Ah, okay. Bishop c6.
Take queen d4, knight e5. I wasn't sure what this is. Take queen b7. Take. I mean, okay. I was a bit worried about this one.
It's a mess.
Yeah, I was kind of scared.
Okay.
So this I was proud of this queen a4, knight h4 idea.
Yeah.
but I was surprised that okay, bishop b2 is maybe a good move, but I was thinking like the critical move after knight h4 is, what's the critical move? Bishop e1. Bishop e1 is extremely critical, I thought.
Or just hitting the knight.
Queen a8. This is the point that if rook takes d7, rook g2, king h1, rook d2, I win the queen. But after queen a8, he has this move queen to b3, I think.
Yes.
Bishop c8, rook b8, rook g2, king h1, queen e4. And this position was, because he has moves here, like he has queen d3.
Dang.
And,
indeed he does, yeah.
And I think I saw something here, but I can't remember what it is. There is like some
crazy position.
Almost knight f3 almost works, but doesn't quite work because knight takes f3.
Yeah.
Which is the only move not to lose,
but sufficient.
But wait, after queen d3, what did I see? There was some move here. Ah, wait, don't I have rook? No, rook f2 I don't have.
Why not?
Because
king g1?
I get mated on the back rank after queen e4, take king
that
h2.
is,
Would you like me to be Alejandro for a bit?
I swear I saw a move here, but now I can't.
Peter is wondering if you want the answer.
Not really.
The pride of the chess player. Actually, don't say it. I want to calculate too.
I know, I want to calculate.
Head is not really working at the moment.
All right, Peter, go on.
Instead of bishop c8, bishop c6 is winning. Bishop c8 actually is not great. You should not be doing this.
Bishop c6 here.
Yeah, bishop c6 does win though.
You cannot take us knight f3 check.
And rook b8 doesn't exist. I think stopping rook b8 is incredibly important.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just assume that I would have found this.
Yes, good assumption. So queen a8, and you get to eventually play this endgame out. Knight f3 check, the game transforms a little bit. Bishop e2 was actually a very good move. Knight takes, bishop takes, rook c8. You're a little bit down on time here. You see the seconds tick down. How sure are you that you're going to convert this?
Oh, I was like 70% sure it's a draw.
Okay.
I thought that maybe like my queen d4 decision wasn't the best, but on the other hand, I was low on time, and if he gets queen f2 and I get pushed back and then his pieces come in, like he's not down that much material.
Right.
So I thought I would take the safe edge rather than go for some total mess. But I thought that this is a very drawish ending.
There are a couple of critical moments that I want to ask you about specifically here.
King d4. Why king d4? I mean, after, like, we were repeating, why did he decide to do something else? I mean, I would have played another move after bishop d4 besides bishop a2, but I didn't see the move. I didn't see how to improve my position after bishop d4. So I was very happy with king d4 because then at least, like, I can play h5, and he has to think about how to... Like, he has so many approaches to after h5. I mean, there should be a draw, but he has a tough choice because everything looks playable.
We got this position here after check on d3, king c4. You spent still a lot of time in this decision between taking on c5 and I assume playing d5.
Yeah, I chickened out. I was like, d5 should be critical, but his c-pawn starts to run. And
what
then
did you see?
Like king b5. And, okay, I thought I had two choices, rook b3 or let's say take. I mean, rook b3 is also a move, c6. Yeah, if rook c3, the problem is bishop c5, king d8, and his bishop goes to f8. When I saw this, I started to get kind of scared.
Because of this counter pawn. Okay.
And then I realized that he has more than one passed pawn. So I guess check.
Check where?
After c6, probably rook b3 check is crucial. King a6. Yeah, king b7.
I assume.
Bishop b4, c7, c7 and like king d7 or d4 first, yeah? No,
I think king d7 first, no?
Maybe it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. Check, let's say king b8, king d7, yeah.
Yeah, I saw something like bishop d1 and got scared in this position. But
on bishop a4, right.
But maybe there's like bishop c2 here, I don't know. But this was very hard to visualize. Such a... I mean, I thought the other one is like a safe try, and this one, 5 minutes left, I really didn't think I would be able to keep control. And he was blitzing. I knew that he wasn't like calculating things. He was just trying to like semi-bluff me.
Right.
but it kind of worked. I guess this was the critical way to play, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Now, you mentioned that he was blitzing, he was trying to bluff you. When did you feel that he finally let his guard down and you were able to take this one home?
Well, at some point I got this f5 pawn. Like, after, I was surprised when he played bishop b4. Although I thought he already got into very, so the first thing is after king f7, bishop d4, I thought he rushed with this.
Yes.
Like, wasn't there bishop f3 here?
Yeah, that's immediately a
Yeah, I just, I was ready for the draw. And then he played bishop d4. I was like so thankful for this gift. Because now he's in a very unpleasant situation. His king is in a very awkward place. He can't get it to the king side where it needs to be. And then I thought bishop b4 was also, like, after that I do win his f-pawn.
Right. But not the game necessarily.
Yeah, maybe it would still a draw, but suddenly white has to find some very difficult path to a draw, I thought.
I think we've got all the way here, and I think the decisive mistake was finally move bishop c7.
So this is still a draw, yeah?
e4 apparently still keeps.
I thought that king h7 followed by g5 I would like have.
I think we analyzed this in the broadcast. King h7, and we decided that.
We wanted to play e5. I don't know if it works, but we wanted to play e5.
But wait, e5 I thought, so rook a4, king e3. Do you put the bishop on g5?
You just put the bishop on g5.
Really? That's a draw?
That's a draw, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like saw this line take and take on h4 and bishop g7, and then I thought I would win that. Or
no, I mean take.
Yeah, no.
You put the.
Yeah, rook h4, bishop g7. I was like looking at this position, but I didn't consider bishop g5. But I really was down to like my last minute for these moves. So.
Right, that's very true. You play rook c5, and it felt that the game just was
his
over.
king is so cut off. That's the problem for him. And it didn't feel like I had a wealth choice to win. I thought like f5 is probably the easiest, but g5 should also be winning.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me just check real quick how this game is going. Feels like we have plenty to analyze there. e6, actually kind of a crucial moment. Linear with 1 minute.
Wait, how is this not dead for black?
It might be. I don't know. I just saw it.
He's collecting all the pawns, no? Queen g6, queen h6, or yeah. Queen f6 after king f8. Where do you go? g8, I guess?
G8, yeah. Has to be g8.
And
g7 or something, yeah.
G7, I suppose.
Okay, so you can collect h5 if you want.
With check, right?
I don't know about with check, but you can collect it.
No, I mean like with this check.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
King f8, I suppose, yeah, and then just take. But then...
But you can also... No, you should do this, yeah? So where does the king go? To g8, I guess.
g8 or f8, yeah.
And we're already all the way down to queen takes e6. We have king g7, but it's not forced, of course.
Yeah, king f8 is probably the same.
The same thing. Yeah. So I think Lanier a huge favorite to win this one. We might have a 4 decisive game round again.
But is that winning after you collect h5 because black puts a queen on? I guess it's winning. Yeah, I mean 3 pawns.
There's a pass pawn here on the b file.
So you play queen f4, and then you push, while white's queen is a little bit awkwardly placed.
Somehow I'm getting ghosts of this endgame of Lanier against Levon in the American Cup.
I also had this endgame against Lanier. Like this, a very similar one to this, where he had like 1 pass pawn and I had 3 pass pawns with queens. And it was winning, but we eventually drew, and this was in the year like 2010 or something like that.
Some time ago.
Yeah.
Fabi, this one is over. What's next for you?
Well, there's some online stuff. Like there's this global championship that is now sort of on everyone's radar. And the next, well, then there's also Chess 960 championship after this, which we'll play.
Yeah.
And then there's the U.S. Championship, and that's pretty much all on my calendar for this year.
Well, it's a busy year overall, but nice to have a couple of months break at the end.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Like, I might end up playing some event that I don't know about yet.
You came up with a podcast recently with our friend Christian Kirilla. Tell us a little bit about that initiative.
Yeah, that was, he came to me with the idea. I thought it would be interesting and fun. It's an enormous amount of work. And yeah, we're still starting out. We're still trying to learn the ropes, but it's been fun.
I'll let you plug it in. You can say the name of the podcast.
Oh yeah, it's called the C² podcast, and
you can find it on.
Yeah, we have it on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, and I don't, other places too. I'm not exactly sure.
A great plug there. Well, thank you, Fabio, for joining us in this interview. Congratulations on finishing the tournament and the Grand Chess Tour on a high note.
Thank you.
Yes, let us do the same, Fabi. It's always nice, as Peter was mentioning, to finish such a tournament with a victory, and very deserving. I mean, winning a game of chess is really, really tough. And this was an example of how difficult it was. But nonetheless,
in these lineups in particular, winning a single game of chess is more of a problem than people think. I think. Yeah.
Exactly.
Fabi, that kind of his overview. It was very interesting to hear him discuss things in that game, because it was a very kind of an unusual game, because it went through all these phases, a kind of a balance, perhaps slightly better for white opening, and then his approach from there. I'm sure he's not entirely thrilled with how the tournament came out and how the GCT in general came out, but yeah, it's obviously an improvement in fortunes when you do win your last one.
No question about it.
The queen ending does look much more promising than it looked earlier, and
I think they have already reached the position.
Linier is not taking on h5 just yet. He's giving a bunch of checks just to get some time on his clock, because he was down to a minute, and this allows him.
Let's assume king g8. Take it from here, Peter.
I'm still not sure. I think we probably want to take specifically, if we can force it with the king on g8 specifically, I think this is the square. We don't even give a check from g5. We take right now.
It's late, so I'll let you guys know that probably the UCS after king g8 is king g3, and it's actually a very clever move.
It's just sort of like says, hey, you're queen, you're going to have to get out of the way.
But
if
where?
I take this pawn.
Yeah, but it's you don't actually.
You
because
can't play
I'm guessing.
c4.
Yeah, I'm guessing against some squares we might be taking on c6 even.
Or you could even play queen g5 and take with the check.
Because now I'm in the square.
You're in the square.
Ooh. Oh, I like king g3.
Oh yeah, king g3 is a very smart choice. Yeah, if he sees it, he will play it. Yeah, the issue is, in such a forcing position, you have to realize the move exists, but you probably do realize the move exists.
And then the worst part, if I do something like this, you might just go after the SC pawn.
Yeah, you can definitely at least consider, going like queen e8, queen c6, and then running with your king forward.
Yeah.
King f8 played, and now king g3 also. And
it's very similar, and
I think we have queen f6.
Yeah, he's played queen f6 check. He's still gaining time. He can always get back to those squares. He will play king f6. King g8 is the only move that you can even play.
Right. You don't.
And he's still very far away. Actually, this is a problem for him.
3-time repetition.
Hang on. So he's given a check from e5 to the king on g7 twice already. So if he does it again, but the problem for Shahryar, and this is where it feels extremely weird, because I've been a chess professional for quite a long time. Basically, Shahryar can claim without making a move, right? Because he played king g8 once and king f8 once.
Okay.
So Shah can't actually claim after he's made a move.
Right.
But he can claim, I've already seen this position 3 times.
Interesting.
Linier did take on h5. I think he was running kind of low. And
I love that moment where the queen was on e5 and you just play this very nice quiet move, king g3. You keep everything and you stop queen e1 check. Nevertheless, queen takes h5.
Yeah, but this is a bit tricky, because now I think we most definitely play queen f4 check.
Why not?
And after king h3, we just start going. We just play b5 before. We need that
we
pawn
close
as
our
far.
eyes and let's go.
We run. And with the king on h3, basically, right this moment, white cannot offer queen trades, because even if you trade like bringing your king closer to the b pawn, even trading on the f file is impossible because the pawn queens. Yeah, this is just way too far away, meaning that white will have to at some point switch at least some part of his resources to protecting against that pawn being pushed.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, queen h8, king f7, and then he's played g3. This is very interesting to me. Like, why? I guess he wants.
Sorry, from the start, he played g3 immediately.
He played g3, yeah. I guess his idea is after queen d2, queen d7, he will play g3, g4. Because otherwise, actually, it's a perpetual. I wonder why he felt this is stronger than the other version. I guess because the queen on d7 is not as active as it would have been on f4. I think I can get behind this.
Okay.
I think I can get behind this. We're still not threatening to trade queens, but we are threatening to give a check from h8 and perhaps just start pushing our own stuff.
Right, which that kind of begs the question too. Like maybe that's kind of just nice,
h5 here, just
right?
h5.
I mean,
and go for it.
Right.
You can play queen d3, but I think I can maybe even spend a tempo on king g3 in that position because there are still no checks. And I want to play h6 next.
That is very, very comfy indeed. Looks winning to our eyes, Alejandro, but sometimes these chess engines find incredible resources. G2, G3 looks good.
Yeah, it's very close to a draw, and king h3 was actually 0-0.
King h3 was 0-0,
Yeah.
and g3 was his best chance then?
Yes.
Okay, but why on earth is
That's too
this
many
a
questions. One at a time, yeah.
Yeah. What did we look at, Peter? Queen d2 check, right?
Queen d2 is still fine, but I think queen d7 check might be a horrible mistake, just misplacing the queen.
Is it fair?
And I'm saying this because I've stared at this.
It does like queen e3 better.
Queen e3 better.
Yeah, it says, yeah, we don't need checks. Checks, you know, who needs them?
Who needs checks,
Who
right?
needs checks? Like, we just
Okay, well,
make
now
a good
b4 is not a threat. I've got...
There's also now, I think, potentially a threat of queen f2, queen f1, queen c4. So we've established
Queen f2,
queen f1, queen c4.
And queen c4. Okay, so let me check.
Yeah, I think we go to e7.
Okay.
And then we start pushing. And the queen on e3, I guess the argument is very simply that the queen on e3 provides such a measure of control that, and it also supports before b3, b2, that white is not really faster. Yeah, queen endings.
Queen endings, the fourth phase.
What can I say?
There are tournaments where we never see one.
Right?
Yeah, and there are tournaments where they see it every round.
You know, and they are terrible. They're terrible. They're terrible.
I feel like I shouldn't really give the same exact impassioned speech I gave the previous time, but as a kind of a recap, try not to play them.
Avoid them at all.
Avoid them at all costs. Yeah.
Right.
If you value your life and your sanity, stay away from the moors.
There's this site like Chess Metrics or something, right? That like values the accuracy of your moves.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you get into too many queen end games,
you're right. Nosedive, Acapulco nosedive, right? You'll break your head. Yeah, queen e3, by the way, that is really
such an obscenity reason.
That is
I'm so upset.
Yeah, that is upsetting. Actually, queen e3 it just kind of stays into my position.
Also, not really a move you can make very easily. Shah is, I think he has 3 minutes, right?
Okay, let me take a different approach after queen e3. Queen h8 check, Peter.
Yeah.
Where are we heading?
f7.
F7. Let's put our queen on some
f8. I don't think I'd go forward.
Right. And where do I go to? Okay, go ahead. Give me a series of checks and drive me up the board.
Yeah, I think you may have already allowed an immediate draw, right? Because queen e2.
Okay.
Queen f1.
Okay.
Queen e2.
I hope I was running for them hills.
I think I can play queen e7. Check is my point. No, you have king f5 here in this. In this. Yeah. Okay, the pawn is still on b5. Yeah. Apologies. It's completely lost, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually about to go king g6 and somehow use my 3 pawns.
b1 is a check to the king on g6. That one I was actually kind of okay with because I thought that might work out for me. But you simply are not like
the
b pawn doesn't queen.
Fair.
Okay, so f4. Let me go back. F4 move 75. Let's just play b5 before here.
b5 before. Right. b5 before. No checks for me. Dang. No checks for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Up we go.
Okay, but now
I was hoping that after b3 h6 I've got ideas of check and picking up your pawn on the pass. He did play queen d2 check.
He played queen
d2,
king h3. Yeah.
Queen e3 was just such an awkward
and the fun thing
move.
is, in this position, once again after king h3, the best move in the position is queen e3.
Once more.
Yeah, but he's already not played it once. I think after
Right.
king h3, it's extremely unreasonable to expect him to play it here.
Agreed, agreed.
And judging by my screen currently seems to indicate that queen e3 probably doesn't lose, queen d3 maybe doesn't lose, and everything else does lose.
These two moves.
Yeah, and
are
I mean,
what's
how
necessary.
do you make them? It's
Yeah.
like how are you supposed to figure that out? I really don't know.
Once again, for those of you who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, we are nursing 3 decisive games in our penultimate round. Fabi has won, Nepo has won, but the real story of the day is that Ali Reza, the 19-year-old phenom, upset our tournament leader, Wesley So.
And not only that, but
the topsy-turvy game, Peter.
Exactly, yeah. Not only did he win this very, very important game, but he also won it from a position which was at some point just mathematically completely lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, very, very unlike Wesley to fail to win a good position.
Exactly.
B5, B4 played by Shah, and now we can actually sort of explain in human terms how to win this position for white. You put the queen on a good central square, like queen f5 check, queen e5 check, if the king goes to the e file, which it probably does. And then you start pushing your h-pawn. And with the queen as centralized as this, and the pawn on b4 now somewhat vulnerable to checks,
excuse me,
you're going to struggle to push it much further, because b3, queen c7 check, I might just be winning it with checks. Because, yeah, if you go to the 6th, I pick up the pawn on c6 with check, and we continue giving good checks. And if you go to the back rank, queen b8, queen takes b3 wins. Linier's first check was from h8, not from f5. I don't think it spoils very much. I would have preferred the queen on a kind of a more active, more controlling square, but this shouldn't be horrible either.
Oops, we went b4.
Yeah, before queen h8, king f7 currently on the board. But yeah, this is, you know, we somewhat unkindly to Fabi and MVL, we kept the count for that queen ending of evaluations, kind of not dropping a couple of pawns, but just dropping from winning to drawn.
Right.
I think this one we shouldn't even try, because it's just so counterintuitive, and I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of this game, really. Like I'm watching this unfold, and I really do get the feeling that it's still extremely easy for Linier to lose control.
But just this king's safety is just so nice. And this pawn really doesn't feel like it's going anywhere.
It's not really running very fast, yeah, that's
no,
for sure. It's not really running very fast.
It really is not. Like, for example, again, I know
just
you
go
could...
h5 here.
Exactly, exactly. And the idea is that at the end of the day, it's like our king is incredibly safe.
Yeah. Something like this wins very comfortably.
Exactly.
If you play h5 in this specific constellation of pieces, you have to worry a little bit about queen g5, maybe in some positions.
Just a moment.
h5,
right
queen
here?
g5, yeah. Just try to kind of box in your pieces a little bit, and then push b3, b4 when your checks are very limited. But I have a feeling I will lose to f3, f4 somewhere. Exactly.
Exactly.
The king is so cushy on h3 that I get the feeling that eventually the black queen will get pushed away from good squares.
Right.
But yeah, I still like the idea of bringing the queen further, sort of back into the game a bit, like bringing it, putting it on, let's say, f5 on e5.
Let me refresh my board for just a
Shah
moment.
played king f6, which I actually kind of like. I think it creates maybe kind of additional questions to ask. If we go back to the position we were just discussing, h5, queen, king g5 with the king on f6.
Oh, king f6, yes.
Yeah.
And now?
If you go h5 here,
Yes.
which is very logical, I play queen g5, and on top of everything else, I am now threatening queen f5 check, I think. With the pawn already on b4, I'm pretty sure my 1 will run faster than 3. Or at least as fast. Always hard to judge. But f3, f4 might just lose for white here.
Right.
Which is a kind of a stunning development considering where we are. So yeah, I like king f6 more than king f8. It also stops white from kind of correcting the previous mistake and playing queen f5, queen e5.
Right.
White is winning, though.
Well, most certainly.
We assume, yeah.
Where I'm actually kind of finding myself drawn to moves like queen c7 as well as queen b7, just to stop this pawn from going anywhere and to remind you about your c6 pawn, Peter.
Yeah, queen b7, you have to maybe calculate some things, but maybe it's fine. Yeah, he's played queen b7. Okay, now it's suddenly a draw.
What?
And Shah instantly plays the move that, wow, this is so beautiful.
Queen takes c6
Queen
check,
e6
queen
check.
e6 check. Oh my
Queen
goodness.
e1 zeros.
Yep.
Zeros because you can't take on c6, and black is about to start giving a tremendous amount of checks.
I feel like Linier's tournament has been like this, like the entire tournament.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But as I said, it really felt like this is still a queen ending, which is very, very easily misplayable.
Right.
And you can't even blame Linier all that much. You were also arguing for queen b7.
Of course.
And I was sitting next to you, watching you argue for queen b7, and failing to produce a single move in reply.
Right. And I don't think the roller coaster's over. I mean, it's not like 0-0 because you just draw immediately. We play h5.
Right. Yeah, no, it's still a game, yeah, but you're clearly far from being in control anymore.
Well, just a second, hold on. Either you draw right away or...
No, you just put your queen on d5 and just keep going.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Queen e6, queen d5, for
Put
instance.
your queen on d5 and just keep going.
Yeah, because you can't take on...
Queen b4, queen f3 is an immediate draw, yeah, because the king cannot run away.
That's an h5 on the board.
And yeah.
It's not the only thing that holds, but yeah. The other thing is very similar, but even more inhuman. The other way after h5, apparently, to make a draw is to go queen f1.
Okay.
King h4. Queen c4. h4 is stronger.
Okay, sorry.
King
stronger
h4.
for reasons.
Yeah. No, understandable reasons. Queen c4, f4.
Queen c4 check, f4.
Yeah,
Now
with the king on g4, queen e2 would make an immediate, very understandable draw. But in this position, apparently, we go queen d5. And we're still completely fine. Because queen h1, d1, and this setup actually holds. Yeah.
He's played queen e6.
Queen e6 played, and yeah, after g4, we assume he might have to play
queen d5.
Queen d5. And white also can play king h4 right now, which might actually force you to find that queen c4, queen d5 maneuver.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, this is still a lot of fun, yeah.
Oh my.
And I use that term very reservedly.
Yeah.
Like it's fun for us, maybe, and
Yeah.
definitely not much fun for them.
Maybe we just sometimes in moments like this where these guys, I'm sure they're exhausted. Like the first thing they do is go back to their rooms, they turn on their engines, they confirm certain ideas, and then they do a face plant and say, you know, like... They're producing some amazing moves. This find of queen e1 and queen e6 was not obvious at all.
Yeah,
I mean, I would be proud of myself to find
He has played king h4, and that line is the only thing that draws, by the way.
The only thing.
That's the only thing that draws. Yeah.
You have to play queen c4.
You have to provoke f4 because you need checks from the d1 square.
And then you get.
And then you go queen d5.
Queen d5.
And that actually produces a perpetual.
Wouldn't you be proud of yourself, Alejandro, if you
seconds.
had this position in a tournament game and you found those moves, queen c4, and then you found them when you were exhausted?
No. I won myself.
You've won?
Nobody finds everything for, like, in these positions so easily.
No.
And he's found queen c4.
He's played queen c4. Linier will now, we assume, play f4. Because, yeah, g4, queen takes e5, I think, is easier to understand why it's a draw, because we still have no checks and queen f2 is coming.
Precisely.
Yeah, so I think that one you sort of instinctively understand is a draw, but after f4, queen takes e5 creates no threats, and white will win after h6, queen g7, check h7, and so on. Yeah, f4 played, I think. Yeah, f4 played, and now, yeah, everything else loses.
Except for
queen
the
d5.
key move, queen d5.
Everything else loses. Yeah, Shah has 46 seconds, by the way.
That
against
was my
a minute
question.
and a half. Yeah,
minute and a half for 46 seconds.
Yeah. If he finds it, and I think by this point, honestly, you can actually get there by process of elimination.
Right.
Because you do want to create the biggest threat you have, while also not blundering the c6 pawn with check.
Right.
I think it's actually a findable move, but on 40 seconds,
the question
it's
is,
a heroic
what's the difference
effort.
between queen d5 and queen e4?
Right. That was my next question.
Right. One wins, the other one Sorry, the one draws and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, queen e4, queen d7 apparently, and you don't have checks from d1 later.
Wow. Okay, that's a nice. That's a really nice point. That
yeah, he's played queen d5. These are, despite mistakes, despite like five pawn swings, these are very good chess players. I want to kind of state it for the viewers. These are very, very good chess players showing very, very good chess, regardless of the amount of quote-unquote blunders we are watching.
Yeah.
These are,
gladiators. Respect.
How do you keep it going now?
I think it's just.
I think it's just over.
It's a perpetual. Yeah, you can't stop queen h1, queen d1. Yeah. No,
Wow.
He just ends from here, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hold on. I can cover E1, right? So just a second.
But you don't need E1. Yeah, but H1, D1?
And I go here, right?
Where?
Oh, you don't go to H5.
No, we never take on H5.
This is where I wanted to say I cover E1.
No, we don't get involved. This might be a draw, but we never
get
check.
Even closer.
We never check. Yeah, like we go queen H1 there.
Oh boy. Oh.
Yeah, and Linier understood by this point, but there's nothing he can do. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, he's taken on before, and yeah, we will see a handshake in a moment.
Wow, what an eventful round, guys. I mean, it could have been 4 decisive games. We're going to see 3 decisive games, but boy, what a setup we have for tomorrow's championship round. As well as, again, the tournament's up for grabs.
Yeah.
And so
King
is
H3, but
Grand Chess Tour.
is not going to entertain any of those notions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind offer of the H5 pawn, which I'm not really planning to accept.
Wow.
What an impressive game.
Yes, it was a very, very difficult game. They showed a lot of correct ideas. They also made some mistakes, of course, but this is the cursed nature of the queen ending is very much on display here. Cursed. Why? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Yeah, and we will see a handshake in a moment. Yeah,
and there's the handshake.
Yeah, the arbiters need to just allow them to shake hands. Yeah, like, please don't make them go through it again.
Shakhriyar is just like, my goodness, boy, did I just dodge a bullet in this one, huh?
Yeah, I think he knows he was in trouble for sure. Even though at some point it was a manageable endgame. I think he made. Like allowing White to collect all those pawns was not necessary. There was a point there in the game, but it's all in the past. I don't know what the producers think about this, but in my opinion, we probably should not be also asking them to commentate on the entire 90 move of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll let those guys just talk about the game calmly between themselves. But I think we do have Anastasiya with. More rounds up of the things happening outside of the chess cloud.
All right. Well, in that case, let's do it. Let's go to Alejandra, who is with Anastasiya in studio.
Let's go straight to Anastasiya. I think she's got all the scoop.
All the scoop.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the day was quite long, and I just wanted to show you a short video which was published also in our social media in Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club. You can see Alireza Firouzja walking away from the studio right after your interview, Alejandro. And his fans were waiting for him next to the St. Louis Chess Club, and Alireza tried to run away from them. So probably we can see the video, yes. So he really tried to run away, but they caught him and they took all necessary autographs and photos with him. So Alireza spent lots of time, until he left finally. He's the leader of the tournament, one of the leaders, so of course, I mean, has lots of attention from local fans of St. Louis. And then probably you remember that I said there were no statements, and then a few minutes after, at the beginning of the round, the chief arbiter came out with the statement, and he pointed out that, confirmed that we currently have no indication that any player has been playing unfairly in the Sinquefield Cup. This includes all rounds played to date. So the statement came out. You can see the whole statement on the official website as well as in our social media. And of course, there was a reaction from, from the followers, from viewers. And then what we see, it's a big news. I mean, fans of Hans Niemann showed up today. They stayed next to the chess club for a long time, showing their support to Hans, who was playing at that time with Fabiano Caruana. Unfortunately, the game lasted too long and they didn't really stay until the end. One of my versions why it didn't happen, maybe you can show the next photo. I think maybe they just managed to...
I'm right here.
Oh yeah, this is my version. They managed to take the photo with Alejandro and that's it. I mean, that was enough, so they left after that. And also what happened after, Hans, didn't, he lost the game. So Alejandro, you took it all. I mean, it was a nice day and also nice games. So back to you guys.
Yeah.
Couple
of notes.
Yeah, 2 notes on this. First of all, one of the placards there said "cool hair," and I think once you take a picture with Alejandro, like any other hair,
exactly.
And also, secondly, as I suddenly realized, we were one move away from like a number of heart attacks.
Right here.
Yeah, because when you have we thought King H3 was a winning attempt, when in fact it's the only move that saves the game. If you play King H4 here, kind of expecting Queen H5 and check and a handshake, King F5 is mate in 10.
Ouch.
Oh my! This is the cold shower. This is like when you just. You're 3 pawns up.
This is where you collapse onto the board, and an emergency is called.
Exactly.
I'm glad we didn't see this.
I know.
I wonder if they knew, but he played King H3 very convincingly there. But you play King H4 expecting Queen H1 check, and your opponent on 10 seconds realizes that there's another move in the position here. Goes King F5. And you just quit chess or something.
All right. Well, first of all, Anastasiya, I really want to give you a great shout out because you were competing very well through 8 rounds. So congratulations to yourself.
Yes, Wesley lost this game, and I was of course very disappointed with the result. But what to do? Let's the best one to win this event.
Exactly. Well, and. Not bad, Peter. Not bad. And we will do our results as we get ready to close this penultimate round. What a broadcast. What a show. We have 1 round remaining.
Yeah, there's only 1 round remaining. The person you see there at the top of your screen has actually finished the tournament. He will not be scoring any more points because he's played the 8 games out of 8.
Right.
And everybody else is in action tomorrow, meaning that Alireza and Jan Nepomniachtchi on 4.5 out of 7 are leading the tournament half a point ahead of Wesley.
Right.
And, I wanted to say nobody else is on plus. Actually, Fabi is in plus, but Fabi is sort of already secured on +1.
Right.
Will not go either up or down. And
then it's all important, the pairings for tomorrow. Who do our 2 leaders play?
Yeah, Wesley is playing against N Dominguez, Vachier-Lagrave is playing against Firouzja, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing white against Hans Niemann, who has had a difficult few days, and black against Jan in the last round is not going to be a walk in the park either.
Exactly, but a lot of exciting chess coming up also, not just for tomorrow, but after the tournament, we've got more tournaments for you. Take a look at the St. Louis Chess Club.
It's tournaments all the way down. Yeah.
All the way down. Here are the upcoming events. We've got Ultimate Moves, our trash-talking event coming up on the 13th of September, followed by Fischer Random.
Yeah, very, very strong field and one donkey, yeah.
We're going to be losing you to this tournament. The commentators... Tears.
I'm sure you will have a good time explaining exactly why I blundered a rook on move 5. Yes. So yeah, that's to follow up, and after that a bit of a break, and starting in early October there is the U.S. Open and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships also here in St. Louis. So
wonderful.
The tournaments abound here.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's it. It's time to go. We want to thank you all for sharing your day with us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.